Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Became the Youngest Chronomancer in Wizarding History. So do 4 blue hearts, comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video, and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description.
To begin with, he had thought he was dead. His last memory was being in the Forbidden Forest and Voldemort casting the killing curse at him. Where was he? He looked up and saw something he hadn't seen in many years. He was in the cupboard under the stairs again. What the? He asked himself. Boy! Aunt Petunia's shrill voice called from outside the door. Wake up. It's time for breakfast. Harry wasn't sure what was going on. He had long since lost his fear for the harpy that called herself his aunt. But he didn't know what was going on, so he took stock. He looked at his hands and realized they were smaller than he remembered. The scar from Dolores Umbridge's detentions wasn't there either. For that matter, how was he still fitting on the cot that used to be his bed? He threw the tiny, tattered blanket off himself and looked at himself. He was in cast-offs again. I must have been sent back, somehow, he thought. That, or this is what hell looks like, and I died as I was supposed to. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. Sort me out, Harry thought. Beat me like a misbehaving dog, you mean? He got out of bed and looked for shoes. Before he realized he didn't have any. His body was still very young. 4 or 5, he guessed. They had needed to supply him with shoes before he went to primary school, so he was likely 4. Darn, this is going to whispering, he thought. Harry opened the closet door and walked to the kitchen, where a stool was standing in front of the stove. He couldn't reach otherwise. Knowing he was meant to cook breakfast, he set to work doing what he remembered he had to. It was not something he questioned at that age, since he had been told to clean and cook from the moment he was able. He performed his duty, while considering what was going on. If he was sent back, he could change things. He was by no means planning on going through life like he had before. For now, though, he'd bide his time. He was too small to go into public without people asking him where his parents were. After breakfast and the few scraps of food he was allowed, and a glass of water, he was sent back to the cupboard. At this age, he was mostly only let out for chores and to use the bathroom. That would come later in the day. For now, he had time to plan. Once he was in his cupboard again, Harry started looking through his meager possessions. He had a couple of broken toys, a blanket, and the cot. Besides that, there were a couple of boxes the Dursleys stored there. They didn't care about what space he had. Harry didn't find anything of use, unfortunately. A wand didn't magically appear for him, but magic would be off limits anyway. Or was it? Harry didn't have the trace, because he hadn't gotten his wand yet. He also knew that accidental magic wasn't tracked. So if he could channel accidental magic, he could very well improve his situation. He would need to work on that. But first, he intended to make a list. He'd have to keep it in his head for now, since he didn't have pen or paper, nor was he supposed to be able to read or write. He sat down and closed his eyes to start making a list. First thing he'd need was to obtain proper nutrition. He didn't want to be the smallest kid in school again. Then, he'd need to focus on magic. Perhaps he could start working on wandless magic? He'd investigate that soon. His priorities set, he set about trying to focus on his magic. He'd be able to do that for a few hours, before Petunia decided he was being useless and set him to work in the garden. He had never tried wandless magic, but he knew it could be useful. He remembered making the glass at the zoo disappear to let Dudley fall into the snake habitat. That time he didn't even move a finger. He had simply stared. If that was true, he could have an advantage this time around he didn't have before. When he apparat himself onto the roof of the school building, there were no letters of warning either, so apparently, there were forms of magic that either weren't or couldn't be traced. He'd try to focus on those as well. He knew how to apparate as well, which would be useful if it worked. So he opened his eyes and placed a broken toy in front of himself. Then he stared at it, focusing his magic. He knew the Reparo spell by heart. He knew the wand movement. He remembered the feel of the power leaving him. All he needed was to focus. Try as he might, though, nothing seemed to happen. He could feel the power looking for a way out, but not having a focus was making things difficult. He started remembering when he had done accidental magic and realized, at those times he was angry or afraid. So he remembered his most emotional times, when magic just happened without him wanting it to. He remembered Aunt Marge calling his mother a bitch. He remembered Dudley bullying him. Channeling the emotions, he focused on the toy again. Suddenly the toy burst into many different pieces. Ha! Harry thought. Perhaps anger wasn't the way to go about this. It was progress, though. What other emotions had he channeled to make spells work? After a bit, he remembered the Patronus. He doubted he'd be able to cast one of those without a wand. But perhaps the exercise he did in training to cast the spell would be useful? He closed his eyes again, after collecting the pieces of the broken toy and placed it on the cot in front of him. He started focusing on the good emotions he had trained to cast the spell. He let them fill him up. Good memories with his friends. His first gifts and celebrating his birthday with the Weasleys. His first hugging. He felt the power build again and focused on the toy in front of him. At first nothing seemed to happen. But then one of the pieces of the toy moved closer to another and stopped, like his magic was asking him if that was right. Harry smiled and nodded to himself, trying to encourage his magic to continue. The piece moved again, but then stopped as Harry's focus wavered. He closed his eyes again and focused on the memories, allowing them to fill himself up again. When he felt his power building, he opened his eyes again, but this time he incanted the Reparo spell in his mind, hoping his magic picked up on his intent. Suddenly the toy snapped back together into a single piece, completely repaired. Yes, he exclaimed in victory. What are you doing in there, boy? Petunia called to him. Darn, he'd need to be more careful. Nothing, Aunt Petunia, Harry said aloud. I was just imagining having friends. A freak like you could never have friends. Aunt Petunia scoffed. You should forget that ever happening. Harry seethed at her words, but kept his mouth shut, focusing his intent back on the toy, and it suddenly burst apart again. He calmed himself with a deep breath and went back to practice. That was how Harry started spending his free time. At this age, people didn't expect much from him, so as long as he did his chores and stayed quiet, he could practice all he wanted. He would sneak into the kitchen, and after much effort, he was able to use duplication magic to make himself some food, which he stashed in the cupboard under a floorboard he had pried loose. A couple of months later, he had started working on more complex forms of magic, and his plans had grown. He didn't want to stay with the Dursleys forever, but he knew Dumbledore would insist no matter what he could do, so he had decided to work on more difficult magic. A notice-me-not was, in his opinion, one of the handier pieces of magic he had ever learned. A couple of those on both himself and the cupboard, and the Dursleys started leaving him alone more. He was still called to do chores, and he'd have to counter the magic so that he could do the work, but he'd ensured that his relatives never saw him appear. He knew that they would not tolerate anything freaky from him, even if he claimed he didn't do it or know he was doing it. It did end up making his life simpler, though. When the Dursleys didn't see him for days on end, they didn't care where he went. They seemed to like the idea of him not existing at all, so he capitalized on it. He had practiced apparition again, which worked perfectly for him, so he started working on the next stage of his plan. He needed to be able to function around adults, so he started working on illusions and moving things using his magic. That was a more difficult feat to achieve, but he had time, and he reasoned it would be very useful for his future. Simply using the notice-me-not spell wouldn't allow him to communicate with people if he needed information. After all, he'd found that his magic had started building up more easily as his proficiency increased. He didn't need to focus so hard on emotions as he had to at the start, and the magic, seeming to know what he wanted done, would come more easily at his command. It was something he took great pleasure in discovering. It would be great if he could cast his whole repertoire of spells at some point, but for now, he focused on doing things that were more simple and straightforward. Harry had also realized that his moving of items wasn't bound to any specific spell he knew. He knew banishing and summoning, and levitation was first-year magic, but he had never learned a spell that could turn pages on a book or wash dishes at his direction. It was like telekinesis. He would focus on an item and hold it with his magic. Then he could manipulate it, lift it, and move it. It even seemed to have a strength that he didn't possess as a 4-year-old. He worked on that when he discovered the ability and found that he could emulate using his hands to lift things no small child should be capable of. This was very handy, he realized, and he spent a whole month on training to emulate moving with his power, until it became second nature to him. By the end of the month, he had even tried to lift Vernon's car. Took a lot out of him, but he succeeded in lifting the rear wheels off the ground for a good 10 seconds. He was wiped out after, but he was still smiling like a loon as he snuck back into the house that night. Using his power to unlock his cupboard, and the front door was simple after all. He simply had to emulate the movement of a key and his power would turn the tumblers in the lock the correct way. He'd ended up breaking the lock the first time, before he knew how to do it without breaking the mechanism. But the Dursleys didn't suspect him, as he was still locked up in his cupboard the next morning. Harry's illusions were coming along swimmingly by the time he entered the first year of primary school. He could now create a full illusion of a grown man, which was his goal. He needed more information on wandless magic, and he knew exactly where to find it. He wasn't planning on spending his time going to school anyway, since they couldn't teach him anything he didn't already know. By this point he was confident enough in his power that he simply stopped going. Vernon had not been happy to find out, and had barged into the house looking for the freak after the school called to tell him Harry didn't show up. "Boy, get out here," he bellowed. "Uncle Vernon," Harry said as he stepped out of the cupboard. "What's this I hear about you not going to school?" Vernon demanded. "I decided not to go," Harry said simply. "Too good for school, are you? I pay good money to send you there," Vernon yelled. "You don't pay ugh," Harry said. He'd had enough of the fat oaf treating him like an insect. "I know full well that you are receiving a stipend from Albus Dumbledore to pay for my schooling, as well as board and room. Something you've not been providing." "How do you know that name?" Vernon asked as he lost some color in his face. "I know a lot, Vernon," Harry said with a straight face. It did not look good on a 5-year-old. It made him look slightly unhinged. The fact that he had called Vernon by his first name didn't help. "I'm also tired of playing the role of live-in servant, so I've decided there will be a change." Vernon didn't like the sound of that. "You've been speaking to the freaks, haven't you?" "I have not," Harry said truthfully. "But here's a little secret, I don't need to. I already know about all of that." To prove his point, Harry took hold of Vernon's one leg and lifted it up, while Vernon yelled in both surprise and fear. When he was dangling in the air, Harry said, "Shut up, you fat jerk." Then he dropped him to the floor. "As you can see, I don't need to worry about what you want," Harry continued. "I'll be taking care of myself from now on. All you need to do is leave me alone, and you won't even know I am here." Vernon had been picking himself up from the floor. His face had turned an ugly red, and Harry could see the man had lost his temper. He sighed as Vernon rushed at him to attack him, so he stood with his hands behind his back and waited for the hit. Once Vernon was on him, with a fist fast approaching his face, Harry stopped it by holding it with his magic. "Corporal punishment is against the law, but I suppose I can allow it this time," Harry said with a bored face as he increased the pressure of his hold until Vernon screamed and there was the distinct sound of a bone breaking. "That's one finger for one attack. Do you want to try again?" he asked. Vernon shook his head as he tried to pull away from the freak and whatever invisible force was holding his hand. When he couldn't, he kicked at Harry, only for his foot to be caught by the same power. There was another crack as another finger broke. "2 fingers," Harry corrected. "We can go for the whole set if you want," he offered. "I was right, you are a freak," Vernon spat as Harry finally let go of his hand and he fell on his rear. "When your people come, I'm going to tell them that you attacked me, and you think they'll listen to you?" Harry scoffed. "They'll simply read your memory and realize that you've been mistreating me for years. You just tried to assault me. Chances are you'll go to jail for that, if I decide to tell them." Vernon had paled. He hadn't thought of that. If they read his memories, they'd realize that he had been spending the money that he got to support Harry on things for his own family. Harry wasn't even being fed properly. He lived in a cupboard. You can't let them do that. If I'm in jail, who will provide for the family? Should have thought of that before you started spending my money on a new car and gifts for your whale of a son." Harry replied calmly. You do realize that I don't want to be here either, right? I don't care that my presence here protects your family from the Death Eaters. I'd just as soon go to live, literally anywhere else, and read about your deaths on the paper, while I take my morning ugh. But I'm feeling magnanimous today. Harry continued. I'll continue as I am and you will ignore me. Tell the school that you transferred me to another school, I don't care where. In the meanwhile, I'll be giving a letter to someone with all the sordid little details of what really happens in this house, and if anything should happen to me, the letter will be sent to some people who I know would love to meet the person who abused the last Lord Potter. You're a monster, Vernon said, feeling the pressure of the threats hanging over his head. I'm the monster. Harry laughed. Really? Do you even know what you've put me through? The beatings for not making food fast enough. For not making your bacon crispy enough? All the while I make the food and I'm only allowed a crust of bread every other day.
No, Vernon Dursley.
I'm not the monster currently in this room. You see the monster every time you look in a mirror. Harry finished. I'm a 5-year-old boy who has never known the love of a family. You saw to that. If I turn into a monster, who do you think is responsible? Vernon had lost all color again as he realized the boy was right. He had no choice but to accede to his demand. Fine. He ground out through clenched teeth, still cradling his broken fingers in his other hand. Good man, Harry said as he turned and walked into his closet, casting the notice me not as he went. And that was the end of Harry's torment. In the meanwhile, he was making more plans. There was a certain convict who Harry intended to free, but he'd need proof, and for that, he'd need Pettigrew. Harry wouldn't trust Dumbledore with this, so he decided to take a different approach. He'd need allies going forward, and he knew just who he intended to get. As such, he started a letter to Remus Lupin. Remus Lupin was staying in a small apartment in Kent. He had taken a job as a laborer at a farm. He had claimed he had an ailment that would incapacitate him for a couple of days a month, and while the owners weren't happy about the missed days, considering it was harvest season, they needed all the help they could get, and Remus proved his worth by putting in extra hours wherever he could. It wasn't a good living, as he needed to purchase wolfsbane and the potion was very expensive, but he got by. It was late one evening when he returned to the flat, when he saw an owl waiting for him on a tree outside the flat. He quickly went in and opened a window for the bird and relieved it of the letter. Then the bird flew off. He quickly opened the letter and read, Dear Mr. Lupin, my name is Harry Potter. You knew my parents. I realize you will not believe that I am capable of writing this letter on my own, but I assure you that I am quite able. For the sake of expediency, let's say that I'm a prodigy. I know you won't believe it one way or another, but let me make the request anyway. I am in need of a magical tutor. While I am young, I'd like to at least learn what theory I am able to, and the younger one starts, the better the knowledge sticks as I understand it. I am willing to pay well, and I will supply you with your monthly potion. If that is not good enough, let me know and I will start looking for tuition elsewhere. If, however, I have piqued your interest, please meet me at the Leaky Cauldron at 10 a.m. this Saturday morning. I've booked a room for you and I'll be waiting for 1 hour. If you decide not to show up, I will be disappointed, but I will understand.
Yours truly, Harry J. Potter.
P.S. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Remus stared at the letter in disbelief. Whoever wrote this message knew things only the Marauders could or did. Sirius was rotting in prison, where he belonged, and poor Peter and James were dead. The decision wasn't difficult to make. He needed to know who this really was. If the person was somehow in contact with Harry, he'd welcome that as well, since he hadn't been able to find the boy, and he'd looked. Wherever he was, Dumbledore wasn't talking. Saturday arrived and Harry was waiting at the Leaky Cauldron. It had not been difficult to enter the alley or to gain access to Gringotts. He'd simply shown up, asked to see a consultant in private, and dispelled his illusions. The goblins were still unfriendly, but when he told them he had never been given his key and that he believed he was being stolen from, the goblins couldn't ignore him. The reputation of the bank was at stake after all. They had given him a blood test to confirm his identity and given him a new key. Then they checked the records and found the withdrawals that Dumbledore had made to pay the Dursleys for his essentials. Harry was happy to note nothing else was missing. The goblins were not happy to hear he had not authorized any withdrawals, and considering Harry's godfather was in prison, none could be authorized either. Harry had told them to hold off on any legal action, since he knew that the old man had meant well, but they didn't care. Albus Dumbledore had been stealing from them for years. It would not be tolerated. Harry had sighed, but let it go. It really wasn't his problem. If things worked out, he'd not be seeing the Dursleys again anyway. He wasn't surprised when Tom, the barman, knocked on the door at exactly 10 a.m. and said that the visitor had arrived. Harry's illusion was still up when the man opened the door and looked in. The illusion nodded at him and the door opened fully to allow Remus Lupin in. Remus froze in the door, not having expected, nor knowing either of the people. "Come in, Mr. Lupin," the illusion said. "You are in the correct room." Remus took a deep breath before he walked in and the door closed behind him automatically. Harry didn't wait long before dispelling his illusion. "Hi there, Remus," he said with a happy smile. "What?" Remus started as he looked at where the older man had been. "What's going on here?" he asked. The boy did look like he suspected Harry would, but the magic was too advanced for a child to have cast. "Would you mind casting some privacy spells?" Harry requested. "I've not worked out how to do those yet." Remus wasn't certain he could believe this child was really a child. He was far too well-spoken, and the magic he had seen didn't make him feel any more at ease. "Why should I?" he asked instead. "Come on, Moony." Harry tried. "Can't you at least try and trust the son of a marauder?" Remus hadn't expected that, but he decided to give the boy a chance. He cast a couple of privacy spells and then approached and sat down on the other side of the table. "What's going on?" he repeated. "Hello. My name is Harry Potter. I'm currently 5 years old. I've learned a certain amount of wandless magic and I know some things you might need to know." Harry started. "For one, I know you are a marauder. James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew were your roommates in school. They were animagi, a deer, a dog, and a rat, respectively. You are a werewolf, and they became animagi so that they could keep you company during the full moon." "Where did you learn that?" Remus exclaimed. "Not many people knew this." "Sure you can handle the truth?" Harry asked. "Tell me," Remus insisted. "I'm a time traveler. You told me yourself." Harry said simply. "That's not possible." Remus scoffed. "Try me," Harry said back, a smile on his face. An hour later, Remus was sitting there dumbstruck. "You really are from the future," he said. "Yes," Harry confirmed. "I can't believe Peter would betray your parents like that," Remus exclaimed. "When I get my hands on him, I'm going to kill him." "Glad for the privacy spells now?" Harry smirked. "Anyway, I would not suggest you do that. Peter is our evidence. We need to somehow get the truth from him and then get Sirius exonerated." "But Dumbledore," Remus started. "Will do nothing," Harry interrupted. "He wants me to die so that Voldemort can be killed. He knew who the secret keeper was and he's done nothing for Sirius." "What?" Remus exploded. "Yeah, not a fun pill to swallow, that," Harry agreed. "Fortunately, it seems that the Horcrux has been destroyed. I can't speak to snakes anymore." "You were a Parselmouth?" Remus asked.
No.
"The piece of Tom Riddle's, Voldemort's soul, which used to be in my head and could speak to snakes, was destroyed by him in the Forbidden Forest 12 years from now," Harry said. Remus went cross-eyes for a moment. "Time travel, right?" he said. "Shouldn't we be worried about changing things?" "No chance in hell was I going to go through all that again," Harry scoffed. "Language, Harry," Remus said. "Freaking that. I'm 18 years old. As soon as I can find a ritual or potion that can age me permanently, that's exactly what I'm doing," Harry said. "Do you have any idea how much effort it is to keep the illusions going so long?" "I'm afraid there's no such thing, Harry," Remus chuckled. After he got over the shock of the 5-year-old boy swearing like a sailor. "You'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. I'll figure something out then. No chance am I going through school again. I deserve my freedom. I've earned it," Harry said vehemently. Remus chuckled. He'd not be any better, given similar circumstances. School was some of his better years, though. "What about your friends?" he asked. Harry thought about that. He hadn't considered it. If he didn't go to school, he'd not meet everyone, like he should have. Freaking. He swore again. Remus almost rebuked him for swearing again, but found the more he talked with Harry, the more he picked up on the mannerisms of a grown-up, rather than a child. Could you at least attempt to not swear so much? He tried. Harry shrugged, but didn't answer one way or another. Then a devious smile crossed his face. Let's talk about something way more important, he offered. Sirius Black was lying in his cell, listening for any movement that indicated that someone was coming. He'd need to turn back into a human if he heard someone coming. When he heard the footsteps of people approaching, he turned back instantly with a frown. The patrol wasn't due for another hour. Sirius Black, a voice called as they approached. Stand with your back to the cell door and your hands against the wall above your head. Sirius was worried that they had somehow found out, but a small part of his mind hoped that Remus had found the traitor or picked up on his scent out in the world somewhere and tracked him down. He was cuffed in magic-suppressing cuffs and marched out of his cell at one point. Where are you taking me? He asked. You've got a visitor. One of the Aurors said simply. Who? Sirius asked. The man did not reply, and neither did his partner. When they got to a room, he was bound to a table and a guest was seen in. It was Amelia Bones. Sirius. She greeted him. Madam Bones. Sirius responded. To what do I owe the pleasure? He asked. He was not very hopeful at this point. Nobody had ever listened to him, and he doubted that would change this day. Leave us. Amelia ordered the guards. But the guard started. Yet, Amelia said in a frosty tone. The guard didn't even try to argue after that. Bones had a reputation for a vicious temper. People that displeased her would never be able to find promotion. She also had a very long memory. Glad I'm not black, the guard thought as he left the room. Amelia cast a couple of spells for privacy and then turned to Sirius. Couldn't keep your bloody trap shut, could you? Couldn't just report what you knew to your superiors? What? Sirius asked in confusion. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. He found Peter. Sirius asked with some hope. Better. Bones said. He turned him over to us earlier this morning. Somehow Peter had accidentally ingested some Veritaserum and started telling us all sorts of interesting stories. She stuck a finger in his face. Stories? I'd have loved to hear from one of my own people. Instead,
I'm sorry, Amelia,
Sirius said as he sighed in relief. Finally, Remus had come through for him. I wasn't in my right mind. My best friend had just been killed and I wanted to get revenge. Aurors don't serve vengeance. We serve justice. Bones said in the same cold tone. When you are released, don't think you'll be allowed on the force again. You are a disgrace. She spat. She calmed herself visibly then. But I am sorry that nobody ever checked up on you, or took what you were telling us seriously. Sirius had shown much promise when he had finished Auror training. She had an eye on him for promotion, as it was seldom that a pureblood family produced someone with so few prejudices. He'd have been perfect for taking over for her once she became the head of the department. Instead, she'd had to promote Scrimgeour. He was just hoping to use the position as a stepping stone in his political ambitions and wasn't cut out to serve the people. She had never forgiven Sirius for forcing her to do that. Sirius had closed his eyes and nodded. He wasn't expecting this, but he wouldn't complain either. 3.5 years of his life had been spent sitting in a cell. He looked up when he remembered that. And Crouch? He asked. Amelia took a deep breath. He was found harboring his son, who he had allowed to escape Azkaban. He'll be taking up residence in your old cell, if I have anything to do with it. She promised. Thank you, Amelia, Sirius said. I owe you one. No, you don't, Amelia said. If you were a better man, this would never have happened. I suggest you get your UGG together, so that you can take care of the unfortunate boy, who you left in the hands of those filthy muggles. She spat again. I'm no purist, but those creatures shouldn't be allowed near other human beings. I hear they locked him up in a cupboard for the last 3.5 years. Sirius' face showed rage, before it went blank, as he was hit by that information. He needed to control his emotions. If he didn't show he could control himself, he had no doubt Amelia wouldn't allow him near his godson. Are they being arrested? He asked evenly. Amelia was sizing him up. He had not been wrong, as she had informed him to find out if he had at least learned from his mistakes. She nodded at him, when he controlled himself as she had hoped. "The Dursleys have been placed under arrest. Her Majesty's government do not tolerate the mistreatment of children. Their son has been sent to live with his paternal aunt." "Good," was all Sirius said. "Where is Harry now?" he asked. "His current whereabouts are a secret." Amelia said, "Not even I know where he is. Apparently, he refuses to reveal himself to anyone but his legal guardian." "How will I find him?" Sirius asked, a little worried now. "The poor kid must be hiding somewhere, afraid for his life. Remus Lupin has a letter for you. Apparently young Harry is quite mature for his age and arranged for secure lodgings after speaking to his bank manager at Gringotts." Amelia aloud, "Since we need to abide by the treaties, we cannot force the information from them." Quite devious of the young Potter. "What about Dumbledore?" Sirius asked, his eyes narrowing. "He must not look too good to the general public at this point. He's still Chief Warlock, and as such cannot be touched by law." Amelia said, "I'd suggest you stay away from him. With all this having come to light, I don't know that I would trust him anywhere near my Susan." Sirius remembered hearing about the deaths of Susan's parents and that Amelia had taken her in. "I'm sorry for your loss, Amelia." Amelia didn't respond. Instead, she stood up and uncuffed the man. "You will be transported to St. Mungo's and checked over before release. Mr. Lupin informed me that he will meet you there." Sirius had been quickly transported away and taken for treatment. Malnourishment was the worst of it. The healers didn't understand how his mind had gone through all that unscathed, though Peter Pettigrew had informed the Aurors of his anemiga status, and Amelia had taken pity on the man and registered Sirius, stating that the paperwork must have gotten lost. She still damned him for not telling anyone. If they had known about Pettigrew, they might have believed him when he started telling people that Pettigrew was alive. When Sirius was released, Remus was waiting for him. "Remus!" Sirius exclaimed as he walked up to the man to hug and thank him. "Stop," Remus said, holding a hand out to stop the man. "We can talk once we are at your ancestral home." "You want to go there?" Sirius asked. "I want to pick up Harry first. I hear you have a letter for me?" He tried. Remus smirked at him for a moment. He reached into his pocket and handed him an envelope. Sirius opened it and read, "Listen to Moony, Padfoot."
Harry J. Potter.
"What's this?" Sirius asked. He looked up and saw the smirk appear on Remus's face again. "You know where he is, don't you? Why go to the old house first, then?" Remus didn't say anything, but lifted an eyebrow and placed a hand on Sirius' shoulder. Sirius sighed then, "Fine, but let's make it a quick stop. I need to know my godson is safe." Sirius transported them directly to the front door of 12 Grimmauld and led Remus in.
Surprise.
Harry yelled as he tossed a pie in the ex-prisoner's face. Sirius hadn't expected it and took it full in the face. He spluttered as he cleared his face of the sticky, sweet substance. "Harry?" he asked. "Who else would it be, you old fleabag?" Harry laughed as he ran up to the man and hugged him, not caring that he was getting himself dirty in the process. Sirius didn't know what to think, but smiled and hugged the young boy. "It's great to see you, Harry," he said as he just hugged the boy to himself. "I'm so sorry I wasn't there to look after you. You're here now," Harry said. "That's all that matters." "Do you even remember me?" Sirius asked. He could recognize Harry, of course, but Harry had been only slightly older than 1 year old, the last time he had seen Sirius. "You'd be surprised what I remember, Padfoot." Harry smirked. Sirius caught it that time. This boy was far too well-spoken and knew things he couldn't remember. "What's going on here?" he asked. "Same question I asked when I met Harry," Remus said. He looked at Harry. "Mind if I tell him, this time?" "Sure, Moony. Go for it," Harry said with a smirk. He turned and walked into the kitchen. "We can talk while we eat. I got us some proper food for dinner." "Did you leave the house without me again?" Remus demanded. "Sod off, Moony," Harry said. "I'm not a child and can take care of myself." "What is going on here?" Sirius repeated and stopped in his tracks. This couldn't be Harry Potter. "Where is Harry, really?" "It's me, Sirius," Harry said. "Promise." Let Remus explain it to you. I'm hungry and the food is getting cold. They finally got Sirius to follow, and they went to sit in the kitchen where a couple of pizza boxes lay on the table with a couple of plates set around them. Kreacher walked in mumbling something about muggle lovers. Harry picked him up with magic, though, and shook him. Kreacher, have you forgotten yourself again? Harry asked. Of course not, Master Potter. Kreacher said, shaking his head. The disappointment is a disappointment to see again, is all. Harry chuckled and put the house elf down. Well, go clean the disappointments room for him, please? We'll be staying here for the foreseeable future. Will I be allowed to see the mistress soon? The house elf countered. You still haven't earned that, I'm afraid. Harry shook his head, still smiling. Go now, quick as a bunny. If I hear you put any traps up, that will be another month without the portrait. Of course, Master Potter. I would not dream of setting traps for your guests. The house elf promised and disappeared. Funny little guy. Harry chuckled. What the hell? Sirius demanded. I don't even know where to begin with that. Remus said. One morning your mother's portrait was missing and Kreacher started calling Harry, Master. He won't even tell me how he got the painting down. I told you, Harry said. Brute strength. But the portrait was magically attached to the wall. Remus objected. Exactly, Harry said. I removed the wall first. Can someone please tell me what the bloody hell is going on? Sirius yelled. Harry just chuckled. But Remus shook his head with half a smile. At least that made sense now. Okay, let's start at the beginning. He started. After dinner and a lot of talking, Sirius was sitting there with his head in his hands. Time travel? How the hell does something like that even happen? He looked up at Harry. Not that I'm complaining, mind you. I'd rather not spend 12 years in Azkaban, but still. How did it all go so wrong? I'm currently blaming Dumbledore. Harry said. I mean, I realize he means well, but all the suffering he causes as he tries to do things in his own way. I don't think I can allow that to happen again. Though, you will need to go to Hogwarts to set the stuff you'll need up. Remus said. What does he need? Sirius asked. Didn't he say he was basically finished with school? His friends are still going to go there. Remus said. He'll also need access to get rid of some of the Horcruxes. He looked directly at Sirius. Then, we also need you to get the cup from the Lestrange vault. How will I do that? Sirius asked. I have no right to go in there. You know how goblins are about theft. We don't really care, Sirius. Harry said. Pay them off or hire professional thieves. Take over the Goblin Nation or look for a law that will give you access. I'm not breaking in there again. Once was enough and we only barely got away last time. You broke in? Sirius asked. He didn't know if he was impressed or worried for their sanity. We didn't have a choice. Harry said. While Voldemort had his soul anchors, we couldn't try to kill him. If we're going to live happy lives, he needs to die. Fortunately, we already know where most of the Horcruxes are and he won't have turned Nagini into a Horcrux yet. Are you sure he didn't do that before he died, when you were a baby? Remus asked. Nah, Harry said. I haven't set Nagini free yet and she was bred in captivity. What do you mean? Remus asked. Last time around I was a parcelmouth. I went to the zoo with my relatives and accidentally set loose the snake that would later become Voldemort's familiar. Harry explained. I know I'm not a parcelmouth this time, since I couldn't talk to a garden snake while I was working in the Dursleys' garden. Recently. Why would you have lost that power? Sirius asked. Because I used to be a Horcrux. Harry said simply. Sirius stiffened at that. How do we know you weren't taken over by the Dark Lord's soul? He asked. Why would I want to destroy the other Horcruxes if I was one of them? Harry scoffed. Seriously, Sirius. I thought you were smarter than that. I questioned him thoroughly. Remus informed Sirius. He told me some things that I told him the last time around. Things only I knew and could have told him. Like what? Sirius asked. I'm not telling you. Remus told him. Darn. Sirius said with a bit of a smile on his face. Was worth a try, I guess. He turned to Harry. Anything I told you worth mentioning? You gave me one of a set of two-way mirrors for Christmas, which we never used. Apparently you and my dad used to use them. You tried to tell me about the prophecy, but Mrs. Weasley and the rest of the order wouldn't let you. Harry said. You also promised me we could live together, and then you went and fell through the veil of death after Bellatrix hit you with a stunner. A stunner, Harry exclaimed. That bitch, Sirius exclaimed too. I can't believe I died for a stunner. To be fair, you were fighting Malfoy and she got you in the back, Harry said. Sirius still didn't want to believe it, but he controlled his emotions with some effort. I don't know how, but I'm definitely getting into the Lestrange vault now. Did you just use occlumency to control your emotions, Harry asked. He knew that the old mutt was always in some form of control, which he let go only to show Harry genuine affection the last time around. Trained up a bit when I arrived in Azkaban, Sirius confirmed. Why? Snape likes to read his students' minds, Harry said. Both him and Dumbledore, I suspect. Every time that his eyes twinkle, I wonder if it's because he's in my head, but he twinkles those eyes at everyone. Remus objected, before understanding dawned. Oh, that's just wrong. Well, we can't have that happen this time around, Sirius said. We'll have to train you up some. We'll probably need to get you a wand as well, he said, looking at Harry. No need, Harry said, taking a stick out of a pocket. It looked roughly like his old wand. Where did you get that? Remus asked. He knew of Harry's wandless capabilities. Made it this morning while I waited. Harry shrugged. You can make wands? Sirius asked. No, but I can transfigure sticks into looking like wands just fine, Harry said with a smirk as he used his magic to levitate his wand in the air. Sirius' eyes narrowed and he got an evil smirk. Oh, the things I'd have done if I had that kind of talent. Harry smirked. Until the hormones hit again, I doubt I'll be flipping any skirts, Sirius, he said. But you'll still be able to trip people up and sabotage potions and distract and prank and so many things, Sirius said. Then he straightened. It's only proper for the son of a marauder, and considering you don't need to spend so much time studying, you'll have all that free time to spend practicing your skills. Pranking gave me most of the skills I needed for the infiltration course at Auror Academy. And those are some of the skills I think I'll need to learn, Harry said with a smile. Then there was a knock at the front door and all of them looked up. Expecting guests already? Harry asked, thinking he already knew who it might be. We might want to think about relocating to a place where Albus Percival Wulfric freaking Dumbledore doesn't know the bloody secret to your Fidelius, he said with a frown. I don't think that's his full name, Remus said with a smile as he got up to follow a suddenly very quiet Sirius. I'm almost certain there's a Brian in there somewhere, he noted. They followed Sirius, but Remus stopped Harry before he could turn the last corner. Harry allowed it. Sirius opened the front door a crack and looked out at the old man they had suspected. He didn't say anything though. He just looked at the man that had basically planned to leave him in prison so that his godson could die. The hand that had opened the door was also the one that currently pointed a wand straight at Dumbledore's head. Through the door. Sirius, Dumbledore said with a smile. Sirius didn't answer and looked at the man's crooked nose, avoiding eye contact. So he didn't see any twinkle. Albus waited for a couple of seconds, but Sirius avoided his gaze and his face remained passive. Welcome back. Albus tried again. I was so surprised to hear that Peter was the secret keeper. James must have memory charmed me to believe I had made you the secret keeper. Sirius didn't even blink. He just continued to look at the man's nose. You must believe me, Sirius, Albus insisted. I would have helped you had I known. Bullshit. Harry coughed in a reasonable magical emulation of Remus' voice. Sirius didn't know it had been Harry, but smirked and opened the door only slightly more, to allow Albus to see Remus standing there. Remus, my friend, Albus tried. Certainly, you must know that I would never allow Sirius to suffer needlessly. Prove it, Remus said, also avoiding the man's gaze. Make the vow. He dared. Unbreakable vows are not to be used lightly. Dumbledore objected. Then he tried a different tactic. Where is young Harry? The goblins still need to tell me. Sirius broke his silence for the first time with a lie. Harry claimed sanctuary from them, apparently. Something to do with someone stealing from his vault and paying his relatives to keep him in a cupboard and feed him twice a week. Dumbledore paled at that. Sirius didn't know if it was because he hadn't known or if the goblins thinking he was stealing from one of their customers was the problem, but really couldn't care. I merely arranged for some payments to be made, to pay for the boy's needs. Sirius didn't answer this time. Remus, however, didn't have that compulsion. When was the last time you went to Gringotts? He asked with a bit of a vindictive smile. Dumbledore had not been able to enter either of the men's minds. They simply refused to look him in the eyes. A simple spell had already informed him that 3 humans were in the kitchen area when he approached, and since he'd only seen the 2, he suspected Harry was hiding from him and they were avoiding eye contact. Out of guilt. You must not lie to me, Remus. I must ensure Harry's safety. His relatives offer him security you do not know about. You mean the blood wards you placed at their house? Remus asked. I already removed them. They were basically doing nothing for him anyway, since the family never loved him, and he never thought of the place as his home. You fool! Dumbledore exclaimed in real anger, before closing his eyes and reining in his temper. You should not have done that. His mother's death gave him protections that you destroyed when you lifted those wards. If they were as powerful as you think, why was I able to remove them? Remus asked. That shut Dumbledore up. He really didn't understand that either. I'll tell you why. Remus continued. The protection Lily gave Harry was rooted in love. There was no love for him in that house. The wards would have failed to stop a mouse, let alone a rat, like Pettigrew. Yes, I'd heard about him being an animagus, Albus said. You boys really should have told someone about these abilities you have. He tried, changing tactic again and acting like the stern teacher he had once been. Either way, I suppose keeping Harry in a protected location is for the best. But you must allow me to see the boy. I insist, in fact. You can insist all you like, but by law, I have the right to decline your request, and not even the Supreme Mugwump or the Chief Warlock has the right to interfere. Sirius said. You are officially also removed from the protection of the wards of the House of Black. As my heir and ward, Harry Potter is now the recipient of the full protection of the House of Black. So mote it be, he said as he lifted his wand, and it flashed as the wards of the house changed at its master's will. Dumbledore had wanted to stop him as he spoke, but realized the wards would have protected him if he had tried to attack the idiot before him. You don't want to make an enemy of me, Dumbledore warned. I'm going to protect Harry, even if I have to take the whole house down to do it. He warned. Then you will allow Uncle Sirius to protect me, like Mum and Dad wanted. Harry said, poking his head around the corner to be seen. He had to act like a child, so he affected a scared look. He looked at Remus. Is he one of the bad man's followers? Is he a Death Eater? Harry asked.
No, Harry.
Remus said, placing a hand on his shoulder, knowing what he was doing. He's just old. He doesn't understand that Sirius loves you and wants to protect you. He knelt down in front of the boy and said, Why don't you go to your room? We'll be done talking to the headmaster in a short bit. Okay? Which closet is my room? Harry asked with a downcast look. You won't need to sleep in a closet again. Remus said, That room upstairs that we showed you? That is your room now. The one with the bed and windows? Harry asked, looking up at Remus in wonder. The whole thing. Remus nodded and ruffled his hair with a tolerant smile. Harry smiled and ran to the stairs to go to his room. At least that's what it looked like to Dumbledore. The poor boy must have had it rough. He suspected he knew why Sirius was so protective now. Perhaps he was being a bit hasty.
I'm sorry, Sirius.
I didn't know. He apologized. I thought he'd be safe and protected. I believe you, Sirius allowed. But that doesn't mean I'm letting anyone near Harry. Not even you. James and Lily entrusted him to me. Dumbledore nodded then. Maybe in time, I can prove to you that I only want to protect the boy too? He offered. Then I suggest you return a certain family heirloom to him. Sirius said. If he could hide, should someone somehow break through the Fidelius, that's just an added protection he can rely on. I doubt that could happen, Sirius. Dumbledore said. The Fidelius is quite safe. Tell that to James and Lily. Sirius said. If they had the cloak, though, they might be alive today. Why did you have it to begin with? He asked. How do you even know I have it? Albus asked. Sirius just lifted an eyebrow. Of course. James told you everything, didn't he? He realized aloud. You are correct, of course. He finally said. Any added protections Harry could have will be provided. I'll deliver the cloak to you soon. Sirius just nodded and made to close the door. Could we not sit down and discuss what you plan to do now? Dumbledore tried. We can't send him to a counselor, so I'll be speaking to Harry about what he has been through and try to comfort him and try to break him from his conditioning. Remus said. He woke up this morning and apologized for not having my breakfast ready yet and then started begging me not to beat him again. Merlin. Dumbledore swore. Surely they couldn't do that to a child. They did that and worse. Sirius said, allowing some emotion to cross his features. Considering who left him with them, I'm sure you can understand why I am not enthused with your presence at this time. He growled. I promise you, Sirius, had I known, I would have made other arrangements for the boy. Dumbledore swore. He really hadn't known. Arabella had told him that the boy worked in the garden and that he sometimes had suspicious bruises, but he had thought that he was being bullied by the other boy. Some form of sibling rivalry, perhaps. At the time he had thought it would build his character. You took responsibility for his safety, and you failed him. Sirius said darkly. Until you prove you really care about his future, I give you my own promise that you will not set foot in the same room as him. Maybe you can start by asking Madame Pomfrey to come look at him? Remus asked. He's malnourished and has some bones that will require resetting after they weren't treated when he had breaks. They didn't even take him to a Muggle doctor? Dumbledore asked in horror. What had he done to the poor boy? He got an angry look in his eyes. Not that they noticed. I'll send her immediately. Once again, I am so sorry for letting him down. I can see I have a lot to make up for. He turned on the spot and operated away. That was well played. Harry said from the second-floor landing. I wasn't playing. Remus said. I can see they haven't been taking care of you. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. A couple of potions will still do you some good. Sirius agreed with Remus. I know you're not a child anymore, but your body still needs to be taken care of. Harry shrugged and then turned around. I'm going to go do some reading in the library. He called down. I saw a book on wandless magic and want to learn a bit more. Sirius looked up in horror. Is he a bookworm? He asked apprehensively. Remus chuckled. He's been through a war, Sirius. He's just taking steps to prepare. At least he's also a prankster. Sirius conceded. The more he knows, the more legendary his time in Hogwarts will be. He looked up the stairs again. We could still teach him a couple of tricks. Maybe he can make a new Marauder's map. Or find the old one. Remus said. As I understand it, he already knows who will have it when he goes to school. Sirius smiled, the smile of a predator. Oh, the things he'll do. The Dark Lord won't see him coming, he said. Remus allowed it. He preferred to think of Harry as the serious young man who met him that first day. Sure, he'd made a few jokes and mentioned things to shock him and to see his reaction, but he'd gotten to business quickly and he could see Harry was trying to keep on mission. And we'll have to help him as much as we can, he said. Madame Pomfrey showed up an hour later, accompanied by Dumbledore, of course, but he respected Sirius' request and stayed outside while the school matron went to speak to Harry. He was worried when she didn't come back out for 2 hours. Finally, he knocked on the door again and waited for someone to answer. Sirius went to open the door and opened it a bit more widely this time. Yes? He asked. What is taking Poppy so long? Dumbledore asked. She's insisting that she has to monitor him as the potions do their work. Sirius informed him. We had to knock him out to break and reset the bones on his right arm and some in his left foot. The ribs apparently healed properly on their own, but the head fracture never fully healed, as apparently his uncle preferred to hit him in the head on the same spot every time and it never got the chance. Merlin. Dumbledore swore again. The monsters. He murmured. He really should have listened to McGonagall. He couldn't apologize again, though, so he promised to himself that he'd see justice done. They will pay for this, Sirius. I swear it. Sirius was glad for his occlumency training when he reported, truthfully, about some of the things Harry had been through. Had he not had control, he may have simply cursed the old jerk. Harry assured him that Dumbledore meant well, but he was not likely to trust the old goat ever again, after he heard the list of injuries. Not to mention everything done to himself and his best friends. The old jerk must have taken the invisibility cloak to ensure they didn't have a way to hide from Voldemort. The cloak? He asked. Of course. Dumbledore remembered, removing the requested item from inside his robe. I intended to give it to him when he was older, he said. When he was old enough to properly care for it. I'm sure Harry will not abuse it, once he knows it used to be a family heirloom, Sirius said. Then he closed the door. The first thing he did was look for tracking magic. Sure enough, it was littered with spells of every kind. It would be so simple to find the cloak, if you knew what spells to look for. Sirius rolled his eyes and went to the living room, where Remus, Poppy and Harry were sitting having tea. And the idiot vanished the bones in your arm instead of healing you? Poppy asked incredulously. Harry had decided to tell her the truth, after she swore to keep his secrets under healer/patient confidentiality. Yeah, the only skill he really had was memory charms. Harry confirmed. He went around and stole people's heroic stories by getting them drunk and then obliviating the person who did the actual work. Lockhart was a fraud and a coward. Maybe we can stop him this time before he starts messing with people's memories? If what you told me is true, Poppy said, maybe we should allow events to unfold until you can get your hands on the diary. We'll have to see when the time comes. Harry said, non-committally. I don't know that I can act like the idiot I was back then. Innocence and idiocy are two different things, young man. Poppy scowled. I would still prefer you have a childhood this time around. Fair enough. But could you see your way to giving me a bit of training anyway? Harry asked. I'll just learn from books if you don't, and I still think you're the best healer I ever knew. I'm the only healer you ever knew. Poppy scoffed, but smiled indulgently. I'll see what I can arrange. Perhaps I formed a bond with the poor Potter boy while I was caring for him and decided to visit him? She asked. I don't see why not. Harry allowed. I'd still like to meet McGonagall and get her on our side. Our side? Remus asked. It's us versus Dumbledore versus Voldemort. Sirius agreed. He might join your side, if you told him the truth? Poppy offered. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. I don't know, Poppy. Remus said. He's not shown a lot of things to trust. Maybe later. Harry said. After I've had my fun. He finished in his head as he chuckled. I prefer we let the goblins just deal with him. Sirius growled. He'd not forgive the man anytime soon for the way he was treated and left to rot. Dumbledore's story about James' memory charming him was laughable. James was too loyal to him to even attempt it. Who'd be stupid enough to come after Dumbledore, looking for information? Anyway, I'm bound to secrecy, so your secrets are safe with me, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. Poppy said, then. In the meanwhile, I'll have to come visit a few more times. You need more potions and I'll need to monitor your health for a bit. I'd much rather prefer that you come to the school, where I can keep an eye on you. But since you're not a student, I'll need to trust that your guardians will make sure you rest while you are healing. I can always read and practice my magic in bed. Harry said, I just don't want to be the small kid in class again. About your magic, Poppy said. I'll need to check into what I found, but I'm almost certain that you have too much power for your physical age. I've been practicing my magic for a year now. Harry allowed and had his adult illusion to form. When Harry goes out, he has to make me appear and maintain me with his power. I'm almost certain that has been building his reserves. The illusion said. Who are you? Poppy asked, shocked at the appearance. I'm an illusion Harry thought up. The illusion said as he stepped forward and took Poppy's hand, to shake, with Harry using his power to make physical contact. It is nice to meet you, it said with a smirk. Poppy almost screamed and pulled her hand from the illusion's grip. You're no illusion. Illusions can't touch things. Harry started laughing at her reaction. Then he got up and stepped into the illusion, disappearing from sight. It really is my power, Poppy, Harry said with his own voice from inside the illusion. I've learned to infuse my illusion with another power I trained, which works like telekinesis. Then he stepped out of the illusion and smirked at her. See? He asked. Are you sure it's not something else? Poppy asked Remus, when she noticed both him and Sirius smirking. It's just as Harry describes it. Remus said. It's a useful trick he picked up. I'm planning on learning it myself. Sirius said. Whatever telekinesis is, it's strong. How strong? Poppy wondered. strong enough to punch out a magically reinforced wall. Harry said with a shrug. Looking at a wall.
No.
Sirius said urgently. You're not punching any more holes in our home. One of these days you're going to hit something load-bearing and bring the whole darn building down on us. Remus agreed. Harry had shown them where he was storing the picture of Sirius' mother. It had screamed at them until Harry dropped it, with the bricks still stuck on its back onto the floor, face down. Instead, Harry shrugged and lifted all of them up into the air with a bit of effort and some power, which he grounded on the stone floor. Is this better then? Harry asked. You can make people fly? Poppy asked in shock. No, this is more like a push effect. The focal point of the magic is actually the floor. We just happen to be part of the result of the effort. Harry said easily. Though now that you mention it, maybe I can practice making it look like that. I can just imagine people's faces when they think I'm some kind of superhero. He chuckled. Superhero? Sirius asked. You're really a pureblood, aren't you? Harry asked. Haven't you ever watched TV or read a comic book? It had been simple for Harry to have access to those things after he mastered the Notice Me Not spell. I doubt he spent much time outside of the magical world. Remus chuckled. We should take him to a bar. Let him feel a bit of the freedom he just gained. The illusion spoke up. Can you at least stop making him talk? Poppy begged, looking at the illusion again. Then she turned on Harry. And you are not old enough to drink, she admonished. Oh, relax, Harry said. I don't plan on drinking myself. I know, alcohol would be bad for my body at this point. Then he looked at her sternly. That doesn't mean I can't go to a bar to enjoy the atmosphere. I am still 18, you know. I reached my magical majority before coming back. So I fully intend on enjoying some of the freedoms I have earned. Just be careful, okay? Poppy pleaded. I don't intend on doing that this very instant. Harry allowed. I don't have the hormones to make me want to chase skirts yet, for example. You can still flip a couple for your dear godfather, though, right? Sirius joked. Nah, you can do it yourself once you've learned the skill. Harry laughed. You're so indecent. Poppy reprimanded Sirius. Can't you at least try and set a better example? Even if he's 18, he can still learn from you to be a better man. Harry and Sirius just laughed at her. I was always going to be the fun uncle, Sirius said. Remus can set an example if he wants. How did you change the subject on me so quickly? Poppy demanded as Harry finally allowed them back onto the chairs. I was saying that you have too much power for your age. It's not something I've seen before. Not even children that start showing accidental magic or limited abilities that use magic ever have such a strong power. You're more powerful than most adults from what I can tell. Maybe my power was sent back with my memories? Harry theorized. It would explain how quickly he had picked up wandless magic. Maybe, Poppy allowed. A short while later, and with strict instructions for Harry to rest and take his potions on a schedule, Poppy left. She remembered to keep Harry's information a secret. When they discovered Dumbledore still standing outside the house, waiting for her. How is Harry? The man asked with worry written on his face. I'm sorry, Headmaster, but Harry asked for my healers. Confidentiality. Poppy apologized. I can tell you he will need a few more sessions with me, and then he should be fine. Physically, at least. What about his mind? Albus tried. Remus refused a mind healer for Harry. He said he'd rather help the boy himself. Poppy said, Now, give me the secret for the house, so that I can come here on my own. She demanded. I will bring you here if you need it in the future, Poppy. Dumbledore said. It was not a request, Albus. Poppy said in a no-nonsense tone of voice. I'm already sworn to keep my patient's confidentiality, so you really have no need to keep the information from me. Poppy Albus started. If you refuse to do as I ask, I shall have to inform the Medical Association or Europe that you are refusing me access to my patient. Poppy said firmly, I have a right to enter any secured location by the laws of Europe, if it is to treat a patient. Don't tell me that you'll bring me here, when I really shouldn't need your permission, let alone your assistance, to reach him. Albus was about to object to her insistence, but then realized that she must blame him for the state of the Potter boy. How many more people will lose faith in him before he can fix his mistake? You are right, of course. He accepted, before telling her the address and allowing her to exit the property line without losing sight of the property. Before disapparating to Hogsmeade, she turned to him. I'm not happy with what I found here today, Albus, but I know you are a good man. I just hope you do right by James and Lily's son from now on, she said and vanished. I intend to, Poppy. Albus promised the empty space where she had been. I intend to. Chapter 2, and see disclaimer on Chapter 1 and 2. I have been made aware that there would be no Fidelius on Grimmauld Place at the point in time where they went there, since Sirius's mother would have only recently died. I apologize for both that and the idea that Nagini was the snake Harry released. Apparently that was a hoax I fell for. For the purposes of this story, Sirius's mother died before he went to prison and it was used as a safe house during the war. Chapter 2. The Hogwarts Express was filled with children on their way for the first day of school of the new semester. In the very last compartment sat a dark-haired boy with green eyes. He was watching as the families hugged their children, or waved at the ones already on the train. It was getting kind of late, and Harry was wondering if the Weasleys were going to be late again, as he remembered. Sure enough, it was only 2 minutes before departure that the stampede of redheads descended on the platform. Harry smiled at seeing them. The twins were grinning at something they had done, and Ron looked scared. Percy looked officious and Ginny looked envious. They were still the same Weasleys. Harry waited as the Weasleys dispersed and smirked when Ron got an extra hug from his mother. To him it seemed the boy needed the support. Harry remembered him being worried about what house he would end up in. He was probably also worried after the twins had convinced him there would be a test, involving grappling with a troll to prove he was brave. Ron was quite gullible at that age, he recalled. He had spotted Hermione saying her farewells earlier as well. He looked forward to befriending her again. She was probably already smarter than him even at this age. He knew he wasn't stupid, but she was quick and had a memory he still envied. Just before the train started moving, there was a knock on the door. Mind if I sit here? Ron asked. Everywhere else is full. Really? Harry asked. One would think that there's at least one spot in another compartment. He sighed theatrically. Fine then, if you must, he said with a smirk. Just don't chase away any chicks, okay? I intend to make friends with all the birds. Okay. Ron said dumbstruck. Have at it, he said dubiously. As he pulled his heavy trunk into the compartment, Harry got up and helped him lift his trunk onto the overhead compartment with one hand. There you go, mate, Harry said easily. How are you that strong? Ron asked. I've been training so that I could wrestle the troll, Harry said. Can't expect to get into a good house if I haven't earned it, you know? What? Ron asked with big eyes. But, Harry chuckled. Just kidding, mate. I used a bit of magic to help. There is no wrestling a troll. Ron sighed and breathed out in relief. Blimey, you almost had me there. He smiled. Almost? Harry scoffed. I had you sweating bullets, he exclaimed. Ron sat down but never really admitted that Harry was right. Ron Weasley. He introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Ron. I'm Harry Black. Harry said. Nice to meet you, Ron said, following Harry's example. Then he looked out the window and saw his mother and sister waving at him. He ducked his head, but Harry waved enthusiastically back at them. Are they your family? Harry asked. Yeah, Ron said. Why aren't you waving at them? Harry asked. It's embarrassing, Ron said. I'm waving at them and I'm not embarrassed, Harry said. They seem to be frowning at me, though, because you look daft waving at people you don't know. Ron said. If my family was still alive, I'd love to wave at them. Harry said instantly. Imagine your house burns down and they all died in their sleep. You'd be sorry you were ignoring them then, wouldn't you? He asked. Ron looked up with shock written on his face. Then he looked at his mum, who was smiling at him. He lifted his arm and half-heartedly waved back. His sister was looking down the train, which was now moving down the track, probably looking for her other brothers. She suddenly smiled and waved down the train. Harry could just imagine the twins, both sticking their full torsos out the window to wave at them with goofy grins on their faces. It wasn't long before they were going at full speed and Harry had taken out a whiteboard marker and started writing on the window. "What are you doing?" Ron asked with his head cocked to the side. "I'm calculating our current speed," Harry said. "I always wondered how fast the train actually went, so I checked the length of the tracks and have a way of calculating the speed by how often we hear the train move from track to track." "Why though?" Ron asked. This boy seemed slightly weird, probably aiming for Ravenclaw. "Because I'm curious," Harry said. He was actually doing it for when. "Have either of you seen a toad?" A voice asked from the door. "What are you doing?" Hermione asked, spotting the lines of calculation. "We're moving at 112 kilometers per hour," Harry said, turning around in victory after underlining the answer. "Hi," he said. "Is that permanent?" Hermione asked, looking at the black numbers on the window. "Hardly," Harry said, pulling a finger through the calculation. "Just whiteboard marker. It's not on the list for school, is it?" Hermione asked in horror. Did she somehow miss the instruction? Was it on the back of the page that she had brought? Her mind went into panic mode as she looked at the marker in his hand, already forming the letter she'd write home to ask her parents to send her the missing items.
No,
Harry said. "These magicals are not smart enough to understand whiteboards. It's all chalk and dust with them. Seriously, even in potions class. One would think they'd be worried about the chalk affecting the potions." "Really?" Hermione asked. Then she shook herself, hearing Neville walking closer. "About that toad?" she asked again.
no idea.
Harry said. "Have you tried summoning it?" he asked. "That's not covered in this year's curriculum." Hermione said. She had a list of spells she intended to learn beforehand, and that was on it. She had convinced her parents to purchase another 2 years of spell books for her when she saw them on the shelves, right next to each other at the bookstore. "We're on a train filled with older students," Harry said. "Ask one of them to try," he suggested. "Don't you need to know what the item you're summoning looks like?" Hermione asked. "All toads look the same." Harry shrugged. He pulled out his wand and incanted the spell, but nothing happened. It must be too far away. Harry shrugged. "Try the front of the train." Scene softened for platform guidelines. "'Kay, I tell you what," Harry said. "You two take a break and I'll go look for a bit." He walked to the door and indicated for them to sit. "Keep my seat warm?" he asked Neville, who sat down gratefully. "Sure thing," he said. Then he seemed to remember his manners and got back up, holding his hand out. "Neville Longbottom." "Harry Black," Harry said, taking the hand. "Longbottom, you say?" he asked. Neville winced. "Yes," he said with a sad look. He knew what people thought of him. "Our parents were friends. Sorry to hear what happened to them," Harry said honestly. "It's a darn shame." "Language," Hermione insisted. Harry just smiled. He'd be pushing her envelope as often as he could with her. He planned on hearing her swear before the year was out. "Screw that," he said. "I'm finally away from my Minders. If I can get away with it, I'm cussing up a storm." Ron smirked, and Neville smiled at hearing that, but refused to respond. "You'll lose your house points, though," Hermione said. "They'll have to catch me first." Harry smirked. Then he left down the train. He got to the middle of the car and performed a summoning charm again. He heard a soft bang against a door a couple of cars down, so he went to investigate. Against a window of one of the cars sat Trevor, still being pulled to him by the spell. Poor thing looked like he was about to be squashed. Harry dropped the magic and opened the door. "Hey, who said you could come in?" the blonde boy asked. "Are you Draco Malfoy?" Harry asked. "Yes," Draco said with a smile. "And who are you?" "I'm Harry Black," Harry said. "Adopted heir to the Black family." It took Draco a moment to connect the dots. "Are you Harry Potter?" he asked. His mother was a Black. He knew Sirius was released and that he was meant to be Harry's godfather. "Shoo," Harry insisted, coming in and closing the door behind himself. "Don't let people find out. How am I ever going to get away with anything if everyone keeps looking at me?" "You're planning on causing trouble?" Draco asked. "Only when I can get other people in trouble for it," Harry said with a smirk. Draco looked at his forehead. Why don't you have the scar? He asked. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. Are you daft? Draco asked with a look of incredulity. Oh right. Harry said in fake recollection. You're one of those backwards purebloods, right? I am a pureblood. There's nothing backwards about it. Draco said angrily. Harry held up his hands in mock surrender. Sorry, I didn't mean to insult you. I just meant about the whole magic beats science thing. Muggles do amazing things without magic. They've got trains that move many times faster than the relic we're currently in, and they can do things that we haven't even tried with magic. Like what? Draco scoffed, looking to his two friends for support, who chuckled as if Harry was really an idiot. Lasers, supersonic flight, intercontinental ballistic missiles, satellites, computers. Harry listed off. Let's not forget they're really fun weapons. Have you ever heard of a sniper rifle? A what? Draco asked. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. Muggles can't do that. Draco scoffed. See what I mean? Harry said. You don't even know. And you don't have any interest in finding out either, do you? You're lying. Draco accused. Hey, I've got nothing to prove. Harry shrugged, picking up the toad that was trying to get away again. If you ever want to find out what Muggles are really capable of, speak to Professor Burbage and ask her why you can't go visit Chernobyl anymore. Or about the moon landing. That should be an eye-opener. Then he turned to the door. Just before he left, he looked back. Remember, I'm Harry Black. If you spoil my fun, you'll be the first person they blame when I start having fun. Draco's eyes narrowed. He didn't like the sound of that. It sounded like a threat. Nobody threatened a Malfoy. Harry returned to the last car, but not before spotting the twins and activating a dung bomb that he saw lying on one of the seats, as they looked at an impressively large spider their friend had brought. It looked like a normal tarantula, but Harry suspected they had enlarged it magically. He didn't stay to watch the fun though and continued on his way. Once he was back, he handed the toad to Neville. Found the little guy just in time. He was about to jump out a window. Harry said, Whatever did you do to make him suicidal? Really? Neville asked. He's never done that before. Do you have a terrarium for him? Harry asked. What's that? Neville asked. A glass or see-through container with soil and living plants. Hermione said instantly. It's actually a good idea. Trevor probably wants to feel at home and is trying to find a place to be more comfortable. She then turned to Harry. Thanks for helping us find him, she said. My name is Hermione Granger. Harry took her hand and bowed, hugging the air above her knuckles. Harry Black, he said. It's always a pleasure to meet an intelligent and pretty young lady, such as yourself. He finished with a smile. Hermione was flabbergasted. She didn't believe him, though, thinking he was making fun of her. She huffed and stomped out of the compartment. Was it something I said? Harry asked. She's mental, that one. Ron said instantly. Did you do something? Harry asked dangerously. I told you I don't want you here if you're going to be chasing away the birds. I didn't do anything. Ron said honestly. Harry narrowed his eyes at him and then turned to Neville. Mind keeping my seat warm for a bit longer? He asked. Sure, Neville said. He also didn't see anything either Ron or Harry had done wrong. But she seemed really upset. Maybe you should leave her alone? He suggested. And let her make up her mind that we're all idiots? I don't think so, Harry said, getting up and going after her. He found her a couple of compartments down. She was sitting with a couple of other girls, which he recognized. They were all from his year, but they were a mix of girls that would be spread throughout the different houses after today. Susan Bones was there, along with the Patil twins. He knocked before opening the door. Excuse me, ladies, mind if I intrude? Harry asked. What are you doing here? Hermione asked. She still looked upset. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. Hermione looked at him angrily, thinking he was mocking her again. But then she saw he was looking at her with real concern. It was new to her. No, she finally said. He didn't say anything. She wasn't going to be the cause of a rift between friends. Care to tell me what I said that offended you then? Harry asked. I couldn't bear the shame if I made a girl upset. Why do you talk like that? One of the Patil twins asked. I try to make a good impression when I am around girls. Harry said honestly. I was taught that if a man can entertain a lady, then his life would be infinitely more enjoyable. He said as he bowed to them. Harry Black at your service. He smiled roguishly at them. Who told you that? The other twin asked, thinking that whoever it was must be a gentleman or a scoundrel. My adoptive father. Harry said. You were adopted? Hermione asked, with a flush of shame as she realized Harry was just trying to be nice. He didn't seem the type to be vindictive. To girls at least. He seemed more inclined to be a charmer, like in the books she had snuck from her mother's collection to read. They became a bit much for her, so she never ended up finishing them, but she seemed to be drawing a couple of comparisons with Harry from the male love interests in the books. My parents died in the war, Harry said. So did mine. Susan Bones spoke up. My aunt adopted me. And you are? Harry asked. I'm sorry for not introducing myself properly, but I was trying to mend fences and I seem to have forgotten my manners in doing so. Susan Bones. She introduced herself getting up. Harry greeted her by taking her hand gently and hugging the air above the knuckles. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Bones. May I call you Susan? He asked. Susan giggled, but lifted her chin and said, regally, you may, Lord Black. Harry smiled. He was going to like spending time with the ladies. They seemed to understand how to play the game. Harry then turned to the twins. One of them stood up and offered him her hand.
I'm Parvati Patil.
Harry performed the same greeting twice more, once for each of the twins. Then he turned to Hermione. I apologize again for whatever I said to cause offense. I will depart, to leave you lovely ladies with the opportunity to become acquainted. The girls all giggled, including Hermione, who seemed to have calmed down, and he smiled as he left the compartment. Nice work in there, Lord Black. One of the Weasley twins said, truly inspired. The other said, you'll have them eating out of the palm of your hands by the end of the feast if you keep that kind of attention up. Ah, the infamous Weasley twins. Harry said with a smirk. I have been warned that you two have some meager skill in the art of pranking. Meager, he says. The first one said, slightly offended. He doesn't know what he's saying. Fred. The other said, clearly identifying him as Fred. Harry sent a tracking charm to his left elbow unobtrusively. He'd now be able to identify them. Oh, I don't know, Harry said with a thoughtful look. Padfoot told me that you were still using the Marauders map in its original setting. You haven't even discovered the other features yet. The twins went instantly quiet. Harry continued, he and Mooney have taught me everything they know, of course, so you'll understand if I can't see you as true pranksters until you've met with their standards. He then turned around and walked back towards the last compartment. Wait, one of them suddenly yelled and started running after him, only to trip on literally nothing. His twin then tripped on him and they somehow got entangled in each other's clothing, unable to right themselves before Harry smirked back at them and entered the last car, closing the door. Suddenly the twins found they could move and they scrambled to the last car. Harry was already sitting down. He had taken his trunk down and had retrieved a lunchbox from it. The twins tried to open the door, but it seemed to be stuck. He heard them as they tried to open the door, but he ignored them. He told the others to ignore them too, and Ron was smiling as he looked at them anyway. Neville was more interested in what Harry was eating. What is that, Harry? Neville asked. Harry had opened the box and was happily surprised to find Remus had made him his favorite. Sushi. They had tried it once while exploring the Muggle world, and had found that it was quite enjoyable. Remus had seen how much Harry enjoyed it and had signed up for a class on making sushi. His supernaturally strong senses and reflexes allowed him to find the best cuts of fish, and he quickly mastered the art. He was making good money on the side with those skills these days. He could just walk into any of the sushi restaurants in the area and people paid him excessively for his skills. To them, it seemed like magic, how he could simply throw ingredients around and make perfect sushi every time. How could they know that Remus had been training to perform Harry's telekinetic magic for years at that point? He was nowhere near as strong as Harry, but his focus helped him handle quite a few objects at once. Harry even struggled to keep up with the werewolf. Remus had never admitted it, but the sushi skills had actually helped him enhance the ability and extended his focus. Harry snapped the chopsticks apart and poured some soy sauce into a small bowl. Sushi, he said as he dipped and then put a salmon rose in his mouth. He shivered in delight and turned to Neville. Made with raw fish, but it's completely edible and delicious. He exclaimed the last word. Raw fish? Neville asked, still ignoring the twins, who were now trying to unlock the compartment. Little did they know that Harry was keeping the door closed with his power. Trust me, you have to try it, Harry said. He produced a fork and speared another salmon rose, dipped it in the soy sauce and passed the fork to Neville, who took it and shrugged, before sticking it in his mouth. Neville chewed on the sushi for a short while, before his eyes opened wide and he looked at Harry's platter longingly. When he swallowed, his mouth was instantly watering again. That stuff is brilliant, he said. I know, right? Harry asked. Can I try some? Ron asked. Sure thing, Ron, Harry said. He was actually loath to let him try it. If he liked it, Harry's lunch might not survive it. He speared a piece, dipped it, and then added a bit of wasabi. The green stuff is wasabi, Harry explained. It's like a very strong kind of pepper, so you use a very small amount, otherwise it becomes inedible. Ron nodded and put the piece of sushi in his mouth. To Harry's horror, Ron's eyes indicated that he loved it as well. Care to trade? He asked hopefully, producing the sandwiches his mother had sent along. Sorry, mate, Harry said. I love my sushi too much. Chances are I won't have it again for the rest of the year. Unless you show us how to make sushi? Neville tried. He had to have more of that food. My uncle made this, Harry said, before popping another piece in his mouth, adding some ginger on top. He's considered a sushi prodigy. I could teach you some basic stuff, but you couldn't hope to reach this level unless you trained really hard or were very lucky and got really good ingredients. But food is food, right? Ron said. You are not having any more sushi, Harry decided. That was an insult to the art. You don't deserve it. But Ron started. If I added too much of one spice, or didn't prepare the rice the right way, or used the wrong kind of rice entirely, it wouldn't even come out as sushi. Harry said. There's real skill involved. You are too uncultured to appreciate the sophistication that is involved with what makes sushi, sushi. Wrong kind of rice? Ron asked, looking over at his brothers, who had produced a crowbar from somewhere and were currently trying to open the door that way. Isn't all rice the same? He asked. Even I know that there are more kinds of rice, Neville said. I don't know all the kinds, but I know of basmati, long grain, and brown rice. They are usually served with different dishes, too. Excellent answer, Neville, Harry said after he took a sip of the cola he had brought with. Perhaps there is hope for you yet. He finished, offering the can to Neville, who gratefully took it and took a sip. What is this? Neville asked, looking at the can. It's fizzy. It's a muggle drink, Harry said. It's carbonated, which gives it the fizz. This one is called a cola. It's really good, Neville said, giving the can back. Harry offered it to Ron, who greedily started drinking the cool drink down. Then he started coughing. It burns, he complained. That's because you were downing it, you pillock, Harry said, taking the can back. Were you planning on drinking the whole thing yourself? Ron had the decency to show shame. Sorry, he said. Don't do that again, Harry warned. I said I was sorry, Ron mumbled. Then he turned to his brothers. How are they not getting in? Seriously? Harry let go of the hold he had as he finished his lunch and packed everything away again. The twins, who were sweating as they put their backs into the leverage of the action, suddenly fell on the floor as the door shot open. You could have tried to knock, you know? Harry offered after he stowed the trunk with one hand again. The twins got up and then looked at him with fire in their eyes. We challenge you to a prank war, they said together. Pass, Harry said, and the door closed again. The twins looked in shock and tried to open the door again. When it refused to move, they both started knocking, non-stop, smirking all the while. When the door opened again, George asked, why? Afraid you'd lose? Fred finished. Actually, Fred, Harry started, looking at said twin, you need to prove to me that you're worthy first. I honestly don't want to expend that much effort unless I know that it will be worth it. I'm not Fred. Fred denied. Harry just smiled and lifted an eyebrow. What can an ickle first eye do anyway? George asked in challenge. Harry smiled at George. Let's see, shall we? He seemed to think about it before he said, if I wanted to accept a prank war with someone, they'd need to at least be able to tell when they are being pranked. What do you mean? Fred asked. The dung bomb, George exclaimed. You set that off? He asked incredulously. I don't know what you are talking about, Harry said innocently. If I did, however, would I admit it? Fred smirked. You've basically started the prank war already, he exclaimed in victory.
No.
Harry said. I told you, until you show me you are worthy, you don't get my full attention. But, George said, about to bring up that he had already pranked them. I'm not being unreasonable, Harry said. Show me you have a bit of class, and a good clean sense of humor without hurting anyone, and we'll talk. Why? Fred asked. We could just start pranking you anyway. George continued. Indiscriminate chaos is not the sign of a good prankster. Harry denied. The more laughter and enjoyment that is spread from a successful prank is the true measure for a successful prank. He said wisely. The Marauders were active during the last war. Their goal was to bring smiles and laughter in a dark time. If you can't live up to their standards, I'm not interested. They taught me their secrets for the sole purpose of continuing their tradition. The twins looked at each other in contemplation. Then they nodded and turned to Harry. Deal, they said, and walked away. Ron was gobsmacked. How did you do that? Nobody can control the twins. I simply used reason and logic, Harry said. The other two in the compartment looked at him like he had grown a second head. I'm not explaining logic to wizards. It's a lost cause. He shrugged and took out a book. What's that? Ron asked, looking at the book. Trigonometry, Harry said. I'm doing a high school diploma through the mail. I was thinking of going to college. I'm interested in the sciences. Maybe I'll become the world's first wizard astronaut? Astro-dash? Neville tried the word. Astronaut. Harry supplied. Astronauts fly on rockets and go into space to work on space stations and to fix satellites. What are you talking about? Ron asked. What space? Harry rolled his eyes and just continued his reading. By the time they arrived at Hogwarts, Hermione had stopped by again and hadn't left since. She sat with Harry as he explained what he was studying and why. She had been shocked to hear that, unless she was at the top of the class, since she was a Muggle-born, she'd likely never find a job in the wizarding world. She resolved to follow Harry's example and start doing her normal schooling through the mail as well. At least she had a friend that she could study with. When they exited the train, Hagrid was there waiting for them. Harry was slightly ashamed that he hadn't made time to meet the big man this time. They took the boats to the school and Neville didn't fall in this time. He did lose hold of Trevor, though, who jumped in the water and swam ahead of them and jumped out on the other side. Poor guy must have been too dry. Harry had placed a tracking charm on the amphibian when he realized it was likely to try and escape again. When they reached the other side, Harry conjured a squirt bottle and quickly filled it with water. It was a simple conjuration and would only last a short time, but Harry handed it to Neville as he handed him his toad. Use this to keep him damp. It's probably why he kept on trying to escape. If you keep him wet, he'd be happier. I doubt the lake water is good for him since it's really cold. Harry is right. Hermione agreed. Most amphibians like warm, damp places. Some of them don't generate body heat themselves, you see. Hell, you're smart, Harry complimented. Seriously, how do you keep all these facts in that head of yours? Says the boy who's planning on finishing high school maths before he reaches 12. Hermione scoffed. Harry couldn't argue with that. But only because I want to be a pilot or an astronaut. Harry qualified. Hermione just rolled her eyes and went to stand with the rest of the children. Harry turned to Neville then. We'll sort Trevor out with a terrarium at some point. I bet he'd love that. Thanks, Harry, Neville said, as he squirted another spray of water over the suddenly very calm toad. He loves it, he exclaimed. Look how calm he is suddenly. Told you, Harry said smugly as he walked with Neville to where the other kids were. They were soon led into the school and everything that Harry remembered would happen. Did. The first deviation was when the names were called. McGonagall was reading the names and shortly after Hannah Abbott was called. She read, Black Harry. Draco smirked and coughed Potter. Under his breath. It wasn't mist. Harry turned angrily at Draco, who smirked at him, until he saw a smirk appear on Harry's face. For only a split second. He somehow felt that he should have kept his mouth shut. Unfortunately, he'd never learned tact. "That will do, Mr. Malfoy," McGonagall said, as she ignored the whispers. As Harry approached her, she whispered, "I'm sorry, Harry. I tried to keep it quiet. It's my fault, Auntie Min." Harry whispered back, "I told him that Sirius adopted me. I thought I could avoid making him my rival by sharing something with him. I should have known he was too stupid to understand what I was doing." She nodded at him. At least he was trying to keep the peace. Harry sat down and she placed the hat on his head. "Oh, it's you again. You remember me?" Harry asked in his head. "No, but you remember me and I know what you remember. Don't I?" The hat asked back. Contemplated for a bit. "Where do you want to be?" It finally asked. "You're not going to try and convince me this time?" Harry asked, freaking off Potter. The hat spat. "You already know what you want to do. Just spit it out already so that we can get this farce over with." Harry gave the hat the answer and then the hat said in a bored tone, "Gryffindor, boring choice if you ask me." Harry hoped that last part was in his head, but couldn't be sure. Minerva smiled at him, secretly happy he had chosen to be one of hers again. Harry went to take a seat and watched as the rest of the sorting happened. When Draco's turn arrived, Harry smiled and worked his magic, clamping the hat's mouth shut, and when Draco was seated, Harry made an illusion of the hat saying, "Hufflepuff." He didn't want to deal with the boy, so he foisted him off on a house that might see him making some real friends. Perhaps Cedric could sort him out.
Non.
Draco yelled. The hat said he'd put me in Slytherin. "Take your seat, Mr. Malfoy," McGonagall insisted.
Non.
"I demand a resorting," Draco said defiantly, making to grab the ancient hat from her hands. Harry looked over at Crabbe and Goyle and smirked when he saw them angrily scowling at the boy. Maybe they were told they would fit in better in Hufflepuff and they had convinced it to put them in Slytherin. "There's no such thing as a resorting, unless you want to come back and try again next year as a first year?" McGonagall asked with her patented strict face 3. It was the one that said, "You really don't have a choice. Now do as I say or there will be dire consequences." Draco fumed, before he stalked off and sat on the very edge of the Hufflepuff bench, like he was afraid of being infected by them. There were a few frowns at his obvious disdain for them. Harry didn't really care. If he alienated himself, that was his problem. Hufflepuff was known as hard workers, yes, but they were also some of the friendliest people you could find. The feast was a fun memory for Harry and he enjoyed the food, though now that he knew about keeping a balanced diet, he tried to shy away from things that were really not all that good for you, like second helpings of his favorite tart. They were escorted to the common room and Harry quickly ran up the stairs and to the dormitory and moved his bed in front of the window. He had plans for that window. He had rushed up to the room so he could do it before anyone noticed and was successful in his mission, only barely, though. The other boys all entered and started settling themselves, not really caring about the layout of the room. Harry got ready for bed and then closed the curtains around the bed, putting up silencing charms with a thought. He pulled out his mirror and called up Sirius. He was not surprised to notice the man had already started drinking. "That's it. When I come home, we're putting you in a program," Harry said. "You're just jealous." Sirius laughed. "That tiny body of yours can't tolerate alcohol yet." "I'm all for it." Remus spoke up. He took the mirror from Sirius, ignoring his indignant squawk. "How was the sorting?" he asked. "Malfoy decided to burn the olive branch," Harry said. Sirius was suddenly back in the mirror. "What did you do in retaliation?" he asked with real excitement. "He's now a Hufflepuff problem." Harry smirked. Sirius winced. "What? Hufflepuff has a stigma," Remus said as he appeared in the mirror again. "Like they are all gay or something?" Harry asked with a smirk.
Non.
"Though they really don't care about that so much as people fitting into their molds correctly," Remus said. "Brainwashing is what Lily always called it." Sirius spoke up. "I'd feel sorry for the boy, but I suspect it couldn't have happened to a nicer person." He smiled vindicatively. "Watch him at breakfast tomorrow," Remus suggested. "You'll see." You should have just made the hat say gay, like I suggested. Sirius said. Would have been a kinder fate. As I understand it, Lucius hasn't spent much time with Narcissa, outside of public appearances. It's likely that Draco takes after his father, with how much he tries to emulate him, from your stories. Harry thought about it and then shrugged. I suddenly find myself with a whole lot of indifference for the idiot's suffering. What about the rest? Remus asked. Did you make some friends? I was able to work on the people I wanted. The Patil twins, and Bones thinks I'm trying to charm them. Harry chuckled. He knew they turned into beautiful girls, but he couldn't see them that way yet. Twins, you say? Sirius said with a smirk. They're 11, you horn dog. Harry said. But they won't always be 11, Harry. Sirius said seriously. Lay the foundation now, and one day, you may end up having a harem I can brag about with your father when I die happy. Let's hope it from natural causes this time and not cirrhosis of the liver or idiocy. Remus said. What of the liver? Sirius asked. Too much drinking, Sirius. Harry clarified. You can die from habitual drinking, but magic, Sirius argued. You have to check with your healer on occasion for that. Remus stated. But I don't like healers. Sirius whined. They always want me to drink potions, probably to fix your liver. Remus returned. Sirius just grumbled at that. Anyway, I've got to get to bed. Dumbledore gave the warning about the 3rd floor again, so I'll probably take care of that after Christmas, once I know Dumbledore has set his trap. Remember to let slip about the Cerberus and music at some point. Remus reminded him. You don't want to have to save Hagrid again. Yeah. Harry said. I'll sort that out when the opportunity arises. I'd like to spend some time with Hagrid. I feel bad I never took the time with him like I did with McGonagall. You know he can't be trusted to keep a secret, Harry. He'd have run to Dumbledore the moment he was back at the castle. Remus reminded him. Remember your primary mission, Harry. Sirius added. Keeping up the marauder tradition? Harry asked.
No.
Sirius denied. Paving the future for the biggest magical harem that ever existed. He enthused. Harry chuckled. He knew that in a few years that would sound like quite a bit of fun. But for now he'd concentrate on making friends as far as he could. If people knew who he really was, nobody would believe the prophet, when Fudge finally decided Harry was a threat for one reason or another. Harry had little doubt that would still happen. How about I make my stance on that clear and make friends for now? Harry offered. I can live with that. Sirius agreed easily. How's the sanctuary coming along? Harry asked out of interest. Oh, we forgot to tell you. Remus said excitedly. We found the spell. Really? Harry said with real excitement. Yeah. Remus said. Then his brow furrowed. Neither of us can cast it, though. Takes a lot of power. I'll have to do it then? Harry asked. Likely. Remus said. That's still so unfair. Sirius whined again. Why do you get to have twice your power and the rest of us are just normal? Do you want to die at the hand of the Dark Lord after losing everything? Harry asked. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. 3? Harry asked. You don't think we'll be keeping the current one here, once we can have our own Fidelius, do you? Sirius scoffed. We can even get a new place. Are you planning on paying for it? Remus asked. Why? Sirius asked with a smile. Because it's the law? Remus tried. Harry just chuckled and ended the connection after saying goodnight. Sirius was all for stealing a nice house by simply placing it under Fidelius. If they couldn't find it, they couldn't very well claim to own it, now could they? The next day, Harry paid close attention to the Hufflepuff table. Draco wasn't eating at all. He also refused to make eye contact with anyone at his table. Harry wasn't certain, but it almost looked like Draco was afraid. He was hiding it well, by scowling at anyone that looked at him. They'd think he was simply still miffed at being in the wrong house. Harry wondered about what Remus had meant. Brainwashing? Was it like some sort of Stockholm syndrome? Harry didn't wonder about it for long, though, since he remembered Draco willingly becoming a Death Eater. Rather a brainwashed nice guy than a brainwashed Death Eater. It was really just a matter of perspective. If he had been conditioned to believe his father's perspective, he could be conditioned to be something else. Something better. After that, classes started and Harry was instantly bored, so he ended up putting an illusion up of himself doing what the teacher asked and focusing on his other magical studies. Arithmancy and ancient runes. If he couldn't become an astronaut, he'd make his own bloody rocket and do it that way. He knew his chances were small with how magic affected technology anyway. He didn't feel right endangering other people just so he could be the first wizard in space. Potions class was fun for him. Snape tried to single him out again, and he acted like a first year that didn't know anything. The happy smile on his face, as he said he didn't know any of the answers, was not helping Snape's mood. When Hermione blurted out that she knew that Harry knew the answers, I started twitching. Harry couldn't be happier. He had set that up nicely. Hermione would not be happy with that though if she knew. After class she confronted him. "Why did you act like you didn't know?" she demanded. "You could have gotten points for the house. Snape never gives points to Gryffindor," Harry said easily. He was looking for an excuse to deduct points. Hermione looked at him in shock. "But that's not fair," she exclaimed. "You've studied ahead and everything. Severus Snape is a man with no tolerance. He thinks I'm like my father and so he'll never give me a chance. Acting like the fool he hopes I am will hopefully keep me out of his crosshairs," Harry explained. "Honestly, I would have liked to learn from him. I understand he was good friends with my mum. I refuse to believe that he's all bad. Otherwise I'd be doubting her judgment. He could have told me about her. Sirius and Remus were never friends with her when she was younger. But Snape and my mum were best friends since they were little kids."
I'm sorry, Harry.
Hermione said. "Maybe if you tried to talk to him?" She tried to reason with him. "I wish it was possible," Harry said sadly as he walked away. "He probably knows why my aunt hates me so much that she treated me worse than a pureblood treats a house elf." "What's a house elf?" Hermione asked as they walked around a corner. Snape had not liked being played. He had seen the glimmer of intelligence in Potter's eyes, Lily's eyes, even as the brat smiled, while he failed to enter his mind. Black must have taught him occlumency or more likely, hired tutors. That would also explain his arrogance. He was well prepared for the class and held back on purpose, to fly under the radar. He had followed the brats to the door and heard the exchange. He was shocked at the frank assessment of his personality. He even felt a twinge of shame. He really didn't see anything but James in his son. Lily would hate him for not seeing any of her in him. Potter was sharp. Sharper than some of his own Slytherins, he begrudgingly admitted to himself. He obviously had some of Lily's spark in him. He'd have to keep an eye on the boy. He also felt a surge of irrational anger at Petunia for treating Lily's boy as Harry described, even though he could understand why. She was always jealous. Flying class went off differently as well. Harry didn't encourage the broom too much, and without Draco there to antagonize him, since the Hufflepuffs had this class with the Ravenclaws, Harry had an easy class, only needing to help Neville control the broom that first time, when it lifted off when he didn't want it to. After that his confidence increased, as Harry helped him along. Before long they were flying laps and Harry didn't even need to help him by the end. Hermione was pleasantly surprised when the broom had shot into her hand instantly, while Harry's merely lifted sedately, not realizing Harry had helped it. He excelled at everything he did. It seemed she had more skill with the broom as he flew in the back of the class, and she quickly went to the front, finally outshining him and gaining some points for the house. Harry had played the games already. He loved Quidditch too much to cheat, so he allowed the others to outshine him. He didn't need the long training sessions come rain or shine this time around either. Instead, he'd spend the time in study and exercising in the room of requirement. He had a lot he wanted to achieve this time around. He could still fly and play in pickup games. He was a fair chaser and beater when they played for fun when Sirius booked a pitch for them on occasion. He did wonder how he'd fare without glasses though. He had insisted on corrective surgery and Sirius had begrudgingly allowed it, when it seemed there were no similar options in the magical world. Harry had pushed for it because he wanted to leave the image of the scarred, bespectacled little boy in the past. He was informed that the malnourishment had been completely countered, but he still felt he should have been taller than Ron, who looked about the same from his perspective. He had noticed more muscle mass this time around, though, so he wasn't really upset. He planned on staying fit, though, like no wizards seemed to. Fitness was healthy and healthy looked good. When he was ready, he intended to have his pick of any girl or all of them if the mood struck. He wouldn't be making friends with the boys that way, but he never had that many to begin with. He'd also be staying away from Ginny this time. He had heard the story about Molly using love potions on Arthur. Just one too many times. If his plans worked out this time around, Ginny would never need rescuing and he wouldn't become her personal savior again. Maybe they could even be friends this time around. Harry continued on his own studies but had to actually do the work in potions. He had noticed that Snape was paying far too much attention to him. He had been able to stop the malicious sabotaging that happened in the class, and the Slytherin students found their own potions spiked with what they had intended for the Gryffindor students. The sabotage attempts soon stopped. Snape had no idea how, but he suspected the Potter boy was the one that kept on deflecting his students' attempts to teach the Gryffindor students about the art of sabotage. He couldn't fault the boy for returning fire in the same way they were attempting to attack their fellows, and soon found that some of the nitwits had actual skill. Something he hadn't thought possible. The Longbottom boy, while slow, had a real talent for handling the ingredients, but couldn't stand the pressure of a single directed scowl, and inevitably miscalculated and messed up every single potion. Harry, on the other hand, had opted to work alone, ostensibly to protect the other students from being punished by their association with him. Severus wondered how someone with such a strategic mind had ended up in the House of Glorious Idiots. Surely the hat had made a mistake or two in the past. Draco was a good example. Fortunately, Severus thought that it was quite Slytherin to hide in the Hufflepuff house. Nobody would suspect a thing from someone in that house. Almost 2 months later, after a potions class was finished, Snape spoke up. "Potter." A word. Harry ignored the man. He wasn't going to allow people to even think he thought of himself as a Potter. "Harry," Hermione whispered harshly. "The professor is talking to you." "What?" Harry asked. "No, he wasn't. I'm not a Potter. I'm a Black. You know, I meant you," Snape said through narrowed eyes. "With all due respect, Professor Snape," Harry started. "I prefer not to be called by my deceased parents' name. Did you know that Harry Potter supposedly slew dragons and trained under Merlin for many years? I'd rather not be associated with those fairy tales. That guy sounds like some kind of righteous idiot." Snape's eye twitched. He'd heard of the books and rumors. "Indeed," was all he said. When Harry had his book bag on his shoulder, and the rest of the class had left, with Hermione waiting outside, Harry waited in front of the professor's desk. "You wanted to speak to me, sir?" he asked the man who was just standing there watching him. Snape was considering how to speak to the boy. Finally, he cleared his throat. "You seem to not be as inept as some of your classmates. I'd appreciate it if you stopped making mistakes on purpose to lower your grade." "I'm not a fool," he warned. "I'm sorry, sir." "What are you referring to?" Harry asked innocently. "I saw you prepare all your ingredients perfectly, lining them up for the potion in the correct order. I even noted you arranging them in intervals, with spacing to indicate the needed time and at angles to indicate if stirring was necessary." Snape said. He had been impressed. The boy must have been reading some advanced books, and learned some tricks to help him with his potions. "Why then, did you decide to add completely unnecessary ingredients?" Harry sighed. He had done that on purpose, of course, but he did it so that he could remember when the ingredient he added would simply make the potion fail, rather than explode or start creating noxious fumes. "They weren't unnecessary, sir," Harry denied. "Don't lie me," Snape snarled. "You are ruining your potions on purpose." "That's true," Harry agreed. "Then why did you deny that the ingredients were unnecessary?" Stain asked. "Because they were necessary, sir," Harry said, "to cause as little side effects as possible. I'd rather not blow up the cauldron or make the students around me sick when I added something that would react badly or violently." Snape hadn't considered that, but now that he thought back, he realized the ingredients he had used would do just that. It needed knowledge and forethought. He must have a working knowledge of a much higher grade of potions. "You're not just holding back, are you? You're trying to fail on purpose," he accused. "That's correct, sir," Harry said. "What? Why?" Snape asked. If the boy was so talented, he could become a potions master in just a few short years, because if I fail in enough exams, I can be expelled from the class. Harry said easily. I've already finished my potions education till Newt level and would rather study something else. If I'm expelled, I'll have some free time. Potions is mandatory though, so I had little choice. Why are you admitting to this? Snape asked suspiciously. Surely you don't think I'll help you to slack off. Because if I lie to you, you'll use it as an excuse to make my life miserable. Harry said. You are in a position of power over me and I don't want to antagonize you, he said. Then he shrugged. If I fail on purpose, though, you literally don't have the power to allow me to continue. My failing grades will force your hand. You're manipulating the system? Snape asked. Then he scowled. How very Slytherin of you. Thank you, sir. Harry said with an easy smile. I believe that's the first time you've ever complimented a Gryffindor. Snape's smirk vanished. It's not. He admitted then. Your mother was also quite intelligent. I had no problem admitting as much then, just as I have no problem admitting it now. Harry was shocked. He had not known the man had listened. He'd hoped, but he couldn't be sure. His shocked expression changed to a grateful smile. Thank you, sir, he said. Will that be all?
No.
Snape said. You have detention with me, after your last class, for your blatant disregard for the rules of my class. Now you may leave. He dismissed the boy. But the Halloween feast? Harry asked. Will be done before the feast starts. Snape assured him, walking back to his office. He had preparations to make. After the last class of the day, Harry went back to the dungeon, to do whatever punishment Snape had thought out for him. He was surprised to see a couple of potions brewing in cauldrons and a desk set up with notes and writing utensils. Ah, there you are, Snape said with a smirk. You will identify the potions and correct their processes. Then you will write a report on the purposes of the potions and how they would be used normally. You should be able to finish before the feast, if you are as proficient as you claim. Harry sighed and rolled his eyes. He should have known. How will this gain me the freedom I'm going for? Harry asked. If I fail your test on purpose, that will only support my plan. Because if you pass the test, I will give you what you want. Snape said. He doubted the boy's claim, even though he showed some true skill. Harry knew Snape doubted him. If he failed here, he'd be doomed to sit in this class for all his years at school, most likely. He didn't doubt Snape would start faking his grades, just to spite him at this point. How will you explain it? He asked. I'll say you are taking supplemental classes. Snape said easily. Too dangerous to be around the other students. Harry thought about it for a moment. It didn't really mesh with his plans for the future, though, so he countered, I hired a tutor, thinking I'm too good to be kept behind by the rest of the class. That would sound rather arrogant, don't you think? Snape asked. He'd easily do it, but he needed to know the reasoning. If you tell people that, they'd think that you were just sticking to your usual attitude. Harry said. I tell people that I'm a year or two ahead, due to studying the subject beforehand and didn't want to lose the advantage. It is in keeping with my plans for the future. What are your plans? Snape asked. Sorry, that's need-to-know information, Harry said. Then he walked forward and held out a hand. Do we have a deal? He asked. Snape looked at the offered hand of the 11-year-old boy. He definitely didn't act like a child. He planned on getting at whatever secrets the boy held, one way or another. He took the hand and shook it. Deal, he said. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. That should be it, Harry said, putting away his fountain pen. Why would he use a quill when there was something better after all? He also took notes on legal pad but had to hand in his homework on parchment. He cheated with that too, of course, but none of his teachers had spotted the trick yet. How did you do that? Snape asked suspiciously. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. I'm not done with you, Snape said darkly. According to our deal, you are. Harry said easily and walked to the door. If you want to discuss this further, you'll need to arrange it for another time. I don't want to miss my first Halloween feast. He opened the door and turned back to Snape. If you need to, please don't discuss this in front of Quirrell. He's been sneaking around the 3rd floor at night and I don't trust him. Snape lost some color. How do you know that? He demanded. Trade secret, I'm afraid. Harry said. I tell you, but then I'd have to figure out how to obliviate you. Are you threatening to memory charm me? Snape asked dangerously. Of course not. Harry scoffed. I literally just told you that I don't know how, and as long as I don't give you information, I don't have to figure it out. Then Harry looked seriously at the professor. Listen, Professor Snape. If there's ever something I need help with, I've got people to support me. I want you to focus on your own house. There are some troubling rumors about the older boys taking advantage of their magic on the girls. A certain broom closet outside the Slytherin dormitory tends to be occupied after lights out, but the girls in question never seemed to know that they had been up after curfew. Harry said seriously with a look that didn't belong on a child's face. I'm telling you this as a courtesy. If this behavior is not resolved, permanent action will be taken. Snape's face lost all the color it had left at that. He had not heard the rumor, but considering what the boy was telling him, he probably hadn't heard it in a rumor either. He knew this was serious, though. I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about, Snape said. Harry caught the look. Snape would take care of it. That's good, he said. I'm sure you'd know if something was going on. As Harry left, something fell from out of his robes and lay on the floor. Snape walked closer and inspected the item. It was an invisibility cloak. He looked up sharply, but Harry was already gone. He realized he had left it for him on purpose.
Kaki brat.
He muttered. He was certain the boy was up to something, but at least it seemed he had some common sense and good intentions. Should have been in Slytherin, he said to himself. Harry arrived in the Great Hall with plenty of time to spare. Some of the other children were still showing up and the feast hadn't started yet. Harry went to sit with Ron and asked, "Where's Hermione?" "How would I know?" Ron said. "I'm not her keeper." Harry didn't like the sound of that. Ron wasn't making eye contact either. "What did you do?" Harry asked dangerously. "Nothing." Ron defended himself. "She tried to help Ron with his levitation charm after you left for detention," Neville said. "He called her a nightmare and she ran off." "You son of a bitch," Harry exclaimed. "After I told you expressly not to drive any girls away, you went and did it behind my back, Mr. Black," McGonagall exclaimed from nearby. She had just been walking past on her way to the staff table. "That will be 20 points for your language." "Bugger the points," Harry said irrevocably. He'd sworn in front of McGonagall before and she knew his secret as well, but didn't want him to set a bad example. "He insulted my friend and now she's not here." "Detention." "Black," McGonagall insisted. "Whatever," Harry said, getting up. Before he left, he turned to Ron and pointed in his face, "You and I aren't talking." Then he ran off to find his friend. He just made it outside the hall and to a quiet location when he opened his map and looked for her. She was in the bloody bathroom again. He really hoped this wasn't a precursor to other events conspiring to happen the same way again. He made his way to the bathroom and knocked on the door. "Hermione, are you in there?" Harry asked. He knew she was, but he couldn't very well tell her that. There was no answer. "Hermione?" He tried again. There was still no answer, so he opened the door and walked in. He walked to the only occupied stall and bent down to confirm she was in there. He was surprised to see her laying on the bathroom floor. She had tear tracks on her face, and she seemed to have been bawling her eyes out until she fell asleep on the floor. Harry shook his head and opened the door with his magic and lifted the girl up in his arms, with a little magic helping. She must have been planning on staying there for a while, since she didn't want to face Ron by going through the common room. Maybe Ron wasn't worth the effort this time around? She stirred, and Harry had to hit her with a stunner, to ensure she didn't ask any difficult questions, like how they were invisible. Then he started to the common room. He wasn't surprised to come face to knee with the troll as he walked to the staircase. He didn't have time for this, though, and simply strangled the creature with his power until it passed out. He knew stunners would do very little, but all living creatures needed blood in their brains to stay conscious. He didn't even slow down as he went. The creature was down for the count in under 5 seconds. Harry kept the pressure on the arteries of the creature for a good 10 more seconds, ensuring it would not wake up anytime soon. In fact, it might not ever wake up. A full minute of this would kill the creature, as would it a human being, but prolonged oxygen deprivation could lead to brain death or a coma. Harry had learned to take full advantage of his special trick and had learned all he could about disabling his opponents quickly, if unconventionally. Harry proceeded up the stairs and entered the common room, where he lay Hermione on a sofa. He then took out a book and opened it to where he had been reading recently. He waited for her body heat to settle into the couch first, and then he sent an enervate to her. She woke slowly, as was his intent, but he was focused on his book again. "Harry?" she asked. "Oh, are you finally awake, sleepyhead?" Harry asked with a lopsided smile. Hermione looked around herself, trying to make sense of where she was, before her memories rushed back. "How am I here?" she asked. "When you didn't show up at the feast, I went to look for you," Harry said. "One of the girls mentioned that they saw you going into the bathroom earlier today in a fragile state," he said gently. "And you went in?" she asked, suddenly completely awake. "You're not allowed. Did you want to stay asleep on the bathroom floor?" Harry asked. "I cleaned the floor first," she defended herself. Even so, she didn't really want to admit that she hadn't meant to fall asleep. Then she cocked her head to the side. "How did I get here?" she asked. "Carried you," Harry said easily, as he turned back to his book and turned the page. "All the way from the bathroom?" she asked. "But that's several floors." Harry smiled. "It only took a couple of minutes," he said. "But how?" Hermione persisted. "Can you keep a secret?" Harry asked. Hermione wasn't ready for the question. She had never been offered people's secrets. After a moment, though, she replied, "Of course, Harry." Harry stood up and lifted the end of the large leather sofa she was on. With one hand. "I'm stronger than the average person." "How are you doing that?" she exclaimed. "I can teach you if you want, but you have to keep it a secret," Harry said. "This is a result of a certain form of magic I practice. But school only just started." Hermione objected. "I started practicing this when I was 4, Harry said easily. "But that's not allowed." "Where did you even get a wand?" she asked. Then she noticed he wasn't carrying a wand. "It's wandless magic?" she asked. "How did you learn that?" "Why did you learn that?" "I was still living with my aunt. I needed to take care of myself since they scarcely ever fed me," Harry said. "The thing is, wandless magic can't be tracked, so if you learned this, you could potentially show your parents what you're learning, as long as they kept it secret." "How long does it take?" she asked. She was suddenly committed to whatever was necessary. If this was Harry's secret to success, she definitely wanted to learn it. "You'll keep this secret, right?" Harry asked. "Practice it in private and never let people see it?" "Yes, Harry," she confirmed again. She understood why she was being sworn to secrecy. It would be a great advantage if she could learn this. "I'll never abuse the knowledge either," she swore. "Good," Harry said. "When I taught Sirius this, he started using it all the time. Now he does it when we're out in the Muggle world, since he can't be caught." "That's against the law," Hermione objected.
Technically, no.
Harry countered, closing the book. He had started reading the same sentence over and over. "Anyway, so long as it's never spotted, and not malicious, it's considered within the law." She made to speak, but Harry interrupted her. She'd keep on asking questions otherwise. "Are you ever going to tell me why you were in the bathroom to begin with?" he asked. Her mouth shut instantly with an audible click. She looked down and Harry could see she was thinking about what the Pillock had said. "I told Ron to bug her off. I can't be friends with people that can't keep their insecurities in check. He shouldn't insult you because he's ashamed that you learn faster than him." Hermione scowled. Perhaps if he paid more attention in class. She fumed, her mind temporarily off the subject they were discussing. The teacher clearly said she started. To be fair, he probably didn't like receiving a lecture from someone that is the same age as him. Harry interrupted, giving her a look. "You can be a little bossy at times. But I was only trying to help," she defended herself. "Hermione, you are too bossy. Your way of doing things is wrong. You should stop that," Harry said, looking down his nose at her. She didn't respond at first. Her mouth hung open as she contemplated what he had said. Then, "How dare you? Are you angry because I'm correcting you? Or because I was speaking down at you?" Harry asked. "Both," she insisted. Harry smiled kindly at her and gave her a look. She suddenly lost her anger in realization and considered it. Do I really sound like that? She finally asked. Only sometimes, Harry said. You especially like to do it when you are quoting teachers or books. Really? She asked. She didn't like the way Harry had spoken to her. If that was really what she looked and sounded like, she could understand Ron's reaction. Don't worry about it, Harry finally said. Just be aware of it and realize when you are doing it from now on. In the meanwhile, I say you should wait for Ron to apologize. I warned him not to scare any pretty girls away, and look what he went and did. Hermione blushed and looked away. Harry always said such nice things, even if she knew she wasn't pretty, and he did it with all the girls. It was nice to hear, though. Thanks, Harry, she finally said. No problem. Harry smiled and stood up. I bet there's still some food on the table if you're hungry, unless Ron ate it all. The feast, Hermione exclaimed in realization. You're missing it for me, is what friends do, Harry said easily as he walked ahead of her to open the door for her. Scene softened for platform guidelines. It looks like a mountain troll. It looks like the picture of one I saw once. Anyway, Harry said, slowly walking up to the creature. Harry, stay back, Hermione whispered angrily. Could be dangerous. We're in a school, Harry said. It must be tame or something, Mr. Black, a voice said from down the passage. It was Snape. Why am I not surprised to find you here with the troll, Professor Snape? Harry said respectfully. Is it supposed to be here? He asked with curiosity.
No.
Snape said, narrowing his eyes. It's not. He looked up and spotted Hermione. And what is Miss Granger doing here? I went to fetch her, Harry said, before Hermione could lie to cover for him. Like last time. She had an argument with a friend, and I convinced her that, even though she couldn't turn him into a newt or something, at least she could still kick him in the balls if he continues being an idiot. Harry frowned then. That really was horrible to find out. Why can't we turn people into animals for displeasing us? What's the point of magic if you can't use it on people that piss us off? Snape didn't indicate in the slightest that he found what Harry said funny. That will be 20 points for your language. And another 20 for lying to me. Okay, Harry said with a smile. Then he turned to Hermione. Come on, Hermione. Ron's balls aren't going to kick themselves, he encouraged. Harry. Hermione objected, even though a small smile played on her face for a moment. That's another 20 points, Snape called after them. When they were gone, he continued in a whisper to Gryffindor. He couldn't very well punish them for the public service they were planning on performing. Try as he might with the boy's wit and cunning, he couldn't see only James in the boy anymore. He even avoided the subject of what happened to the troll, while insinuating that he knew nothing about what happened. Something he didn't believe for a moment. Harry and Hermione soon met with people who were being led from the Great Hall, under the protection of the prefects. He sighed when he was informed that they had to go back to the common room. He ignored them and continued to the Great Hall, dragging a protesting Hermione behind him. Why didn't you tell them about the troll? She asked. They wouldn't have believed me or insisted that we follow anyway, and then they would see it for themselves. Harry said. This way we don't need to climb all those stairs again. Why do you always speak like you know how people will react? Hermione asked. You don't know for sure that people wouldn't listen to you. I'd believe you if you told me something, but you're my friend. You're supposed to. A good prefect will follow orders and the rules, just for the sake of following them, Harry said. And if you were a prefect, I'm sure you would too. Hermione couldn't refute that. Prefects were supposed to follow the rules after all. Fine. She finally relented as they entered the Great Hall. At least he had a good reason and wasn't just making stuff up for the fun of it. Why did you speak like that in front of Professor Snape? She then asked. I'm trying to see if I can make him smile, Harry said with a shrug as he sat down, having reached his usual spot and dishing up. The hall was empty and Hermione looked around uncomfortably. I don't think I'll ever get more than a smirk if I get hurt or something, but at least it makes him think I'm more interested in being funny than taking out trolls. Do you know what happened to the troll? Hermione asked. Sure, Harry said, taking a bite of some kind of confectionery. I choked him till he passed out, right? Hermione smiled and shook her head, thinking he was joking, not considering what he had shown her earlier. Then she sat down next to him. At least with the hall empty, she didn't need to watch Ron as he tried to shovel half a plate into his mouth, all at once. He really was a glutton. Next you'll be telling me that you can fly and shoot laser beams from your eyes, she said with a smile. Not yet, Harry said as he smiled at her. It's on the list, though. I love the movie. I've almost figured out flight. One of these days, I'll start wearing glasses so you don't recognize me when I'm in my Superman costume. She giggled when she saw his smile. Harry was always good for a smile. She was glad she had him as a friend. The next morning, when Ron joined them at the table, like nothing had happened, they both got up and relocated. He looked after them frowning, not understanding what they were doing. When he tried to join them again and they left again, he finally figured it out. He actually got angry and decided that he'd avoid them, too. But that was exactly what they wanted, so it worked out for them. The next day, Harry showed up for potions class, since he'd not heard from Snape yet. He suspected if he just stopped showing up, Snape might take offense. He went through class as he normally did, spoiling the potion precisely as intended, and then packed up at the end of class. Mr. Black, Snape said, a moment of your time before you leave. Of course, sir, Harry said, and then he waited for the rest of the class to leave. When they were all gone, Snape sealed the room and walked back to his desk. He retrieved a small parcel and handed it to Harry. I'm afraid I cannot allow you to roam free during potions class. Instead, I'm going to have you study separately from the rest. You will sit in the back of class while you study up for your supplementary classes. I don't understand, sir, Harry said. I don't intend to break my word, but I can't be seen giving you special attention. Snape said, I will need to know what you are studying, though, since I cannot allow you to study the dark arts or read romance novels. This is a school. You will need to study. Harry weighed his options and realized the man was at least giving him what he wanted. Fine, he said. I'm studying runes and arithmancy in my spare time. Why? Snape asked, intrigued. Those subjects were only meant to be available after second year. I want to build a spacecraft and be the first wizard to land on the moon, Harry said with a shrug. Are you trying to be funny? Snape scoffed. Please tell me that you know that Muggles have already done that, Harry begged. If you don't, I might lose all respect I have for you. Snape had known that, but he didn't think it could be possible for wizards. Do you have a plan for your supposed magical spacecraft? He asked, trying to ignore the blatant insult to normal wizards. I was thinking of making something that looks like a UFO, Harry said. That way, if people see it, they couldn't report it, since everyone knows UFOs are fake. That should protect the statute of secrecy. I've not figured out everything yet either, but I am studying advanced mathematics and will likely need to consider and address a whole host of technical issues, he said. Then he asked, did you know that without the ozone layer to protect a craft, it could fry the person inside alive if it isn't specifically protected? The sun's radiation is completely unfiltered in space. That Snape hadn't known. It sounded like the boy was actually planning for this. And what will this achieve? He asked. Harry looked at him like he was crazy. It's space. Who wouldn't want to experience zero gravity? Or see the entire planet out a window? Or leave their mark on the moon? You intend to vandalize the moon? Snape asked, still not understanding. I'm not going to leave graffiti or something. Harry scoffed. I was thinking of leaving a flag or finding the one the Americans left there. Who knows? Moon rocks may even have magical properties that we'd never know without going to see for ourselves. Snape had underestimated the boy, it seemed. He wasn't planning on slacking. He wanted to achieve what was before unachievable. Very well, Snape said. I can't tell you not to dream, even if it is a stupid and unrealistic dream. But the work you put in will likely help you later in life anyway, so I can allow it. Well, to be frank, sir, I don't need your permission to strive to achieve my goals, Harry said. I do appreciate your support, though, and thank you for the thought. Snape could tell the boy wasn't being sarcastic, so he nodded. Hide the package and open it in private, he instructed. Then he unsealed the door and left to his office. Harry opened the package in bed that night and was unsurprised to find his cloak and a note. The problem has been resolved. I appreciate the information. Should you come by more such information, let me know at once. As he turned the note over, he realized it was a picture of a red-headed girl, smiling at the camera, with a dark-headed youth, likely Snape himself, standing there next to her. It wasn't a moving picture, so it must have been taken by a Muggle, or by Muggle means before their Hogwarts years. It seemed he was slowly winning the professor over. Harry remembered seeing Snape die in a previous life and only realizing after his death that the man was truly a hero. That was the only reason that he was trying so hard to show him some respect and was trying to win him over. Chapter 3. End. See disclaimer on Chapter 1. Chapter 3. The next week was interesting as people started talking about the strange situation with the troll. Apparently nobody knew what had happened to it. Hermione had tried one more time to ask Harry about it. For some reason, she thought he knew more than he was telling, but she didn't push too hard. She was trying to not be too demanding of people. When Ron realized they weren't doing their homework together anymore, and he had no idea what was going on in class, he decided to bite the bullet and apologized. When they asked him what he was apologizing for, he didn't know what to say, so they left him to his own devices again. If he didn't know what he did wrong, he'd not be inclined to change the behavior after all. It took a whole week for him to figure it out, but by then Harry and Hermione had already bonded more closely with Neville, who was not necessarily the sharpest tool in the shed, but he was darn well more pleasant to be around. When Ron apologized properly, they allowed him to rejoin their study group, but Harry had no doubt he'd stick his foot in his mouth again at some point. It wasn't that Harry was trying to avoid spending time with Ron, but he was now picking up on things he hadn't picked up on before. Smug looks at others when he noticed them looking, suddenly going silent when Harry entered the room, like Ron was talking about him. Things like that would have been difficult for him to pick up on when he was younger, but he noticed it this time. He was sure Ron would grow out of it at some point, but he was feeling a bit used by the boy when these situations eventually started cropping up. In fact, Harry was almost certain he heard the words best friend at some point. When did he tell Ron he was his best friend? It was in the first week of December, when Harry picked up on the fact that the twins were up to something. They were a bit too awake and observant one morning at breakfast, so he started scanning the food and anything in his general vicinity. He picked up on nothing, so he started scanning the roof and then the other tables. Finally, he found something at the Slytherin table. Harry wasn't certain what it did, but it seemed there was a potion of some sort on the bench of that table. Using his magic to scrape a bit of the potion off, he transferred it onto the space where the twins sat. He had to wait for them to move to place it, but he eventually succeeded. People move in their seats more often than one would think, especially when a cup of scalding tea randomly fell over and splashed them. It was just before the students were released to start getting to class, when it happened. As if by some sort of trigger, all of the students exposed to the potion started shifting in their seats. Then there was more movement as some people's hands disappeared under the table to scratch at their suddenly itchy behinds. Harry was watching the event as the twins suddenly paled and started whispering urgently to each other. Harry stared at them until he caught one of their eyes. When Fred noticed, he motioned for George to look. Harry just shook his head at them and then turned back to the conversation Hermione and Neville were having about the homework they were turning in today. The Slytherin students were not quiet about their discomfort, though, and pretty soon Snape had gone to check what was going on. The twins, not wanting to be caught, tried valiantly to ignore their own discomfort, but they had been a bit vindictive in the brewing of the itching solution and soon had to get up and started scratching themselves as well. Snape, who was on the lookout for the culprit or culprits, narrowed his eyes at the infamous pranksters and soon called them out to interrogate them. Harry was almost certain that Snape would know that they were guilty, but because he couldn't ever tell people that he was reading minds, he had to get creative to find a reason to punish them. Fortunately, since they were the only ones affected besides his house, he found it easy to implicate them, and they soon received a week's worth of detention and lost 100 points for Gryffindor, each. The fact that he held them back, while his own house went to the school matron, meant they had to live with the discomfort until the whole of Slytherin was helped. That night, they cornered Harry, after they returned from detention. "Did you do that?" Fred asked. "Did you put inching solution on our seats?" George asked. "I took some of what was on the Slytherin seats and put it on yours, if that's what you mean," Harry said. Why? Fred demanded. What did we ever do to you? George asked. Do you guys really not know the difference between picking on people and a harmless prank? Harry asked. You didn't even target anyone outside Slytherin. What's wrong with you two? I thought you were trying for funny. Instead, I'm disappointed. Here, I was thinking of a prank war with pranksters, but now I find out you're just bullies. I don't like bullies, but they're Slytherins. Fred blurted. They're all rotten. George agreed. And Hufflepuffs are all sheep. Ravenclaws are all bookworms and Gryffindors are all bullies. Harry said. You do realize that's what the other houses will think, right? That we're bullies? What else will they think when we treat all of one house like they have only one characteristic? If they decide you're an example of what all Gryffindors are, they'd all hate us by tomorrow. But they don't. Fred said. They were all laughing at them. George added. That's not true. Harry said. I know for a fact that a lot of the other houses were scared. You put a potion on someone without their knowledge or agreement. They needed to be treated by the bloody school nurse. You know that that's assault, right? You literally attacked the whole of Slytherin house. You know the last group of people who attacked people for perceived differences were Death Eaters, right? Do you really want our house to be seen like they were? But Death Eaters killed people. Fred said. It really doesn't matter the depth of your attack. Harry said. The fact is you attacked innocent students. Even if only 1 out of every 4 people weren't planning on becoming the next generation of Death Eaters, you still attacked 14 innocent students. Students that didn't deserve it. And you know what's worse? Those innocents now think that they are being targeted and they will seek strength in numbers, driving them to choose a side they might not have chosen to follow otherwise. Harry said. Well done. You've contributed to the problem. Having said his piece, Harry pushed the twins off of him and walked away. He had only realized what he had said was true as he spoke. He couldn't be associated with this kind of disregard for basic human rights. The next morning during breakfast, Harry stood up and approached the professor's table. Excuse me, Professor Dumbledore? He asked. Good morning, Harry, my boy. Dumbledore said. What can we do for you this morning? He asked with his grandfatherly smile. I'd like to make a statement to the student body. Harry said simply. May I please do so? What were you thinking, Harry? Dumbledore asked. It's for the student body, sir. Harry said. If I discussed it with you first, it would detract from what I'm trying to do. Dumbledore thought about it before asking, this isn't some sort of prank, is it? I promise you, sir. This is very serious. Harry said. Dumbledore took a deep breath before finally nodding. Very well, he said and cast a sonorous on Harry, who turned around. May I have your attention, please? Harry asked. He needn't have asked. They were already paying attention from the moment Harry got up and started speaking with Dumbledore. Thank you, Harry said as he nodded at them. It has come to my attention that there are some questions about the prank that happened yesterday. I'd like to say that I, myself, don't feel that that is an accurate representation of who I am or who I want to be. I don't want to discriminate against the pranksters who did it either. Likely they hadn't considered the consequences of their actions. But I feel the need to apologize, Harry said as he walked closer to the Slytherin table. I was not part of what happened yesterday, but I feel I owe you a public apology for what was done to you. I enjoy a good prank on occasion, but I feel a good prank doesn't have victims, only participants. And the goal should be laughter all around. I don't feel that singling out an entire house or judging them by the actions of the few is fair. So for the actions of those who did that to you, I apologize on behalf of my house. Then Harry turned to the other houses. For those of you who were not happy about what happened, or who were afraid that you may be next, I apologize to you as well. I promise this isn't what all Gryffindors stand for. We're not all intolerant bigots. We don't all judge you only because your tie has blue or yellow or green. I personally hope to be friends with many of you by the time I graduate, and hope you will offer me the opportunity and not shun me because my tie has red. Thank you for your time. Harry turned around and looked at Dumbledore, who waved his wand and Chancellor the Sonorous. Then he got up and looked proudly at Harry. Before he could say anything, however, Harry said, Please, don't reward me? This was not done in the hope of gaining some sort of favor. If you give points for doing what is right, It would only take away from what I wanted to achieve. Dumbledore was shocked for a moment, before his proud smile only grew. Then he sat back down and nodded. Very well said, Harry. I won't give you awards for doing what is right, but I will say that I am proud of the boy you have become. Blame Remus, Harry said with a smirk. Sirius would have laughed at what happened yesterday and congratulated the pranksters. Black was never someone anyone should aspire to become. Snape said, It is fortunate, it seems, that you had someone reasonably respectable to learn from, at least. Oh, Remus has his own demons, but he tried to set an example and I'm happy to call him family, Harry said. Then he nodded at the professors and walked back to his table, only then noticing that Hermione had walked up to the Slytherin table and was also apologizing for her house. Neville soon followed her and then more Gryffindors followed their lead. Many faces were looking at Harry in shock, especially from the Slytherin house. Harry tried to ignore it, but he suddenly noticed more friendly smiles sent his way. People started greeting him in the halls, and he even noticed some Slytherins nod in his direction a time or two. The twins weren't being treated very fondly, and hopefully they had learned something from the experience. Harry was still casting detection magic every day, since he was almost certain one or two people in the Slytherin house would still seek revenge. Harry was noticed studying at the back of the potions classroom, and Snape addressed it only once, stating that Harry had studied ahead and was trying to maintain his lead. There were some shocked looks, even from Harry, since he hadn't expected Snape to admit it so openly. He hadn't known that the professor was playing a prank of his own. Since he was ahead, he became the recipient of many requests for help with their work. When he realized that Snape had done it on purpose, he glared at the man and saw the smirk directed his way, but only for a moment. Snape had taken great joy in putting the boy in a position where he could take work away from him. If he didn't have to deal with so many incompetents, his life may even become slightly more enjoyable. He saw a look from the boy, which promised vengeance, and smirked. He'd see if the boy had any skill by what he did next. Snape was still marking papers by the time class ended. If only he could foist this off on the boy as well, he thought. He dismissed the class and continued his work. By the time the next class was about to turn up, he stood up only to fall instantly, when his feet failed to find purchase and slipped out from under him. As he got up, he noticed something on the floor. It looked like an engraving of some sort. Taking a closer look, he found runes, marking the floor where he had stepped. Next to his seat, he found a note. These runes help reduce friction and would go on the hull of any ship, to allow for higher velocities with less friction and to reduce the amount of damage on re-entry, hopefully negating the possibility of burning up. HB, Snape scowled. When had the boy carved runes around him or left the note? He may have been busy, but he had been keeping an eye on the happenings in the room, especially when the boy was approached with questions. Somehow, he doubted the boy would give them incorrect instructions, but that didn't mean he didn't take a bit of pleasure out of his distraction and predicament. He had intended to put a stop to it by the next class, but perhaps he could allow it for a while yet. Harry had been focusing on keeping a silencing charm in place as he carved the runes with his magic. It was a trick he had learned a while back. He would set his magic in an area and then have it emulate what he did with his hand. It allowed for more precise control when such things were necessary. He had worked out these runes as part of what would go onto the ship, and decided to show Snape some of what his efforts had achieved. The fact that he'd hopefully fall on his rear before he got the message and learned his lesson would simply be a bonus. Snape would be able to counter the magic by simply undoing the transfiguration he had used to shape the runes into the stone. It was a simple trick used to work with temporary runes, and Snape should have at least heard of that. If not, Harry was sure Snape would figure it out by next time and be on the lookout, so he'd have to think of something else if the professor refused to step in and tell the class to leave him alone. Life went on and Christmas time drew near. For the first time ever, Harry had somewhere to go, so he packed his trunk, which he would not leave behind, and went with the other children as they left for Christmas. The Weasleys were all strangely going home. Harry remembered them staying at school last time around. Something about their parents visiting one of the elder brothers and being out of the country. Had they elected to stay behind last time, or had their situation somehow changed, because Harry wasn't such good friends with Ron? Harry didn't really care all that much and shared a compartment with Hermione and Neville. Ron had elected to spend his time with the twins. Speaking of the twins, they had not liked being universally despised, so they had gone out of their way to prank themselves, for the enjoyment of the other children. They could often be seen with magically disfigured faces or giant appendages. It took them only a week of this before the scowls, which had become the norm, to turn into smirks in hope of seeing something funny. They had succeeded in their quest quite admirably. While they were on the train, Harry advanced his plans to endear himself with Hermione by reading a book while he lay down on the bench and placed his head on her lap, uninvited. "What are you doing?" Hermione asked with a bit of a blush. "These seats are not long enough to lie down in otherwise," Harry said easily. "I'd prefer the lap of a pretty girl, rather than Neville's."
No offense, Neville.
He said to the other occupant. "No, I see your point," Neville said. He looked up to Harry and had started emulating him. "Rather the lap of a pretty young lady than the lap of some other boy. For some reason that idea disturbs me." "Me too, Neville, me too," Harry said with a smirk, before he turned back to Hermione. "Are you uncomfortable?" he asked. Hermione seemed to consider it. She didn't really mind, but she somehow felt that it was a little more contact than she would prefer. Not wanting to give offense, though, she said, "I can live with it if you tell me what you're reading about." "Sure thing, Hermione," Harry said with a smile. "I'm trying to work out a way to tint glass to reduce solar radiation from coming through." "You're trying to make sunglasses?" Hermione asked. "Why not just go to a shop and buy some?" "It's not exactly that simple," Harry said. "I want to spell glass on a larger scale and in a more permanent way." He then went about explaining about his plan to be the first wizard on the moon, using magical means. He hadn't told anyone besides his guardians and Snape, keeping it as a bargaining chip. He told them now to relax the girl and make her used to physical contact. He'd not had many opportunities to do so recently, and his explanation bought him the opportunity he wanted. Normally he did so by placing a friendly hand on her shoulder, or tickling her, when he felt she needed a smile. Not long after the train set off, the Patil twins showed up and asked if they could join. "Sure, no problem," Harry said easily from his reclined position. "But you'll have to sit with Neville. I've claimed this position." "Get up, Harry," Hermione insisted. "Your friends want so visit." "But I'm comfortable," Harry whined. The twins giggled and sat down either side of a shocked Neville. He did his best to smile at them the way Harry always did. "I could always swap with Hermione if she's uncomfortable," Parvati offered. Hermione uncharacteristically said, "I'm not complaining, but Harry usually has better manners, especially around girls." Harry groaned but sat up. "I hate it when you are right," he grumbled. Then he got up and greeted the guests properly, doing the customary thing of bowing and hugging above their knuckles. "Miss Patil," he repeated twice as he greeted both of them. "To what do I owe the absolute pleasure of your lovely company?" he asked with that roguish smile. They giggled and Padma said, "We wanted to say that we respect what you did after that prank on Slytherin. It really wasn't nice what the Weasley boys did. Thank you for doing that," Parvati said. "Padma told me that some of the other students in Ravenclaw really appreciated you apologizing to them as well." "Don't thank me for that," Harry said. "It was the right thing to do." The twins relented and soon they started chatting happily about school and what they had experienced. Before long they were joined by Susan Bones, who claimed the open space next to Harry. "So, Susan, how's the Malfoy heir adjusting to the Hufflepuff life?" Harry asked with a smile. Susan smiled back and said, "It took a while, but I think he's started coming around to our way of thinking." "Any chance you would answer a couple of questions on how?" Harry asked tentatively. Susan's eyes narrowed slightly, but only for a moment. "I'm afraid that is a house secret. The official answer is that we shower him with attention until he decides on his own to change his attitude." That sure sounded like Stockholm Syndrome. "I think I understand," Harry said with a knowing smile. Susan didn't like hearing that. What happened in Hufflepuff was supposed to stay in Hufflepuff. Nobody was supposed to know. "What do you think you know?" she asked sweetly. Harry's smile grew. "I only mean to say that I hope all the best for his future, as a loyal initiate. He said, "Initiate?" Hermione asked in confusion. Harry looked at her, before turning back to Susan and winking slyly. "Into the Hufflepuff way of life and mindset. As I understand it, they take care of their own," he said. Susan suddenly had no doubt that Harry knew exactly what he was talking about. At least he seemed to know to keep what he knew to himself. "Of course," she said. "But then we are the loyal house, aren't we?" Harry smiled and looked at Neville. "See what I mean? Isn't it nice to have so many girls as friends? Pretty faces all around." Neville smiled. He'd noticed the same thing. "I can't agree more," he said. "These ladies are guaranteed to make the trip more enjoyable, just by their mere presence." "Well done, Neville," Harry thought. Of course, he didn't intend to share, but that was hardly the point, was it? If Neville was growing in confidence, maybe this time around, when he noticed Hannah, he'd be able to make a move sooner and he'd be more attractive to her, due to the attention he was receiving. Hermione had hoped that they'd get some time to talk about wandless magic, but Harry had so many friends stop by that it was impossible. He had given her some instructions, though, and she'd started on trying to focus her emotions. It would be a while before she achieved success, but that was because she didn't have so many dark and or difficult memories to draw on to flame the accidental magic, which Harry had informed her would help her. Remus and Sirius had vast amounts of those, having been in the First War and having seen many of their friends and allies die. Not to mention their personal issues and pasts. Harry had tried teaching them with positive thoughts, but for some reason the darker memories and anger worked best for them, which was why he trained Hermione with that. The trip seemed too short, with how much fun they were having, and Harry had taken the opportunity to hug and tickle and poke and play with the girls in a friendly manner, getting them used to his presence and in their personal space. He was making good progress, but soon they arrived and had to leave. Sirius and Remus were both there to pick Harry up. They even got the chance to meet the Granger parents. Sirius had invited them to join them for Christmas dinner and they declined, at first, until Harry pointed out that since it was a magical household, Hermione would be able to demonstrate her magic, so that the parents could see what she was learning. That quickly changed their minds. When they left, Hermione started informing them that she needed to get some books and things so that she could keep up with her mundane studies. Harry, having decided that he'd like to go into tertiary studies in the mundane world, was a happy surprise for them. It seemed the boy she had written home about was a good influence. When Harry arrived home with Sirius and Remus, they needed to make plans to leave almost immediately, so that Harry could secure the first site of their newly established import-export company. He was given the specifics of the spell and he went to work studying it immediately. It was a complicated spell with many components, but fortunately his advanced knowledge of spells and his research aided him in understanding the process. The next day would be the first day of the full moon and they hoped to have everything in place by then, so that same evening, they took a registered portkey to America, where they had purchased a piece of farmland in Texas. They helped Harry set up and place the boundary wardstones on the edge of the plot and he started incanting. 10 minutes and a lot of power later, their first Fidelius protected property was ready. It was still midday and Harry's guardians set to work building a house. Some people built houses from lighter, cheaper materials instead of the heavy stone and cement usually found in Europe, so the process was reasonably easy and quick. They had it up in under 2 hours. They had even taken the time to purchase everything they'd need to furnish the 3-bedroom house. Magical bathrooms and plumbing was something that took a bit more time, but by the time evening fell, they were done and the house was established. Since it was late in the morning in Europe and they had essentially worked through the night, they took the unregistered portkey they had made back in Grimmauld Place back to it. From here on out, they intended to use their own portkeys between their 2 hidden locations. This would also found the bedrock of their new company. Transporting goods between countries like this would only be part of the purpose of the company. The other part was focused on setting up werewolves with permanent jobs, which gave them access to dormitories on the opposite sides of the planet. It would allow them to sleep during the night on the side of the planet that was day, and would allow them to return the next morning, having completely avoided the full moon and never having to transform. It had been Harry's idea. There was a short celebration before they went back and took the opportunity to sleep for a bit. It was still 5 days before Christmas, but they all wanted to go shopping and to spend some quality time together. Sirius had decided to take it a bit more calmly with the alcohol, not wanting them to act on the threat of sending him to a program. He loved a drink every now and then, but he refused to be called an alcoholic unless it was said as a joke, which was mostly the case when the others said it. Mostly. Remus had taken the time to speak to the publishers and authors that sold the Harry Potter books, and a couple of threats by the goblins of a public declaration by Harry himself to claim they were stealing from him, and they had paid up 25 of their profits for past sales, and a royalty system was put in place for future sales as well. This had the side effect of giving the company a huge influx of cash to start up their business, which they planned to use to start setting up more and more properties for their company. Harry had insisted that the money doesn't go to him, since he didn't have it last time around and didn't really need it. They'd be making money hand over fist once operations were up. Anyway, Remus was ecstatic that he'd never need to take another wolfsbane potion and was made the chief operating officer, while Sirius would be the one to procure contracts and necessities, making him the chief executive officer. Harry would join them later when his studies were complete. He was more focused on his own projects anyway, and they were fine with him simply being a silent partner. They spent a couple of days enjoying themselves and running their errands, with Harry always leaving the house in the disguise of the older gentleman he had perfected all that time back. They'd even set up a backstory for the man so he could tell people what he did when asked. Harry had found it funny when some women flirted with him. He had soon modified the illusion to have a wedding band. When asked about it, the illusion would get a sad look and say that his wife had died, and he'd make it seem like the man was still in mourning. This got him a bit more attention than Harry would have liked, but at least it wasn't the open flirting he had had to deal with until then. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. The trip was a shock to them, but the after effects of this form of travel was overshadowed by the fact that they had traveled to the other side of the planet in mere moments. It was nighttime in Texas, but it wasn't as cold as it had been in the UK. They had prepared food, and there was a fire merrily burning in the fireplace. There were magical lights floating about and Christmas music playing in the background. The adults drank champagne, fire whiskey and wine, while Harry and Hermione drank sparkling grape juice. Creature had prepared the food, and they had left him with a large helping of what he had made for them. But he didn't want to leave Grimmauld Place. His attitude had changed remarkably after they had promised him that they'd take care of the locket when the time was right. These days he didn't even ask to see his old mistress anymore. When dinner, ate during their normal lunchtime, was complete, they exchanged some gifts. The adults didn't know each other very well, but Sirius and Remus both gave gifts of invitations to use their company's transport to travel to one of the locations they would be setting up, and a bottle of fine wine. And they received a bottle of bourbon and wine each from the Grangers. It was a funny moment, but everyone understood that it was difficult to shop for people you barely knew. Harry had gotten Hermione a fountain pen and had written down the spell he used to transfigure legal paper into parchment, which was how he did his own work. The parchment even kept the writing, so you could write first and then change the paper. Hermione got Harry a book, which wasn't unexpected, but this one was all about the intricacies of space travel. Harry had smiled at her and hugged her gratefully for the thoughtful gift. That was before he opened it and found that she had taken the time to highlight certain parts and made notes on ways that he could use things that already existed to accomplish the tasks. He had hugged her again, lifting her up and spinning around in his exuberance. She had really done her research. The adults smiled, and the Granger parents asked why he was so interested in space. When he explained to them that he intended to be the first wizard on the moon, they laughed, but only until they realized he was serious. "But is that even possible?" Mr. Granger asked. "Would magic even function in space?" "We don't know," Harry said honestly, "but we'll have contingencies in place for every eventuality, including magical transportation home and a safe landing area." "What would be the point, though?" Hermione's mother asked. "Wizards don't use or need satellites. You rely on owls for mail, for goodness sakes. If you had things like telephones, you could talk instantly, but magic interferes with that." Scenes softened for platform guidelines. "You what?" Hermione asked instantly, suddenly staring daggers at Harry. Why hadn't he told her? Harry sighed and shook his head. "Thanks, Sirius," he said. Remus slapped him on the back of the head. "That was supposed to stay a secret," he said. "An advantage nobody else had?" Sirius had winced in realizing he'd let the cat out of the bag. Sorry. He mumbled, putting his glass down. Perhaps he'd had one too many. Is this some sort of security issue? Hermione's father asked. Patented magic of some sort? He'd love to be able to talk to his little girl while she was away at school. Cell phones were mostly still, quite bulky and expensive, but he could just imagine keeping something as small as a handheld mirror in his pocket to take and make calls. It's not patented like what Muggles use, but I suppose we could say it is family magic. Sirius said. There are laws that protect specialized family magic, but that doesn't exclude people from trying to emulate the effects, so people don't normally talk about their magics to maintain the advantages they provide the family. Hermione looked disappointed. She'd also have loved to speak to her parents more regularly. Maybe we can arrange to see each other over weekends and Harry could sneak off with Hermione so she could speak to you? Remus offered. Or we could come to your house if there's a need. Sirius offered. They really couldn't spread knowledge of this too far. Instant communication was a great advantage. One that the other side didn't always have, excluding flu calls, but that wasn't as portable as the mirror. Hermione's mother beamed at the idea. That would be wonderful, Sirius. Thank you, she said. She was already planning dinner parties, just so she could speak to her little girl. Pretty soon, she'd enter a stage of her life where speaking to her mother would be a great comfort. We'll keep this a secret for you, Hermione's father said. If it's an advantage nobody else has, I wouldn't mind Hermione having access to it, for the price of one secret. Thank you, Remus said, and thank you for understanding. We don't know all that much about the magical world, but we can understand wanting to protect any advantage for your godson. Hermione's father said. Thank you. Hermione also said. It would have been nice to speak to you as often as I wanted, but seeing you and speaking to you over weekends would be great, too. Who knows, maybe we can even arrange a movie night over weekends and use the mirrors so you can see the movie too. Hermione's mother offered. She missed her weekend time with her daughter. Would that be possible? Her father asked. Are there limitations on how long the mirror can stay connected? Not as far as we know, Sirius said. We've had hours of conversation at times. James and I used to talk late into the night and sometimes one of us would fall asleep with it still connected. That's amazing, Hermione's father said. Imagine the usefulness of such a product for instant communication, like cell phones but with video. Magical interference, Dad. Hermione reminded him. She had no doubt he was thinking of the internet. Her father was quite proud of the computer he had at home. The internet was quickly spreading and information and communications was currently growing very quickly. What are cell phones? Sirius asked. They are like telephones except no wires. They talk through towers or satellites. Hermione said. Satellites? Sirius asked again. You really don't know anything about technology, do you? Hermione's mother asked with a smirk. Wizards are an insular people, Harry said with some disgust. Why do you think I want to go to the moon and explore the possibilities of magic? Nobody else is even interested. But this cell phone thing, Sirius said. How does that work? The conversation went on in that trend, with the Muggles amazing the wizards with the technology of the day. It was almost 1992, just 8 years from the new millennium. The world was quickly changing and leaving the wizarding world behind. In some ways, at least. Harry made a couple of notes for things to look into. If they could magically produce some of what he was hearing, perhaps there would be a market for it. He'd be learning to expand his skills, and if something worked out, he'd be making a pretty penny. In the magical world, at least. He didn't imagine he'd be allowed to sell anything he made to the mundane world. After all, maybe to the government. After Christmas, Harry went back to his own work. He had 2 more locations to place under Fidelius so that Sirius and Remus could start their business. They also removed the current Fidelius at Grimmauld Place by removing the current wardstones and placed a new one. Sirius would be establishing the house's other wards over the next few months, for the other protections. Then they needed to invite everyone in the know to the house to share the new secret with them, for which Sirius was the secret keeper. Remus was the secret keeper for their other locations, since he'd be running that side of things. While Minerva was there, they had a bit of time to talk. So, have you had any new developments in your project, Harry? Minerva asked. Still nothing, Auntie Min. Harry said. I've tried, but no animal is coming to me. Maybe it's an age thing? Minerva tried. Your body hasn't developed enough that you could change it into an animal? She theorized. Harry had asked her to help him with animagus training, but he'd been working on it for a long time now with no success. That's not what I meant. Anyway, I was inquiring about your other project. The space vessel? She asked. He'd told her about it when he started spending time working on it in her class. Oh, that, Harry said in realization. I've got some things that will help, but I haven't figured out all the spells and runes that I'll need to protect everything correctly. Yet, Hermione actually gave me a book on things to keep in mind, so I'm reasonably sure I'll be able to start expanding on the plans. I should be able to start building a vessel by the time the school year is finished. That soon? McGonagall asked. Are you sure? If I keep my current momentum. Harry agreed. But I'm thinking of another project currently, so I'll likely not finish everything if I allow myself to get sidetracked. What is this other project? Minerva asked. We had a Christmas party with the Grangers. Harry said. Mr. Granger was telling us about where Muggle technology is heading, and I was thinking of working on a way to establish instant communication, like talking over long distances. We already have something like that, with the flu, of course, but I'm thinking of an instant messaging system, like a fax. What is a fax? Minerva asked. Muggles use telephonic communication devices to send copies of images across a pre-established telephone network. Harry said. The idea is that, when information needs to be sent fast, they don't need to wait for delivery times, since they can transmit things instantly. They then use a fax machine to copy an image to the other side, where a corresponding device draws a picture of what was scanned. When the other side has the copy, the original stays with you so you could keep it or destroy it as needed. But we have owls to deliver messages. Minerva said, not understanding. That's not the point. Harry said. Imagine you don't need to wait for an answer to a question until an owl can deliver a note? Or you try describing a picture to someone on the other side of the flue. With this, you send the message or picture and the other side can see exactly what you are talking about. The best part will be that it won't be affected by bad weather or be bound by the location of a flue connection. So, you're thinking of making some sort of portable flue? Minerva asked. She thought the idea had merit, but it didn't sound all that different from what they already had. I don't think I'm explaining this correctly, Harry said in frustration. I'll work on it and give you an example when I have an idea of how to apply the theory. He was already working on something that might make the example he had meant to convey, but he could see that it would be a hard sell, since magical folk relied on what they already had. When Minerva left, Harry went to work on the idea and Sirius had to help him understand how the mirrors worked. Remus had done most of the work on the Marauders map and he had helped Harry design his own map, but Sirius and James had done the work on the mirrors. It was actually quite intriguing how the linking magic worked. The theory was that you linked the reflection to transport it to a corresponding mirror and vice versa. Apparently it was a bit of scrying magic developed by a perverted old man in the Black family who loved to gift pretty ladies with mirrors, which he had a corresponding one to. He'd then be able to see what their mirrors saw, without them seeing him. He'd then add compulsion magic that would make the ladies want to inspect themselves in the mirrors. For it to work, the mirrors needed to be identical or have identical flaws. Then the magic made the connection. They had taken it one step further and linked both mirrors both ways, skipping the compulsion magic. Harry then set to work on his idea. The theory was interesting and getting magic to see the flaw as the target helped him. He ended up making 2 diaries that he had gone to buy at a local shopping center. The reflection magic was really just a link to duplicate what was on one side to the other. So Harry ended up making 2-way diaries, where you write in one and the words appeared instantly on the other side. He had to write something in them for the magic to link, and he had used his ability to move things in 2 locations simultaneously and wrote the word link in both. Since it was identical, the magic worked perfectly. Harry had smiled at his success and then produced a couple more, as gifts for certain of his friends. Before he could give the gifts, however, he needed to protect the magic and looked for, and found, a certain spell that would dispel the magic if someone tried to tamper with or unveil the secret of how they functioned. Apparently it was the wizarding equivalent of patenting and how they protected their family magics. There were ways around it, but you'd have to be stronger than the person who enacted the magic, and Harry was no slouch, probably one of the strongest in the country, if not the world, by virtue of his double dose of magic. When the time for them to go back arrived, Harry was excited to give out a gift or 2 or 5. He'd not been able to get gifts for all his female friends before Christmas, but he was planning on doing so now. When they arrived at the station early, Harry went in search of his friends. He was not disappointed to find the Patil twins conversing with their parents. Sirius was the only one with him today, and he followed behind with a small smile on his face. He could see their mother was quite attractive, and the twins, while young, showed potential. "Good morning, ladies." Harry greeted them as they approached. "Hello, Harry," the twins said in unison. "Good morning," the Patil mother said. The father was not in attendance today, it seemed. "Mrs. Patil, I presume?" Sirius said in lieu of greeting. When she nodded, he bowed slightly and said, "Sirius Black, at your service." "Lord Black." The woman nodded. "It is good to see your stay in Azkaban didn't deprive you of your manners." She said it with a small smile. The whole wizarding world knew about his illegal and unjust incarceration. It was the talk of their community at the time, as Sirius was a pureblood, and it was a scary thought that one of the elite could be sent to prison with no trial. Fudge had jumped on the opportunity to ensure processes were in place to prevent such a thing from happening again, and he had received a lot of support for the action. Even if it had, no gentleman's manners could fail them when faced with a beauty such as yours. Sirius said flirtatiously, "You are a shameless flirt, just as I'd heard." The woman replied with a smile, "Were my husband here, he'd both agree with you and be upset by it." "Stop it, Sirius," Harry said, before he offered his hand to the Patil matriarch and kissed above her knuckles with a bow. "Lady Patil, it is an honor to meet the mother of my friends. I am Harry Black. I see you have taught your ward well," the lady said to Sirius, even as her smile grew. No wonder her daughters had gone on about how nice Harry was. If he treated them the same way, they'd not be able to resist his charms. Fortunately, he was just a boy. "It's nice to meet you, Mr. Black. Or should I refer to you as Lord Potter? I may one day claim my hereditary title, but for now, Mr. Black will suffice." "Thank you for asking," Harry said. "He doesn't like being called Harry Potter," Padma said. "He says that he doesn't want to be associated with the books. Far too much heroism. I could never live up to the books," Harry said with a nod. Then he reached into his pocket and removed 2 parcels. "Merry Christmas, ladies," he said as he handed one to each of them. "Harry, you shouldn't have," Parvati exclaimed. "We didn't get you anything. Don't worry about it," Harry said with a smile. A gift should never be given in the hope that one receives something in return. "Thank you," Padma said with a smile as she examined the wrapped package. It was rectangular and fit in the palm of her hand. Her sister's was identical. "Can we open it?" she asked. "Please do," Harry said. "Your mother will, no doubt, be curious as well." Harry wasn't wrong, and the woman was brimming with curiosity. The twins quickly tore away at the wrapping, revealing 2 small books in each of their hands. "What are they?" Padma asked. "Linked diaries," Harry said. "They are linked and protected by Black family magic. What you write in one appears in the other." "Thank you?" Parvati said/asked. She didn't understand the use of such an item. Their mother, however, instantly realized how useful such an item could be. "What a marvelous gift!" she exclaimed. When the twins looked up at her in question, she explained, "If you gave each other a book, you'd be able to pass messages to each other, even while you are in different houses. Or you could give your mother the corresponding books and be able to speak with her that way." Harry said with a smile at the mother. Her eyes had opened wider in realization. "You can also write in them and they will see your responses. The connection goes both ways. They are also shrunk down so they aren't as small as they appear." "Thank you, Harry," Parvati suddenly exclaimed as she hugged him. Being away from her mother and father was the hardest part of going to Hogwarts. Her only solace was that her sister was there, but then they had gone to different houses. "Yes, thank you," her twin said as well as she hugged him too. "You're more than welcome," Harry said. "Since it is Black family magic, though, you'll need to keep the diaries a secret, please?" Sirius asked. Of course. Their mother said as her face became serious. We understand the need to protect family magics. They were pure blood after all. They understood these things. Harry had also mentioned that they were protected by family magic, which was prudent. They did the same with their magic when they used it for others. You girls understand what that means, right? She asked her daughters. Yes, Mon. They responded in unison.
Mon.
Harry asked. It is our word for mother. Back home. Padma supplied. Cool. Harry said with a smile. Harry then noticed the Grangers arriving and excused himself. If you'll excuse me, I have some more gifts to give, he said. Scene softened for platform guidelines. He is a sweet boy, the mother said, looking after him. Perhaps we should consider an alliance with the Potter heir. He will have 2 noble titles and need 2 wives for them when he grows up. She thought to herself. When Harry reached the Grangers, he greeted them more familiarly, since their families were on the fast track to becoming friends, and handed Hermione her gift. Hers wasn't wrapped, since they'd already exchanged gifts. What's this? Hermione asked as she looked inside the paper bag, seeing the diaries. Linked diaries using the same magic that was used for my special form of communication. Harry said, not mentioning the mirrors in this public setting. There were other people around, after all. It's protected by family magics. We found a way to put a form of copyright on them, as you suggested, Mr. Granger, Harry said to the man. Then he turned back to Hermione. You can write in one and see it in the other book. It works both ways. Hermione didn't take 2 seconds to figure out what she'd do with them and instantly hugged Harry. Thank you, Harry, she said. This will be ever so useful. When she was done, she reached in and looked at the small book she now had in her hand. Suddenly it grew to its normal size, and she realized Harry must have done it with his wandless magic. Not mentioning it, she handed it to her mom. We can leave messages for each other, she said. This really is a wonderful gift, Harry, Mrs. Granger said as she hugged the boy as well. Thank you. You're welcome, Harry said. Just remember to keep these a secret. He whispered to her. Of course, dear, she said. We know it's special to your family. Harry also approached the Bones family and had much the same response from Amelia and Susan. She was tempted to ask for another, but knew it would be against pure-blood tradition to ask for such favors. You never ask for family magics, unless you did it as a proposal for a trade, usually in offering a marriage agreement. She'd not be doing that, since Susan would be choosing that for herself. They may be pure blood, but she wasn't so steeped in the tradition as to make those kinds of decisions for her ward. Having done what he had come to do, he went to rejoin Sirius, where he stood with the Patil matriarch still. They were chatting and smiling, and Harry really hoped the man wasn't seriously flirting with her. It would only cause problems for him later. It turns out that they were discussing the business that Sirius had started, and Lady Patil was interested in what they were doing. She'd be having a discussion with her husband later that day, to inform him of their plans. Perhaps they could take advantage of the newly established transport company. Harry would have many locations to protect after the end of the school year, but he had another mission to complete first. The trip back to Hogwarts was enjoyable, and the group had reformed as they had on the previous trip. Ron was not happy that they had not invited him, so he stormed off to go sit with his brothers again. Harry couldn't care. He was surrounded by friends, and they were having a good time. Harry hadn't given Neville a book, but then he knew he actually enjoyed being away from his grandmother. If he had given him a book, she'd insist on him writing to her daily, and he'd likely want to avoid that at all costs. The subject eventually did come up, and Neville basically confirmed his thought verbatim. He was happy to be included in the conversation though, and showed real happiness when Harry confirmed the reason he hadn't given Neville linked diaries as a present. Instead, he'd gotten him a book on potions, the same one that he had found the advanced techniques for preparing potions in. He hoped it helped the boy to do better in the class, and explained to him how it had helped him keep track of things. Hermione asked to read the book instantly, when Neville put it down, intent on reading it later. He'd agreed easily, and Hermione started poring over the text, apparently attempting to memorize it before they arrived at Hogwarts. When they arrived back, Hermione reluctantly handed the book back, not having gotten halfway through it. Neville just smiled and handed it back, on the condition that she help him learn the techniques later. She was a much quicker study than him, and he learned more easily from her than from books anyway. Hermione took it as a compliment and agreed to the arrangement. The other girls decided that they would need to form a study group. Apparently Harry and Hermione were in the two lead positions of their grade, and spending time with your friends was just a bonus. Over the following weeks Harry had found the Mirror of Erist and had his conversation with Dumbledore for returning too many times. Some things were said differently, but that was to be expected. Harry was much more well-spoken and educated this time around, and the headmaster seemed to have picked up on it, treating the boy with a bit more respect. Harry suspected it was out of guilt about what he had found out about the Dursleys, after Harry had been rescued. Dumbledore also mentioned the fact that he could, for some reason, not recall where Harry was staying, and Harry sidestepped the subject by saying that they had brought in a warding company to protect their new home. It was all supposed to be hush-hush, so Dumbledore smiled his grandfatherly smile, all while kicking himself internally for not offering to cast the Fidelius himself. That way he could control who knew the location. For some reason, he could have sworn he had planned on that many years ago. Fortunately, the new Fidelius was hiding the fact that he had, in fact, done so. Harry continued his work and, one day, had a breakthrough. He had finally figured out sustained flight. He celebrated with the smile of a prankster. The next morning, as everyone was eating breakfast, his pre-prepared and ruined magic kicked in. Everyone was suddenly stuck to their benches as their tables lifted off from the ground slowly, and the tables all started moving up and over and under each other, in the shape of a figure 8. Going faster and faster until a lap of movement was completed in 5 seconds. It wasn't really fast, but it was proof his theory worked. The professors found themselves in much the same situation, but their chairs had locked in place, as if connected to the teacher's table, and they started floating up and over the shuffling tables, forward and back, while making a slow rotation horizontally. None of the professors dared cast any spells, in case it interrupted the magic and the children crashed to the floor and were injured. Dumbledore spoke up when he saw a couple of students prepare to cast spells. "Put your wands away," he said with a sonorous, "Can feel the magic winding down. Don't interrupt," he warned. Just as he had said, the magic soon ran its course and every table soon landed softly, with the staff table returning to its normal position, but facing away from the students. The house tables had also been shuffled a bit, placing the Gryffindor table between the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw table. Harry had planned it so that his friends could sit close by. Hopefully they kept the new arrangement. Everyone suddenly found that they could leave their seats again. There were a couple of scared looks, but overall there were mostly only smiling faces. The prank was harmless, didn't hurt anyone, was over quickly and caused a disruption to normal proceedings, just enough to be memorable. Exactly as Harry had planned. Also, exactly as planned, a sheet of paper appeared in front of Severus Snape. He quickly snagged it before anyone noticed and read it as the staff moved their table and chairs around to face the proper way. Flight magic. Achieved. This would be the first thing required in the plan. Everyone was kept safe with sticking charms. Next step, artificial gravity. HB. Snape looked up and spotted the boy. He was laughing with his friends and looked just as surprised as everyone else. Quite the little actor. He really should have been in Slytherin. Or, perhaps, he was smart enough to convince the hat to place him where he'd not stand out. He'd have to remember to ask the boy. For now, though, since the prank was harmless and set a good example of one, he deducted 20 points for the act without making any announcements. It was the least he could do for Lily's boy. He also didn't want to announce how capable the boy was. It was an advantage he would find useful later in life. Dumbledore was looking out over the children to see if he could spot the people who had performed the magic. His scans during the event didn't point to anyone, rather pointing at the tables themselves as the source of the magic. Nobody stood out to him, but his eyes settled on the Weasley twins, who were both looking at Harry. Perhaps they thought he knew what was going on. Severus had told him of how advanced Harry's studies in potions were. He could understand the boy's drive to learn the art, since it could be performed without a wand, when he was too young to learn any other magic. He didn't necessarily approve of what Sirius had done, rather hoping that Harry could enjoy his youth instead, but he also understood that with Harry being in danger outside the house, it would be best to keep his interest in something he could do inside the house. He doubted that Harry could have done this, though. The boy's magic couldn't possibly be strong enough yet, nor could he know how to achieve this feat after only a couple of months of education. The twins, though, may have enough knowledge to pull this off, with the help of some upper-year students. They both had looked quite surprised by the event, though, and his surface scan of the boy's thoughts clearly spoke of shock and a little amazement, but overall enjoyment, which was the feeling he was getting from nearly everybody. He was still unable to scan Harry's mind, though. He suspected something to do with part of riddle he believed was in Harry, was the cause. When the children looked like they were all planning on staying to discuss what had just happened, McGonagall stood. "Whatever just happened doesn't excuse you all from class," she said sternly. "Off with you. You can discuss this later." The children all dutifully started leaving, though the conversations still continued. McGonagall turned to Dumbledore then. "What do you make of this, Albus? I searched for a source, but it seems that the tables were spelled to do this on their own." Dumbledore said, "I thought perhaps the Weasley boys would know, but they seemed just as surprised as everyone else. We need to know who did this." McGonagall insisted. "The children could have been hurt. They were perfectly safe as far as I can tell, Minerva. Whoever did this used sticking charms to ensure nobody fell and to secure what was on the tables, much like we were also stuck to our seats." Dumbledore assured her, "I'd like to know who did this too, but mostly to congratulate them on a successful and harmless prank. Surely we shouldn't encourage the children to do such reckless things." McGonagall objected. "Or perhaps we should award the safety precautions to encourage the forethought," Fidelius Flitwick said, while deducting points for possibly scaring the student body. Snape added, he had made that decision already, but didn't intend on awarding points. "Whoever did this certainly knew their stuff, though," Madame Rolanda Hooch, the flying teacher, said. "The movements were precisely choreographed, and I suspect the reshuffling of the tables was done intentionally, since the magic left the tables exactly spaced as before. I wouldn't mind finding out who did this myself, since they could likely produce new brooms for us with what they know. As you know, the school brooms are quite old, and we've been needing new ones for a while now. I'm sorry, Rolanda, but I've told you before that the budget simply won't bend on this one. The Board of Governors simply don't see the importance of a class that only runs for a few weeks at the beginning of the year." Dumbledore apologized. "If you want new brooms for the Quidditch teams, though, perhaps you can find a sponsor for them? Alumni that were on the teams, perhaps?" Rolanda Hooch brought the subject up whenever possible, since she was in charge of flying class and needed to be present for Quidditch practice and games. Her entire job revolved around flying, and she pressed for new equipment whenever possible. With a few exceptions, the brooms they currently had were simply unusable. So far, the only reason that Quidditch wasn't a complete loss was because the students on the teams tended to bring their own brooms, or loaned their parents or friends. If she could find the person responsible, though, perhaps they could be persuaded to help fixing what they had, as a form of practice for their obvious plans of making brooms for one of the broom companies. They seemed to have quite a bit of skill, too. She'd start by asking all the current students on the teams. Chances were, they'd know of someone with such skills. Perhaps it was even a current Quidditch player, as a person with these skills would likely be attracted by the sport. The twins couldn't find a moment to speak with Harry, since he was always busy these days, studying in the library with Longbottom and the group of girls from the other houses. Harry had the makings of a strong group of supporters from the other houses in that study group of his. The twins had noted 2 of the Slytherin first years, the Greengrass and Parkinson girls, were also sniffing around the group, when they were last looking for a moment to pull Harry aside. The whole of the Gryffindor first-year girls, including Granger, Patil, Brown, and Dunbar, had joined. 2 girls from Hufflepuff and the other Patil girl from Ravenclaw had also joined. It was nothing formal, but besides Longbottom, it seemed the study group didn't allow other boys. They suspected this was the reason why the Slytherin girls were working up the courage to join. They had recently heard that a couple of older Slytherin boys had disappeared one evening, supposedly into the hands of Aurors, for unknown reasons. At the same time, The forgetful streak of some Slytherin girls and some of the prettier girls from other houses had suddenly come to an end. The conclusions being drawn were not pretty. The Slytherin girls were likely seeking strength in numbers, and Harry was known to be fair and accepting, especially after his speech the morning after their prank. He obviously preferred the company of the fairer intimate as well. One evening after the study session had come to an end, Harry was confronted by the Weasley twins and drawn away from the Gryffindor girls and Neville as they entered through the portrait. Harry always insisted on escorting the other girls to their common rooms, and the Gryffindor girls usually followed as they were all becoming fast friends and didn't mind chatting as they walked. "We need to talk," Fred said. "About that prank you pulled." George said. "What prank?" Harry asked. "Don't act like you don't know what we're talking about," Fred said. "We know you did it." George insisted. "Okay, prove it," Harry said with a smirk. The twins looked at each other, but there was a moment of uncertainty on their faces. They really wanted to believe it was Harry. The prank followed what he said a prank should be to the letter, and they had realized it the moment it was over. "Okay, listen. Let's rather say if you knew who did it," Fred started again. "Could you ask them to go speak to Madame Hooch?" George continued. "There's a reward for whoever can find them," Fred said, "since she's hoping they can help with the school brooms." George finished. "And what would you get out of this if I knew and told Madame Hooch?" Harry countered. "Who says I won't keep the reward for myself if I knew, hypothetically? Because you didn't know about the reward," Fred said. "We figure you're such an upstanding guy that you'll want to share the wealth," George said. "As a form of gratitude," Fred said. "To us," George finished. "Why do you always start talking?" Harry asked, pointing at Fred. "And you always finish." He finished, pointing at George. "How do you know we don't swap?" Fred asked. "It's not like you know which is which, right?" George said. "Fred." "George," Harry said, pointing at them. "It's not hard." "How'd you know that?" George asked, breaking the pattern for the first time. "Trade secret, I'm afraid," Harry said. He was probably guessing. Fred scoffed. "They'd need to check for magic." Little did they know that Harry had simply let his magic settle into Fred that first time. Even if they dispelled the tracking charm on his elbow, Harry would be able to tell them apart, simply because he could feel the remnants of his magic. He wouldn't be able to track him anymore, but that wasn't the point, was it? You guys keep telling yourselves that, okay? Harry scoffed as he walked away. "What about the reward?" Fred asked. "I'll tell you once I've figured out who did it." Harry smiled back at them. Harry had a couple of months to play before he would know for certain that the stone would be in place, so he decided to focus on his research. With a little bit of playtime, experimentation, and a little work on familiarizing himself with the females he had attracted to the study group. Not all of them, of course, but he had his eyes on a specific few. Harry didn't end up going to Madame Hooch. Instead, he snuck his way into the broom shed and started tinkering with one of the brooms that was too old to be missed. It took him a while, but he found the spots where the magic had started becoming undone and fixed what he could. He couldn't fly it around to test it too far, but it seemed to respond a bit better to him. Knowing what he did, then, he checked the other brooms and started strengthening the magic on the brooms, where he could. After that was done, a week had passed and Harry decided to play around a bit. So he went about making a flying broom all his own. He'd needed to transfigure some of the broom, but was certain to use things that would not change back and made sure they were settled in their current form, before continuing. Another month of experimentation later, his broom was complete and he decided to take it out for a test flight. It was amazing to feel his own magic flowing through the broom. The runes he had come up with to enable flight were working much as he had expected. It was a little different than the other brooms though, since the rune changed the way the broom responded. It was slower to react than he'd have hoped, but the speed was incredible. He judged it at twice the speed of his firebolt from the first time around, but that wasn't the best part. He felt it could continue accelerating, but he was going too fast to keep his eyes open if he went any faster. Stopping and maneuvering was also a problem. He needed to resolve those issues first. Fortunately, he still had time, and by the end of the next week, he'd finally gotten it to the point where he could use the broom like any other. The only problem with this broom was that it needed more power to fly more quickly, so he ended up needing to charge the runes before flight so that it didn't need to drain it from him as he went. He doubted this model would be usable by anyone but someone with vast amounts of magical power, but that wasn't really a problem for him and would be fine for what he intended to make anyway. The broom was just a proof of concept anyway. It couldn't store much power due to the size of the runes being small and the fact that it was drawn on wood, rather than something that could store more power, like stone or some metals. The next step would need to be a model that didn't drain so quickly, or that recycled power so that it would only need an initial charge. Then it would need to recharge over time from the environment like how wards worked. That was put on the list after his current project. He'd already figured out how to make artificial gravity. It was a reasonably simple spell after all. It was used all the time in Egyptian tombs, and Harry had already found something in the Hogwarts library for it. That had been one of the few draws to coming back to school. That and his friends, that is. He spent a lot of time in the library, learning about the concepts of spell creation and rune functions, but he was also sneaking into the restricted section quite often. The spells there could potentially harm school-level children, and none of it was really dark. Harry knew for a fact the headmaster kept those in his private library, and he wasn't interested in dark magic anyway. As he understood it, dark magic was addictive and would corrupt the caster over time, so he wasn't interested. Harry was currently working on a spell that would be necessary for a space vessel. He needed to be able to counter or negate the effects of multiple factors of gravity when accelerating quickly. The gravity spell that he had found only had the settings to make gravity change in direction, or increase it, but not to this degree. It was a week before Harry would be going after the stone, while they were studying and chatting as they normally did, when the Slytherin girls finally worked up the courage to approach them. "Excuse me, Lord Potter?" Daphne Greengrass asked, slightly timidly. "Call me Harry," Harry said easily. "I don't hold any lordships at this time." "Harry, then," Daphne said a little more easily. She tried to go for respectful. It's what she'd do with other purebloods, when looking for a favor. She looked over her shoulder at Pansy, before turning back. "We were hoping," she started. Harry had been aware of their presence the entire time and knew what they wanted, though. "Sure, pull up a chair. We're currently on Transfiguration." Harry interrupted her, shocking her. The other girls had quickly gotten used to how insightful Harry seemed, and he was more like a tutor at this point, with his vast knowledge of the different subjects. He was seldom studying what they were, preferring to study on his own. "We usually help each other, and when we get stuck we interrupt Harry, since he's on his own studies." Hermione informed them. She had started off jealous of his knowledge, but then realized that he'd been at it for years. She could either be jealous or use the knowledge he had to her advantage. She was actually just grateful to Harry for being her friend. With everything he was doing for the group and herself personally, she couldn't be happier. The other girls also smiled at them in welcome and opened some space on the table, moving books out of the way. "Thank you," Daphne said with a little shock. She had expected favors or something. She had expected the words, "What do we get out of it?" Instead, there was a free offer to join, simply handed to them. "Just like that?" Pansy asked, slightly suspicious. "There's no fees or favors," she asked. "We're just focusing on the future." Susan spoke up. "If there is a condition, it's that you respect the fact that we're all friends and that you stay on topic. We do tend to chat a bit, considering we go through the studying so fast, with Harry's help." Faye Dunbar added. She was normally the quiet type, preferring to fall into the background. The constant chatting and friendly atmosphere had drawn the girl out. She was still normally a bit on the quiet side, but that seemed to just be her normal personality. "We also understand that the average male doesn't have the capacity to work and chat," Parvati added, before turning to Neville. "Sorry, Neville," she added.
No.
Neville said with a bit of a smile. "I keep my trap shut or I simply don't learn. I can accept my limitations." Parvati smiled at him for a moment, before turning to the newcomers, who had finally taken their seats. "That's also the reason why we try and keep only Harry and Neville in the group. Harry teaches, when it's necessary, and Neville doesn't interrupt us. I also use the time while you lovely ladies talk to catch up." Neville interjected. "I'm just not as bright as the lot of you," he said with a self-deprecating smile. Hermione put a hand on his shoulder. You're smart enough to know your strengths, she said. We couldn't ask for more. They had all realized at some point that Neville was not as stupid as he thought. As his confidence increased, so did his speed and thought processes. They had tried to tell him, but it tended to have the opposite effect, so now they just supported him whenever they could. We're currently on the homework for tomorrow. Harry interrupted. He wanted them to get back to it so that he could get back to his reading. He was currently making notes on how he intended to spell the next broom. If he wanted to help the school with this, he'd need to make ones that worked normally instead of with runes. What are you studying? Daphne asked, noticing the tome he was reading from. It looked like a mastery book in runes. Herbology, Harry said easily, completely ignoring the fact that the book was clearly about runes. He never tells us what he's working on. Hermione interrupted. Apparently it's too advanced to have a decent discussion with us. She knew he was still working on his private research into making a spacecraft. She wouldn't betray his confidence, though. That was also why she had said it with a hint of humor, shaking her head with a bit of a smile, as if she was exasperated. But that's a book on runes, Pansy said, a little slow on the uptake. She's saying they know he's busy with other things and that he's not going to tell us. Daphne whispered to her friend. She had already taken out her books and started working on her homework. The girls quickly learned how things worked, when most of the others tended to direct questions at Hermione. Only when she struggled with the subject, which wasn't often, did they turn to Harry. His answers were followed up with examples so that the slower ones of the group could more easily understand. If the concepts were a little too convoluted or intricate, which it seldom was, they settled in easily and were happily surprised when they were drawn into the conversations as soon as they arrived. At some point one of the girls pulled out what looked like a diary and made a note. What was strange was that the group had been discussing their parents' businesses, rather than work. Why would the Granger girl be interested in that and taking notes? Hermione, Susan piped up. We're in mixed company. Maybe you should put the diary away until later? She asked with a look, meant to remind her that the diaries were supposed to stay secret. She had noted the attention of the Greengrass girl. Hermione's eyes flashed to the new arrivals and widened, before she could pull herself together again. Right? She said as she quickly stowed the book away. I forget sometimes. She added. Harry had told the other girls about the diaries, when one of them professed to missing her parents and wishing there was an easier way to speak to them. She was used to being able to at least use the flu to contact her parents. There was no such thing available to students here. It's quite all right, Harry said. If things carry on as they are, I suspect that everyone at this table will eventually be keeping a diary. The new girls were struck by how excited some of the other girls looked. Why was a diary something to be so excited about? There was more going on here than met the eye, it seemed. How intriguing. The study session went on to cover other subjects, and when most of the group departed, Hermione stayed behind to help the new girls with the homework they had covered before they joined, while Harry got up to escort the others to their common rooms, as he always did. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. How do you know where the Slytherin house is? Daphne asked. Trade secret, Harry said, his face suddenly a blank mask. What trade? Pansy asked. Also a trade secret, Harry said. Harry knows all the secret passageways in the school. Hermione said for him. I personally think he has a map, marking all the interesting locations, but he won't tell me anything either, calling it a trade secret. She knew that he'd not mind her speculating, even if she got closer to the truth than he'd have liked. The Slytherin girls were impressed. Harry Black was definitely interesting to have around. Thank you for escorting us, Harry. Hermione, Daphne said, accepting her explanation. They normally wouldn't be caught dead, hanging around with a Muggleborn, especially since their parents were who they were. That had been one of the reasons it had taken them so long to join. Fortunately, they could claim they were using her for her obvious intelligence like any good Slytherin would, so they had finally made the decision to join. They were not disappointed with the choice. Harry was insightful and intelligent, while Hermione herself was a wellspring of information, learned in class and in these study sessions. Their own understanding of the subjects covered were quickly and easily expanded on, and they had no doubt the group would eventually all be at the head of the year. No problem, Harry said as he bowed and greeted them in his usual manner. Let us meet again tomorrow, he said with that roguish smile of his. The girls actually blushed and quickly made to enter the common room, but had to wait for the others to leave before they could say the password. What have we here? A voice said from inside the Slytherin common room. A couple of pretty first highs, out for an evening walk? It was one of the Slytherin 7th-year boys. The girls both froze. The rumors had made its way through the entire school, and the girls were suddenly afraid. The common room was empty, besides the one boy now standing in front of them. Suddenly he had his wand in his hand. The last thing they remembered hearing was Stupefy, Chapter 4, and see disclaimer on Chapter 1 and 2. Oh boy, it seems I was being too vague. I realized duplicated food is temporary. That's why Harry left the duplicated stuff for his family and kept the real food for himself. They needed the diet anyway. I'm taking the time to say it here, since I'm not able to reply to reviews currently, for some reason. Chapter 4. The next day, the girls both woke up in the infirmary. Daphne was the second to awaken, and she heard soft sobbing coming from the bed next to her. She looked over and saw Pansy, curled up into the fetal position, softly sobbing. Pansy? She asked. The other girl did not respond, but her body started shaking more. You're awake? Then, the voice of her head of house asked. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. Who? Daphne asked. The only people that were around were herself, Pansy, and Hermione and Harry. Was it Harry? She asked. Indeed, Snape said. He was not in a good mood. He thought he had weeded out the last of the boys who liked to play with little girls. The boy has been taken into custody. Somehow he had ingested some Veritaserum and was telling any and all who would listen about what he had been up to. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. He was unable to do anything besides vanish your clothing. Snape assured her. This does mean that Mr. Black found you in a state of undress. Fortunately, the debris missed both of you, but the boy wasn't so fortunate. Debris? Daphne asked. Mr. Black didn't know the password to the common room, so he decided to use a bombardment hex to gain entry. Snape said. Daphne sighed a sigh of relief. The boy will be punished. Unfortunately, I am not in charge of sentencing. Otherwise, he'd be castrated by a blunt instrument. Snape swore. Mr. Black was not able to explain how the Veritaserum was introduced to his system, or how both his arms and legs were broken while you two remain safe, but I suspect the Aurors will take full advantage of the situation, with him unable to lie, since it is illegal to dose a criminal, but not to use the opportunity once it has been presented. Snape had a victorious, predatory smile on his face, which set the girl's mind to rest. Why is Pansy crying? Daphne asked. If they were rescued in time, she should be relieved, right? I don't know, Snape said. When she first awoke, she was relieved like you, but since she has fallen into some sort of depression. I told you to let me know the moment she woke up, Madame Pomfrey stated angrily as she moved past the professor to check on the girl. How are you feeling, dear? She asked Daphne. I think I'm all right, Madame Pomfrey, she said. She was still worried for her friend. That's good, the matron decided. I'll be keeping you here for the rest of the day, to make sure there aren't any emotional issues, she said, glancing behind her at the crying Pansy. Poor dear is in shock, she explained. But nothing happened, right? Daphne asked. But something could have, Pansy suddenly wailed. If it hadn't been for Harry, she trailed off with a soft whimper, before she started crying all over again. Daphne suddenly found her own emotions brimming, and soon she too was crying as she realized what had been about to happen to them. Harry was in a foul mood and was not speaking to anyone. Had this been going on before and he was just too stupid to realize? He had spotted the people going in and out of the Slytherin common room and had thought it was just a couple of teens taking the opportunity for some friendly playtime in a convenient private location. When he noticed that the girls that he had noted weren't ever on speaking terms with the boys in question, he started wondering. When he noticed the same boys with other girls who they also weren't talking to, he had taken his findings to Snape, assuming he would be able to intercede. It was his bloody job after all. When they left Daphne and Pansy, he had placed monitoring charms on them on a whim, only for them to send him an update that worried him when Harry was only a couple of hallways away. He had had to explain some things to Hermione as he ran back. Things he'd have preferred to keep to himself, but he had little choice. When he had blasted through a wall to gain entry into the Slytherin common room, considering the door was more protected, he saw the bigger boy looking up at him in shock, wand still in hand. Harry's magic had erupted from him with a vengeance. He hadn't even directed it voluntarily. The boy suddenly screamed in pain as both his arms and legs bent the wrong way, with a sick crunching sound. Hermione, who had been following him, had screamed, but Harry directed her to go cover up the girls. She understood instantly what had happened, though, and pulled herself together and did as instructed. When Harry handed her 2 blankets he had just conjured, she didn't even question it. Now he was wondering what to do about the rest of the school. Not all evildoers wore a green tie after all. The others around him had noted his mood and had given him space, especially when Hermione warned them off. There were many concerned looks, and rumors of what had happened were already spreading. The professors didn't know what to tell the children, since the headmaster didn't want this leaked. If it got out that the school was not secure, parents would lose faith in not just it but him too. By the end of the day, Harry had finally decided on a course of action. When he disappeared, the girls were all worried, and Harry wasn't seen until the next day, when he walked into the Great Hall during breakfast. He marched up to the professor's table and spoke to them quietly, before turning on his heel and walking out again, with the heads of house and Dumbledore following along. When Harry led them into an empty classroom, Harry stopped. "Professor Dumbledore." "I'm sorry, Professor, but this is for the heads of the house only." "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore started. "This is not negotiable, sir. It is a matter of security, and I'm afraid I have to claim the right of keeping family secrets private." Harry interrupted him. "But surely, if you're sharing something with the heads, you could share it with me?" Dumbledore tried. "I have the right to choose who I share this with, and for now, I am already reluctant to tell the professors I have here. If you'd prefer, I could rather not give them this at all?" Harry asked. He didn't care that he wasn't talking like a small boy should. This was more important. "Albus," McGonagall interjected. "You know full well that you are not allowed to ask for this," she exclaimed. "It's not done," she insisted. Dumbledore looked at her, and an inner debate seemed to take place. He didn't like not knowing what was going on. He also didn't like what had been happening at his school. If Harry had an idea of how to keep the children safe, he would not deny him the opportunity to help them. "Very well," he finally said, "but I will need a report on it." He tried. When McGonagall made to object again, he clarified, "No specifics, of course. I just need to know that what was discussed isn't dark or potentially harmful." Harry interjected this time. "That should be fine." He agreed. Then he shut the door in Dumbledore's face. "That is not how you are supposed to treat the headmaster of the school, young man," Pomona Sprout, head of Hufflepuff, insisted. "Until the headmaster stops hiding the facts of what has been happening to young witches in this castle, I'm not inclined to treat him with respect. The parents have a right to know," Harry said. To his surprise, all the heads seemed to agree with him. Even Snape nodded along. Harry took that as a good sign. "Okay," Harry continued. "So you all know about what has been happening in Slytherin House, right?" "Intimate assault," Fidelius Flitwick stated irrevocably. "I was pleased to hear that Professor Snape put an end to it, but I had hoped he'd be more thorough." Snape was about to defend himself when Harry interrupted. "Professor Snape is not to blame for that. The students he intervened with were interested in witches their own age. This one was interested in prepubescent teens. Once the other predators were taken away, it allowed him to come out of hiding." Snape was shocked that the boy defended him so readily. What he knew of the boy seemed to indicate that while he respected him as a teacher, he didn't like him as a person. Perhaps he was trying to work his way into his favor? "Mr. Black is right. The others knew of each other and confessed under Veritaserum." He turned to Harry. "You are the one that administered it, if anyone asks, understand?" "Completely, sir," Harry said, knowing he couldn't be held accountable as a minor, though Snape could be punished by law. "I have a large stash of the stuff in a hidden location." Just let me know if you want someone's pumpkin juice spiked. Again. He looked him dead in the eye, but only in cases like these, right? Of course. Snape said. He knew the boy wouldn't be party to casual use of such restricted substances if it wasn't for a good reason. At least he had volunteered to be his alibi. Could prove useful. Now why are we here? He insisted. Harry nodded, allowing the change of subject. The other heads were shocked by the byplay. When had Severus and young Harry become so used to each other? They wouldn't use the word close, but it was like they understood each other to a degree. The reason I wanted you all here is for this, Harry said, bringing out 4 pieces of parchment. He placed them on 4 tables around him and tapped them each once. An illusionary image appeared above all 4 papers. These are all your houses, Harry said. Common rooms and dormitories. It will show you the location of your students when they are there. I will leave it to you to keep track of who is there and who is not. Where did you find these? Flitwick asked. This was a masterwork of charms. I made them, Harry said. When all 4 heads of house looked at him in astonishment, Harry held a hand up. Don't ask how. It's a family secret, so you'll have to keep their existence a secret. You'll also find that the magic is protected by a charm for such things. If you try and tamper with it, the magic will be destroyed and I'll not make you another. McGonagall looked at Harry in pride again. This is a wonderful gift, Harry. Did Remus show you how to make this? She asked. Yes, Auntie Min, Harry said with a smile, even as the others looked at her in shock at the casual use of his first name and his familiar response. He made the original, which shows the whole school. You've got one that shows the whole school? Fidelius asked. This was amazing. He couldn't believe he had missed that the boy was such a prodigy. Why not give us all the ability to watch the entire school? Because I need you all focused on your own houses, Harry said. With a whole school, you'd be tempted to intervene in other people's business. I will make sure Auntie Poppy has one that shows the whole school as well, for medical purposes. Harry then took out 5 books. These books are all linked. There's one for each of you and Auntie Poppy. You may coordinate with each other using them, but this is also a family secret, so you may use them, but not tell anyone, nor try to unveil the magic. What do you mean they are linked? Snape asked. Instead of telling them, Harry handed one to each of them. They were charmed before Harry bound them in the appropriate color. Leather. Poppy's was white. He had them open the books on the first page and took out his fountain pen. He wrote the word, hello, on the first page, and the others watched as Harry's scrawl appeared on their pages. See? Harry asked. Now, if one of your students is missing, you can write a message to the other heads and they can tell you if someone from their house is missing, or Poppy could inform you if she has a patient. You'll also be able to see if someone that shouldn't be is in your house. Is this why you missed classes yesterday? Snape asked. He now knew how Harry knew what was going on in his house. Sorry, but this was more important than taking classes I've already completed, Harry said. How many subjects have you completed to Newt level? Snape asked. All of the core subjects, Harry said easily. And some of the other ones I'm still working on. How? When? Fidelius asked. It was unbelievable to think the boy had both the magical power and the mental capacity to do what he was claiming. I don't know when, but I tested the boy myself, Snape informed. He's at least at Newt level with his potions knowledge. He even caught a couple of higher grade questions I added, as a curiosity. That was luck then, Harry said. I really didn't go much further with my potion studies. I did help make Uncle Remus potion for a while, though. Had to do a little extra reading for that one. And charms? Fidelius insisted. Instead of answering, Harry produced his Patronus. By Merlin's beard, Fidelius swore. How do you even possess the power for such a feat? No 11-year-old should be able to do that. I have secrets I cannot tell anyone, Harry admitted. I promise you, though, I'm only trying to help. We can see that, Mr. Potter, Pomona said. Your actions in giving us these are very Hufflepuff of you. Thank you, Professor Sprout, Harry said with a smile. Just remember, please, that I'm trying to keep my advanced status a secret. He turned to Snape, besides a certain potions professor who told the entire class I was ahead of them so that they'd bother me with questions instead of him while I was studying other things. I'd prefer to keep a low profile while I work on my own studies without constantly being bombarded with questions. It's your own fault for answering the questions, Snape said with a victorious smirk. You could have ignored them. Now, you don't have much of a choice, and I have one class that isn't as much trouble as the rest. How are you so advanced, though? Fidelius pressed. The boy was an enigma he needed to solve. Trade secret, Harry said. I like to just consider him an enigma, Snape said. He doesn't even boast like his father would have done. You do realize that, while I don't bear their name, I don't like it when people insults their memory in my presence, right? Harry asked with just a little bit of the prankster creeping onto his face. Deal with it, Snape said easily. You know I hated your father, and you ensured that I heard you while you discussed it with Granger. At that Harry's face showed only a moment of shock. Thought I wouldn't realize, did you? I had hoped, Harry admitted. The fact is, you knew my mother best, and I would like to learn about her, but I knew you didn't see her in me at the time. Harry looked him dead in the eyes. Then, admit it. Since then you've been able to see I'm not my parents. He dared. Snape didn't answer, though he had to admit to himself, neither James, not Lily would have been so upfront about it. Try as he might, he couldn't see the boy's father in him anymore, and he reminded him much more of his beloved Lily these days. Either way, we cannot allow you to skip classes without punishment. If you wish to remain unnoticed, you'll need to be punished. It is unfortunately as Professor Snape says. Flitwick aloud. Detention with me for the next week and 50 points to Gryffindor for the book and map. He'd find out more about the boy during their time as he tested his skills. Same here, McGonagall and Sprout said at the same time. Me first, Sprout quickly added, with a victorious grin as Minerva responded a second later than her. Fine, McGonagall said. She intended to use the time to advance his transfiguration skills. She already knew his secret after all. I'd rather just give him detention, but I suppose the magic he has given us access to will help us protect our students better. 150 points to Gryffindor for the items and the rescue of the two ladies. 100 points from Gryffindor for the destruction of school property and 50 points for every person you helped stop so far. So 200 points? Fidelius asked, calculating in his head. Snape shrugged. He was looking at the Slytherin common room, where he saw someone who wasn't in the Great Hall. How do I deactivate the map? He asked Harry. If he was supposed to keep it a secret, he couldn't very well expect to walk through the halls with it active. Current passwords are set to the words open and close, accompanied with a touch from your wands. You can reset them using the same way the common room passwords are changed. Harry said, close. Snape said, doing as instructed, and then picked up the map and folded it before stowing it in a pocket along with the book, which he shrunk. Thank you, Black, he said as he walked out. You're welcome, Professor, Harry said. You and he are on much better terms than I'd have thought. McGonagall said. Did you charm him? She asked suspiciously. Not with magic, Harry replied. Then he got another look in his eyes she didn't like. Why do you look like you're planning mischief? McGonagall asked. She'd seen that look one too many times in her life, and a lot since she started visiting Grimmauld Place. Harry had been learning from the remaining marauders after all. Well, I do have 350 points to lose now, Harry explained. Or you could keep them, McGonagall insisted. She knew he didn't care about the point system, but it was how people knew that someone did exemplary work. If people noticed the points going up, they would ask how it happened, and then they'd know who to emulate. It's been years since we've won the House Cup, but that's not something I care about, Auntie Min, Harry said reasonably. It would also be unfair to the other houses if I pulled in that load of points on my own. Flitwick and Sprout seemed to agree, though they worried about the consequences of a boy with so much magic, on the lookout for things to do that would lose him points. After their impromptu meeting, Harry went to the infirmary, where he presented Madame Pomfrey with her map and book. She was very grateful for the useful items and promised to keep the map safely locked up in her office. She did have a special storage space which only the matron could access. It was set up that way from the days of the founders as she understood it. Before she put the map away, she noticed something and mentioned it. Is there any specific reason why you aren't showing up on the map? She asked. Why would I give anyone the power to track me? Harry said with a smile. I get up to way too much that I don't want people catching on to. Harry, she said dangerously. This will only be a useful tool for me if I know for a fact everyone is on it. Harry considered it, then offered, do I have your healer/patient confidentiality on it? To only use it to look for me when there is an actual emergency that needs my assistance? No, you don't, she said instantly. But I can promise not to report you if I see you being out and about doing Merlin knows what. I can't betray your confidence in me that way, after all. I know you have priorities that are more important than following the rules here. Harry considered it some more. There were times that he'd rather not be known to disappear, like when he went to the room of requirement. That was an asset he wasn't sharing anytime soon. I tell you what, he decided, I will make it so you can see me whenever I'm specifically not on my personal mission or projects that require secrecy. Would you ever be on the map then? She asked. Most of the time, actually, Harry said. I've not started with some of the things I'm planning, but there are areas of the castle where I intend to spend time that don't appear on the map due to the magics of said areas, or because they are specifically hidden. He said evasively. She sighed then. I suppose it's better than nothing, she said. One day you'll have to update the map to include those areas, though, so that I can be certain that I know exactly what is going on. At least I know that I'll be able to look for any strange behavior, like people being out of bed after curfew. The things that have been happening in Slytherin House worries me. You and me both, Harry said as he started working on the magic in the map. I never knew about all that the first time around, so I suspect they got away with it then and probably carried on after school, and I wonder if Slytherin is the only house where hormonal teens let their power get the better of them. Somehow, I doubt it. These children probably learned it somewhere, too. Heavens forbid, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed. I don't want to think about it. I hope I'm wrong, Auntie Poppy, Harry said. But I intend to keep a watchful eye as well. I can't very well leave all the pretty girls that might otherwise find a way into my harem to the wolves. Now can I? He said with a smirk. Sirius should leave his fantasies in his bedroom. Poppy groused. If you do intend to start something stupid like a harem, even if the girls are willing, I expect you to treat them right and not do anything that would sully their names. Do you understand me, Harry? She insisted. I still don't see how you could even consider these things. They are all rather young for your mental age, after all. That they are, Poppy, but as Sirius always says, they won't stay young forever. Harry joked. Honestly, though, the idea doesn't appeal to me as much as it does to him. I don't mind the idea, but hormonally, I've not yet reached the age where I seek the company of women for anything other than friendship. If you'll remember the plan, though, you'll realize that I'll end up needing quite a few wives. Bloody lordships, Poppy mumbled. It's a stupid law, written by stupid purebloods. Harry added with a nod. But if I can use it to my advantage, I'll do it. It'll also give some added protections to the ladies in my circle, even if the lines end up being bequeathed unto others later on. Fine. Poppy finally gave in. I'm not against protecting people, and if you can pull it off, I say go for it. I can't believe Sirius found actual reasons to start a harem, though. Leave it to the womanizing layabout to find logical reasons to see this happen. Got to love a man that knows his priorities. Harry laughed as he finished with the map. There. That should do it, he said as he watched his name appear and disappear with a thought, only to appear again. There you go. And you can just switch it off that easily? She asked, having watched him disappear and reappear so quickly. Well, it is my magic in the map, Harry said. The process may look simple to you, but I can feel when it can see me and not, with a little concentration, and I need to manually choose whether it shows me. Technically, the map will always know, just not show you. If for any reason you really need to know where I am and it doesn't show me, Remus should be able to activate it again. That's at least good to know, she said. Just don't tell the heads that, Harry said. I'm expecting Auntie Min to ask about it soon, and I don't intend to change her map. If she knows you can see me, she'll come up with a reason or blackmail me. At least you have a good reason. Auntie Min will use it to know when I did something. On the other hand, if they don't see you and mischief happens, they'll automatically assume it was you. Poppy countered. What do you mean blackmail? They'll still have to prove it, Harry said with a smile. And trade secret. That's when Harry decided to leave. Poppy was nice and curious, which meant she was going to bother his Auntie Min with questions. He smirked as he started walking off to class. One day after his first detention with Flitwick, where he was questioned and asked to demonstrate some of his spells, Harry decided to let him in on his side project, considering the man's potential usefulness as a source for information. The diminutive professor was amazed at Harry's plans and signed up immediately, going as far as to request a seat on the inaugural flight. Harry didn't want that though. This would be his feat. The history books would speak of other people's involvement, of course, but it would say he took the first flight solo. He insisted on it. Flitwick understood. If he was on the ship, people would start assuming he did the lion's share of the work. He did barter a concession though. If his first trip was successful, he'd take the professor along for the first trip to the moon. He didn't even need to be put on the roster, nor was he interested in being mentioned as present. He was after the experience. He was very excited, which was actually quite normal for the professor. Too soon, Harry had to leave. It was almost dinner time and he was scheduled to meet up with the girls again, and Daphne and Pansy were going to join them again, for the first time since being released from the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey had managed to talk them through their troubles. Not many people knew that she had studied some psychology. It was mostly done after Harry had become her away-from-work patient. She had been worried about what drove a 17-year-old boy to doing something as stupid as allowing himself to be killed. Sure, he had no choice in the matter, but the blasé way he mentioned it bothered her. Since they wouldn't allow mind healers near Harry, for the possibility of them finding something in Harry's mind that they didn't want known, she had done the effort to try and help. Daphne and Pansy were welcomed back into the group with open arms, and, while everyone was sensitive to what had almost happened to the girls, they were shocked when they both insisted on being seated next to Harry. He saved us. If we're seen as close friends with the future Lord Potter and Black, any future assailants would think twice before trying something similar. Daphne said, I'm not opposed to you using me as a way to protect yourselves, but you should know that I would have done the same for any lady in trouble. Harry said, we understand that you hold no real affection for us. Pansy said, but we'd like to encourage people to see it that way. You don't know Harry very well, then? Neville said with a smile. What do you mean? Pansy asked, wondering if there really was alternate reasons for their being allowed into the group. Harry likes pretty girls and ones that show potential. Hermione said. She hoped she had potential, at least. He says that it makes him happy to be surrounded by beauty and would like to make as many girlfriends as he can. Girlfriends? Daphne asked with a bit of a blush. No. Harry corrected. Girl space friends. 2 words. Not that he'd mind having many girls on his arm one day, I suspect. Susan Bones joked. What's wrong with that? Harry smiled back. A man can dream, can't he? Boy. Hermione corrected, but she was smiling along. She suspected that was a direct quote from Sirius. She liked the fact that she was the only one that knew him well enough to suspect such things. For now, Harry allowed. He looked at the 2 girls next to him, and the chairs and their occupants moved with a little push from his magic, all 1 seat up, to make space on either side of him. Sit down, dear ladies, he said as 2 chairs moved to the space from an adjacent table. How did you do that? Daphne asked in shock. The same way he did it on the Great Hall, I suspect. Susan added again. She was a sharp one. But I suspect he'll just say, trade secret. The other girls and Neville all chorused. I'll never admit to it. Harry said to Susan. They're not wrong, though. It's definitely a trade secret. Is this another one of your mysterious family magics? Pansy asked. She'd heard a rumor that he had many of those. Apparently Professor Snape had been heard telling Dumbledore that something Harry had done was protected by the family magic laws. Maybe, Harry said. If it were, I couldn't very well tell you, could I? You could, if you freely offered it or in trade. Perhaps in exchange for a marriage contract. Pansy said easily, but with a wink. She wanted to be his friend, and if she could play along with the rest, she'd do so. Oh, that's right, Daphne said. He's going to need 2 wives for his 2 lordships, right? Hey, Sirius might still find a nice girl. Harry objected. As I understand it, he's found many nice girls. Hermione joked. That is the downside of being known as a womanizer, I suppose. Harry allowed. Sure, you meet many people, but none of them think that you're serious about it, he said. Remus keeps on telling him he needs to start friendships first. That way, if things don't work out, you still have friendship to fall back on. I'm glad I got that memo early. No matter what happens, I'll always have friends. The ladies smiled and shook their heads at his obvious joke and got down to work. When Faye joined them. Sorry for being late, she said softly. Not a problem, Faye, Harry said. We were just about to get started. And that was that. Harry started in on his own work and the girls started working on their homework. Whenever Slytherins were close by, Daphne and Pansy would smile and engage Harry in some conversation. They'd shove him playfully when he made a joke or reprimand him when he swore, with exasperated expressions on their faces like they did it all the time. Hermione had finally stopped telling him to watch his language, but he suspected she knew he was doing it on purpose, when their eyes met one too many times after he swore. At this point it was a game of wills. He wanted to get her to swear, and she refused to get pulled into his delinquent behavior. In all, their strategy of becoming closer to him served his purpose as well, since they were getting used to being in each other's personal space. When he escorted them to their dormitory, they asked the other girls to stay back, while Harry walked them to the entrance. They gave the password while he could hear, and when he looked at them with a question on his face, Pansy said, Professor Snape doesn't want you destroying the walls again, so he asked us to make sure you know how to enter properly. The fact that it was said with witnesses in the common room was the whole point. Harry bid them farewell in the usual fashion and then left. He placed new charms on them just in case. Nothing happened that evening, fortunately, and life settled back into a
Prope RHYT ac Emma.
Harry had slipped away a few times and had almost perfected his latest broom. It was made of aluminium. Harry had asked for Sirius to go buy him an aluminium baseball bat, which he had transfigured into the correct form. The stirrups were also made from aluminium and merged seamlessly into the staff. But this broom had no bristles. He could always add them later since it wouldn't feel right without them, but until the product was complete, they'd only get in the way. For now, though, he was testing a new item in conjunction with the broom. He was trying to diminish his wind resistance and, since he already knew the runes for it, he had worked out a warding scheme that would make a dome around him that should negate wind resistance entirely. He waited for lights out and then opened the window once the others had started snoring. Said window was conveniently located right behind his headboard, just as planned, for this very reason. Harry's curtains were drawn around his bed, as usual, and he'd put up a silencing charm, which he normally couldn't leave up, since he needed to know if something was going on in the room. When he was set, he mounted and slowly took off, before slowly accelerating out the window. Once he was clear of the window, he started increasing his acceleration until he was doing laps around the castle at incredible speeds. He didn't feel the wind at all. All he felt was the acceleration, but that wasn't the point. He howled at his success and continued with his plan for the night. A short while later, Sirius was suddenly awoken by a bucket of ice-cold water being dumped on him. What? He spluttered as he jumped up. Moony, you sick? He had finally looked up. Harry, what are you doing home? Testing the new flight systems, Harry said with a smile. Took me under 40 minutes to get here from Hogwarts. That fast? Sirius asked as he pulled off his wet nightshirt. How is that even possible? I mean, last we chatted, you had an idea about bypassing the wind or something. It's called aerodynamics, Remus said from the door. He had heard the exclamation, of course, and had immediately come to check. He was surprised to see Harry, but it wasn't completely unexpected. Harry would always have come here once he'd had some success, and he was testing his toys for a while now. I'm assuming you're one step closer to completion? He asked Harry even as Sirius finally remembered he was a wizard and dried himself, the soaked bed and nightshirt with his wand. Only one step closer, Harry said with a smile. I should probably leave before Poppy calls you to come unhide me from her map. How did that go over? Sirius asked. Like we expected, Harry said. Everything is protected. Flitwick decided detention was a good way to test me, and the other heads all decided it was a good idea. I've got 350 points to burn, and Poppy insisted on a way to see me. So, almost exactly as planned. Sirius allowed. He really thought Poppy would not allow Harry to hide at all, but considering it was Harry's map, he'd have the leverage on the negotiation. She'll probably ask Remus to make you visible all the time, when she sees him again. Fortunately, she also knows Harry made the map, so using the excuse that I can only do what he set up for me to be able to do should work. Remus added with a smile. Then he looked at Harry, who was still in his sleeping clothes. Isn't it still cold in Scotland? He asked. Harry shrugged. A single warming charm lasted the entire way here. Without wind, the trip was actually kind of boring. I suspect I could increase the speed quite a lot once I figure out how to change the shape of the ward to be more aerodynamic. A ball still has a lot of resistance. You should aim for an oval shape. Remus suggested. Don't try to make it sharp like a wing. Wards are stronger in simple forms. You don't want it to fail and then die when your skin is torn from your body. Good point, Harry said, shuddering. We can look into something else when the time comes to go up. Harry left shortly thereafter, hugging his family goodbye and shot off on his broom again, becoming invisible as he went. Disillusionment charms worked wonders at night and at high altitudes. Are you sure it's safe to encourage him to do these things? Sirius asked Remus. I mean, he's about to fly more than 600 kilometers on his own at night. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. I know, but that doesn't mean he should be doing things like this. Sirius said. He's just 11. He's 24. Remus argued. Do you think you'd have liked being treated like a child at that age? Sirius had to concede the point. And while he understood intellectually, he had still just watched an excitable 11-year-old boy fly off on a broom he had made himself. I know that, but I also don't think it's right. Well then, next time get more bats. Remus said as he slapped him on the back of the head. You know he'd have made us some too if you had. We could be flying next to him right now if you'd done that. Good point, Sirius said with a nod, while he rubbed the back of his head. I've got to get to bed. I've got plans tomorrow. What plans? Remus asked. I'm buying 100 bats and taking them to Hogwarts, Sirius said as he walked back into the house. Remus chuckled as he closed the door behind himself. The next day, as Harry sat at the breakfast table, he was unsurprised to be approached by McGonagall. Mr. Black, I'd like to have a discussion with you, please? She had asked nicely, but her eyes spoke of a tightly controlled temper. It was the patented strict face 5. Many would simply admit to wrongdoing at this point, but Harry was made of stronger stuff. Could it wait till after breakfast? Harry asked as he reached for something to put in his already empty plate. The face changed to 6 and Harry knew he would be in trouble for trying her patience any further. Fine, he said with a put-upon air, as he got up and followed his head of house out of the hall, with the twins sniggering after him, thinking he'd been caught at something. They'd seen that face before. When they were in an empty classroom, she closed the door and produced the map. Why haven't I seen you in the Gryffindor Tower on this? She asked. Because I exempted myself from the magic, Harry said easily. Why? She asked with a twitch in her eye. That was strange. It was a sign of real anger. Concern. Maybe? I didn't think it was necessary, Harry said. You know I'm not a child, Auntie Min. I don't need you watching when I am or aren't in the tower. You seem to forget that I took responsibility for you, she said. While you are in my house, I need to protect you and all the other students here. She carefully avoided saying the word, children. I don't need protection, Auntie Min. I can take care of myself. Harry tried. The twitch was still in her eye, though. And you'd prefer I never get any sleep? She asked. When I noticed you weren't on the map, I started looking for you. The other heads of house didn't see you. When Poppy told me that you weren't on her map either, I was worried sick. She had to tell me that you weren't there on the map when you delivered her map to her. Now I'm worried that you're out at all hours. And worst of all, last night, Madame Hooch could have sworn she saw a student fly around and then away from the castle on something that looked almost like a flying broom. She finished in an angry whisper. We had to coordinate and confirm nobody else was missing, she added. Harry hadn't expected that. He knew he should have added the disillusionment earlier. He sagged. I'm sorry for worrying you, Auntie Min, he said. I was testing out the new runes and award I had made for allowing more speed and went out for a test flight. And where did you go? She insisted. Surely you could have tested it around the school, as you have been for the last 2 weeks. How did you know that? Harry asked. Madame Hooch likes to fly at night, she said. She's been testing all the miraculously repaired brooms from the shed, and she spotted you a couple of times. She says thank you, by the way. I told her to keep quiet about it. She finished in a huff. Thank you, Auntie Min, Harry said. He was now feeling horrible. Minerva McGonagall had always been special to him. She'd always make time to explain things, and she took her own time to come and visit regularly. Just so he wasn't alone, when the other two wanted to get out of the house. She knew his secret, but always treated him fairly and never spoke down to him. Don't be sorry, she said, then. Be careful. And you never answered my question. Where did you go? Harry winced. Grimmauld Place. You flew to London? She exclaimed. You irresponsible man-child. Taking untested magical artifacts on a trip for so many hours. How late did you get back? An hour and 20 minutes after I left? He said/asked. The magic worked as planned. After all, Minerva was dumbstruck for a moment. How fast were you going? She asked despite herself. If memory serves, Harry said, with a bit of a smile, just under the speed of sound. Merlin's beard, she gasped. She knew a few things after all. She took a deep breath then and handed him the map. Fix it, she insisted. Auntie Min, Harry complained. That's hardly, I said. She interrupted him dangerously. Fix. Harry didn't dare disobey her after that. So he set to work. Doesn't mean I'm staying in the tower after curfew. He mumbled. But you will be telling me when and where you are going. She answered anyway. I know you're not as young as you look, Harry, but I'm going to take care of you. Whether you want me to or not. Your mother would not forgive me otherwise. I already let the headmaster put you with those disgusting pieces of human filth. I won't let you get yourself killed. Now that I've got you where I can keep an eye on you. If you must take more test flights, take Madame Hooch with you. She expressed a desire to try whatever contraption you were on, and I'm certain she'll be more than willing to keep your secrets for the kindness you've shown her. Harry nodded in mute acceptance and placed the map in front of her. Completed. There are places in Hogwarts that Aunt Poppy's map still won't show me, since they are protected magically, and she knows that, but you will see me when I'm in the Gryffindor Tower. He said softly. I'm sorry I worried you, Auntie. Minerva couldn't resist the urge to pull him into a quick hug. I know you're not used to it, Harry, but this time around you've got people who know you, who care for you and who'll want to protect you. We don't want you to get hurt. She then took him by the shoulders and held him at arm's length, looking into his eyes. This is what a family does. We don't always understand, but we'll always care, whether you want us to or not. I think I understand, Auntie, Harry said. He felt like a boy whenever he was around her, even while he knew he wasn't. He suspected she had that ability with everyone that had gone to Hogwarts. I'll try and keep it in mind. You'll do more than try, young man, she insisted, but Harry could tell she wasn't all that angry anymore. She had really just been worried, it seemed. Yes, Professor McGonagall, Harry said with a cheeky smile. Her eyes narrowed at him one last time, before she stashed the map away again and walked out of the classroom. That will be 50 points from Gryffindor for your breaking of the rules, Mr. Black, she said as they walked back into the Great Hall. Huh. She must be feeling better, Harry thought. Thank you, Professor, Harry called after her in his usual cocky manner. McGonagall knew it was coming, so she just kept her face impassive and continued on her way to the staff table. What did you do? George asked. Did you blow down more walls? Fred continued. Did you two switch just for me? Harry asked, looking at them, before smiling when their expressions clearly showed that he had seen through their attempt to change things up and ignoring their question as he moved on to his seat, where Hermione was staring daggers at him for losing points. What? I have another 300 to burn before we're back where we were, he told her as he sat down. Why can't you, just for once, do things the normal way? Hermione asked. I support the point system wholeheartedly, since it allows people to get away with stuff with no real consequences. Harry denied. What I don't support is for points to be given, When there should be a real reward, like when you study hard and can answer questions in class, you should be given a higher grade or extra credit for your diligence, not points that someone like me can lose when I don't pay attention or care enough for your perspective. Hermione was about to argue, but then shut her mouth as his words sank in. It was true, while she worked hard and answered questions, the head of house got the reward at the end of the day, and the trophy was only ever seen once a year, according to what she'd heard, when it was presented to the winning house. Where was the reward for the children that did the effort? That being said, house rivalry could be considered a team-building exercise, which is good. The downside being that people have different levels of commitment and it could potentially drive people in the same house apart. Then there's the fighting over fairness and the professor's tendency to have favorites or to give other students chances, rather than supplying one student who actually studied with the opportunity to answer everything, which has a whole other series of points for and against it. Harry finished with the last of his breath and took a deep inhale and breathed hard for a bit. So, you're for it, only for the ability to lose points instead of being punished in any real way? Hermione asked. When Harry caught his breath, he smiled and said, "Yup." Then he took a roll of bread off the table and threw it at Professor Dumbledore's head. The professor had been listening to the discussion, much as most of the professors and a large portion of the student body, and caught the roll with reflexes that one wouldn't expect from the centenarian, even as most of the students showed shock at his action. "That's 10 points, Mr. Black," Dumbledore said. Then he smirked to Gryffindor.
No.
Harry yelled. "That's not fair. I racked up those points so that I could lose them." "Well, then wouldn't the correct punishment for you be to award points?" Dumbledore asked. Harry smirked. "Fred, George, would you care to be my proxy in this?" Harry asked. "Oh, most definitely," Fred said with an unholy smile. Then he and his brother started throwing food at the most volatile students they knew of. Suffice it to say, a food fight broke out. Harry just stood there as he was pelted with eggs, rolls, and, in some cases, porridge. All the while he was laughing like an evil overlord. "Dance, my puppets. Dance. Mwahahaha. Enough!" Dumbledore exclaimed when someone levitated a whole tray of porridge over him and upturned it. "I can see I have made an error in judgment," he admitted. 310 points, from Gryffindor, for the mastermind of this morning's distraction. "Well done, Harry," Fred and George chorused. "That must be a new record, and 20 more for each of the Weasley twins," Dumbledore said, "for initiating the fracas." "Thank you, sir," the twins chorused. They turned to Harry. "We hope you don't mind our contribution," Fred said. "It wasn't clean, but it seems everyone had fun," George said, looking around at the smiling faces. "I don't envy the house elves the job of cleaning this mess, though," Fred finished. "That's a very astute observation," Dumbledore, who was suddenly pristine again, said. "I think it was very nice of you three to volunteer cleaning this up." "What about everyone that participated?" Harry asked. "I think you said it best," Dumbledore said. "You want real rewards for your actions? Then you should have real punishments too, don't you think? You decide to become fair at the worst of times," Harry said. "Still, it's a step in the right direction, I suppose. I can take one for the team. You can let the twins off the hook, though. They weren't, as you put it, the mastermind. They were happy to enact your subversion of the proposed punishment," Dumbledore said. "I wouldn't want to encourage such behavior." Harry turned to them. "Sorry, guys," he said. "Oh, I fully blame George for this," George said. "But you're George," Harry said. "Seriously, how do you know that?" Fred exclaimed as he brushed some bacon bits off his shoulder. "Trade secret," a chorus of voices around the hall said. "You heard them," Harry said with a smile. The cleanup was over rather quickly. Harry had the twins go fetch the implements to start the cleanup, and when he was alone, he used his magic to summon and vanish every last scrap of food in the place. When the twins returned with the mops, buckets, and a shovel, the hall was sparkling clean and Harry was nowhere to be seen. "You don't suppose we could join his team, do you?" Fred asked. "We'd have to change gender, I suspect," George said. "The only male in his group is Longbottom, and he's harmless." Chapter 5. End. See disclaimer on Chapter 1. Chapter 5. A couple more months had passed and Harry was struggling with a decision. He didn't want to upset McGonagall again, but he had a mission to complete. He had decided it was time. It was a week before Quirrell made a move on the stone and he needed to set his own trap. He had decided that, instead of taking the stone since he didn't want it anyway, and he suspected the real one was hidden elsewhere, he'd mess with the current protections so that a well-meaning group of first-years couldn't pass the test if they tried really hard. He ended up telling his Auntie Min that he would be indisposed for the evening and that he was going on his primary mission. She resolved to spend the night in the infirmary, so that her and Poppy could keep an eye on him. Harry even decided to let her map follow him. He went to the 3rd floor with his new broom in hand and entered the room, with a negligent unlocking spell at the door. Fluffy was wide awake instantly, but Harry held him at bay with a small amount of force. He jumped down the hatch and used a bit more force to break through the devil's snare. They were even stronger than Fluffy. Harry wondered if that was the idea. Escalating levels of difficulty? He shrugged and continued on to the room with the keys. His magic easily snagged the one he needed and he opened the door. It seemed the key itself was protected, but the wings were vulnerable. Shrugging at how easy that had been, Harry mounted his broom and shot over the chessboard. The troll was simple as well, 5 seconds. Of force did the same no matter how big the humanoid. Another 5 seconds of force and it would stay down for the rest of the plan. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. He quickly set to work setting up his own trap. A couple of minutes later he was done. He mounted his broom again and then flew back to the fire room. There he added to the contents of every vial a nifty toxin he had Sirius pick up for him. It would paralyze the drinker for a full week. It also had an undetectable scent and taste. Harry didn't know, nor did he care what the combination of whatever was inside would do once drunk. The troll was still out, so Harry moved past it. Outside its door, however, Harry set a trap which he chuckled about. The chess pieces were not happy at being ignored and apparently quite violent when he got to them. No longer were they bound to the chessboard and they all attacked him at once. Well done, Auntie Min, Harry thought. He mounted his broom, however, and spent a couple of minutes adding reinforcement runes to the chess pieces. He remembered the broken pieces from the last time around. If the chess pieces couldn't kill each other or be destroyed, there'd be no easy way to pass for Quirrell, like last time. Harry left the rest of the traps in place, to lull the professor into a false sense of security, but added one last thing just inside the key room. With his mission complete, he flew back out, threw Fluffy 3 big stakes and scratched him behind the ears for a bit. "Who's a good boy?" Harry asked. "You're a good boy." "Yes, you are." The heads had gone for the stakes and swallowed them down quickly, but Harry's magical ministrations seemed to calm him down, and soon he was lying on his back. So Harry's magical telekinesis could give him a good tummy scratch. By the time Harry left, the dog was whining for more attention, but he was much friendlier than he had been. As Harry exited the room, it was to find Minerva and Poppy waiting for him. "What?" he asked. They were not happy with what he had done, to say the least. They both knew his secret, and while he never told them the specifics of everything he had done, they suspected he knew about the stone. Poppy checked him over twice, while Minerva ranted at him about how foolish it was to go in there alone. Harry couldn't tell them what he knew, just yet, but he consoled them anyway. "Relax, aunties. I've got this covered." "What do you have covered?" McGonagall asked. "I'm gonna need a bit of faith from you on this one," Harry said. "Then, if you trust me, I will call on you when my trap is sprung." "Can you at least tell us when?" Poppy asked. "Can you keep it a secret, even from the headmaster?" Harry asked. Poppy instantly agreed, but McGonagall was hesitant. "Why?" she asked. "Well, I kind of trapped his trap," Harry said. "It'll be easier to explain when it happens. Can you keep it a secret until then?" "If I have to. But you, young man, are on thin ice." McGonagall finally relented. She loved the boy dearly, and she didn't just let him call her Auntie Min for nothing. She felt like they were really family. An honorary aunt, she may be, but an aunt, nonetheless. "Thanks, Auntie Min, Auntie Poppy," Harry said. "In 1 week, Dumbledore has to leave for some serious ministry business or something stupid. I suspect that was a ruse to draw out the thief, but last time around my friends and I didn't know and tried to stop them. We made it through the challenges and I ended up killing the thief accidentally." "You killed them?" McGonagall asked in shock. Accidentally, Harry said firmly. It turns out they were host to Voldemort's spirit, and my mom's dying protection was enough to destroy them with a touch. You've got protection from the Dark Lord? Poppy asked. Why do you think I survived the killing curse? Harry asked. So you could just walk up to them now, touch them, and they die? McGonagall asked. I could also kill them in a number of other ways, but yes, Harry said. At their horrified looks, he added, I don't intend to. Seriously, what do you think of me? No, we've got another plan for him. Harry suddenly had a thought. Speaking of which, I'll need to make a quick trip home tonight. It seems we forgot one of the pieces. Madam Hooch, Minerva insisted. I was thinking of operating. But okay. Harry said easily. I'd love to show off a bit. On second thought, Minerva started. But Harry was already running out the door excitedly. You know he set you up for that, right? Poppy asked. I'm starting to realize. Minerva said. That boy will one day give me a heart attack. Not while I'm around he won't. Poppy insisted. Your heart is strong as ever, at least it was at your last checkup. When is your next appointment due again? Minerva sighed. Now I suspect, she said. Harry had made it to the dormitory to go fetch a backpack. It had a bit of magic to make things lighter and the inside bigger, and it had something very special inside. Gifts for his family. He left again, ignoring a softly asked question about where he was going from Neville, who had awoken at the door opening earlier. He could explain later. He did shoot the sleepy boy a grin as he went, and Neville was asleep again in seconds. Harry was just pranking someone again, no doubt. It would be a fun distraction tomorrow, but right now sleep was more important. Harry was halfway down when he realized he had a broom. He reached into his backpack and looked for a window. Soon he arrived at the Quidditch pitch and, sure enough, Madame Hooch was flying on one of the brooms he had fixed. She really must have loved the sport. Madame Hooch, he called as he approached so as not to scare her. Mr. Black? She asked, recognizing him even in the darkness. What are you doing out here? I'm going on a field trip, Harry said. Auntie Min said you asked about joining me next time? Are we going now? At this ungodly hour? She asked. Of course. Harry smiled. What better time to fly on the fastest brooms on the planet and keep it secret? Rolanda Hooch had known there was something special about this boy when he first arrived for flying lessons. She was saddened when he didn't show any kind of love for flight, but she could tell he was talented, even as he held back to encourage his friends. Now she realized why. He wanted to do things his own way. He probably felt the school brooms were lacking. She could respect that. Let's first get into something warmer, she suggested. He was in his normal school uniform and she wasn't really dressed for long distance either. She ignored the fact that he was an 11-year-old student and that he was really supposed to be in bed, because she wanted to try a new broom. She had marveled at its speed when she saw him flying on it the last time. No need, Harry said as he landed, and she followed. He stuck his hand into the backpack and pulled out another broom. This is the Black Bolt MK2. Black Bolt? Hooch asked. Black as my surname. Bolt because it's freaking fast, Harry said excitedly. Language black, she admonished, even though she didn't really care. She'd heard much worse when she was still in the Quidditch League. Good name though. Do you intend to market these? Maybe someday, Harry said. Right now, I'm the only one that can make them, and it takes quite a while just for one. I have other projects in the works. You'll have to tell me about them, Hooch said. If it has anything to do with flying. It does, but not in a manner you're familiar with, Harry said. First, we need a flying lesson. I've seen you fly, Black. While you hold back when your friends are around, you are more than capable. I had hoped you'd sign up for Quidditch next year, she said, resolving to find out about his other project later. Nah, I can't stand the practice when I could be working on something far more useful, Harry said. And the lesson is for you. These brooms handle a bit differently and you need to know the differences. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. You'll need to speak now if you want any more instruction, Harry yelled at her. Soon you won't be able to talk to me. Don't hold back on my account, she yelled back. She had never moved so fast and she could feel the broom wasn't even beginning to open up. Let's fly, She added with a mad gleam in her eyes. Don't say I didn't warn you. And don't accelerate too quickly. It will be impossible to catch you without hurting you at the speeds we're about to move. Harry said as he slowly put on the speed. He couldn't do disillusionment spells right now, since he needed to hide some of his skills, but he doubted anyone would be able to see them at the speeds they were about to fly. He slowly added to his acceleration and soon they started moving twice, 3 times, 4 times the speed he had reached before. Hooch was laughing, but realized that Harry couldn't hear her. While she could hear herself, whatever magic was in play stopped her voice from reaching him. She suspected. She'd have to ask him about that later, too. 10 minutes later, Harry led the flying instructor into Grimmauld Place. I can't believe we made it to London so quickly, she exclaimed, forgetting it was the middle of the night. Who's there? A grumbly voice called from upstairs. It's me and Madame Hooch. Harry yelled back up. Rolanda? Sirius asked as he appeared at the top of the stairs. I haven't seen you in ages. How are you doing? Hooch was silent for a moment, before she smiled at him. It seemed friendly, but Sirius stopped in his tracks on his way down. There was something dangerous in her smile. Not since you slept with my niece and gave her the slip the next day. Seriously, Sirius? Harry asked. Who didn't you sleep with? Are you sure there isn't an heir out there already for the Black family? Yes. Sirius responded to Harry after a moment. Then he turned to Hooch. She told me she was 21. He objected. She was 24. Hooch exclaimed. Exactly. She was way too old for me. Sirius defended himself. Since she lied to me, I was well within my rights to withdraw. Why would her age matter? Hooch asked. She still looked like she was in her late teens. She was hot, Sirius said in thought. How is she doing these days? Happily married. Hooch said dangerously. How happily? Sirius countered. Could you two do this later? Harry asked in exasperation. I'm here for the, object. What object? Sirius asked. You know, the container? Harry said, looking at Hooch quickly and back. Sirius finally caught on. Oh, right. Yeah, we finished that ages ago. We thought you'd be by when you remembered. Harry rolled his eyes and waited as Sirius looked at him and cocked his head to the side. What? He asked. Harry sighed. Where is it? He asked exasperatedly. Oh, right. I'll just go fetch it then. Sirius said lamely as he walked off. Sirius, where is Remus? Harry called after him. Full moon. Sirius called back. He's in Texas with the other wolves. How's that side of business going? Harry called. He turned to Hooch, sorry about this. He's not really all there currently. He had a bit of an incident while finding a difficult item for me. He lied. Sirius had found the toxin easily, but had found the local pot dealer in his search and tended to indulge on a daily basis. These days. What was that? Sirius called back down. We'll talk when you are back and can hear me, Harry yelled. Sorry, I can't hear you. Wait until I'm back. Sirius called again. Scene softened for platform guidelines. A box, Sirius said. He was worried about Hooch. Were her eyes starting to fail her? I can see it's a box. Black. What do the runes do? She clarified. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's hardening, protection, repair, repelling. Basically anything that will keep the box and its contents intact. Sirius explained. Can't you shrink it? Harry asked. He didn't think he'd be able to carry that thing comfortably otherwise. Of course we can shrink it, Sirius said. Why do you ask? Why were you carrying that huge thing if you could shrink it? Harry asked. Hey, that's a good idea, Sirius said as he cast the magic and the box shrank. Harry took the box, using his magic to still support the weight, and placed it in the bag, where it became light enough to manage easily. Okay, say goodbye, Sirius. Goodbye, Sirius, Sirius said, snickering at his funny. You're losing your edge, old man. That was weak, Harry said, turning around and left the house with Sirius following to the door. I was going to give you gifts, but then you had to go and make that joke. Is it the items? Sirius asked evasively, suddenly acting more awake. Come on, Harry. I was just kidding. Harry seemed to contemplate it, before he finally reached into the bag and handed 2 wrapped packages to the man. You know what to do with these, right? We've had this conversation, Harry, Sirius said. Then he smiled giddily. I can't wait to try this out. Not until Moony is back, Harry said. You're not fit to fly right now. Sirius was about to make a statement, when Harry gave him a look that didn't belong on a child. Don't make me punish you, he threatened. Fine, Sirius finally said. I'll wait for Remus. But you're never threatening me with that again. What was your niece's name? Harry asked Hooch. Maggie. Hooch supplied easily. Should we bring Maggie and her husband to dinner sometime? Harry asked innocently. Bless Hooch, because she instantly caught on. I'm almost certain her husband would appreciate the opportunity, she said with a smile. He's a hit wizard with the Bulgarian ministry, you know. I'll set things up, Harry said, smiling at Sirius behind them, before mounting his broom and taking off. Hooch soon followed. They flew back in just under 10 minutes this time, having not needed to take quite as long to accelerate this time, now that they were both used to it. When they landed, Hooch reluctantly held the broom out to him. This is a marvelous broom. Black. Can you put me on whatever waiting list you have? She asked. Oh no, you don't understand. Harry chuckled. That one is yours. What? She asked. I would not joke about this if I was you. She warned dangerously with narrowed eyes. I'm not joking, Harry said. It's yours. Why? She asked, taking the broom and holding the metal shaft to her chest. Simple. Harry smirked. Free advertising. Hooch understood instantly. You want me to use this during school matches? When people ask after it, I'm supposed to say. She trailed off. The Black Bolt MK2 is currently in testing phase, while the creators work on its design. The creators intend to start releasing their wares in a few years. Until then, they're letting their first flying coach, Rolanda Hooch, play with one of the prototypes in exchange for feedback and help with design. Rolanda felt a thrill run down her spine. If she had exclusive rights to this broom for a while, she may even be invited back to the league. You'll need to give me a number, she said. You know brooms. Harry said, understanding. Make one up. I can set the price? She asked. Cost for materials is negligible. What is costly is the time it takes. Harry shrugged. I might also request that you actually help with design. Deal. Hooch said instantly, holding out a hand to shake. Harry shook her hand and she said, It's going to be good doing business with you. We'll discuss a percentage for you later, for what you end up helping me with, Harry said. When Hooch looked at him in shock, he chuckled. Didn't think the privilege of riding it was the only perk, did you? I did think that, she admitted. And here I get to practice with it first. She smiled. Then she remembered her question from earlier. Why couldn't we speak before? When we were flying, we were going faster than sound travels. Harry explained. A little under 4 times faster, in fact. The moment the sound tried to leave the warded area, it was basically left behind. We'll need to consider keeping that to ourselves for a bit. We can start off selling the fastest brooms around and then slowly up the speed and get more sales out of it long term. I think you're going to be very rich when you're out of school, Hooch said as she instantly understood what he was planning. Very rich indeed. Wait until you see what we do next, Harry said with a smile. Harry made his way back to the school, as Hooch inevitably mounted the broom again and shot off, working on her acceleration and getting to know how the broom handled. Harry already had plans to add a rubberized grip to allow for faster acceleration, or perhaps he should change the layout. This was a new invention, after all. Who said he couldn't add a bend in the shaft which zigzagged like a lightning bolt? It would give the rider an extra place to hold at high acceleration. The next week passed slowly for Harry, and he ended up becoming impatient and slightly excitable. Harry? Hermione tried asking him one evening while they were sitting in the common room after the other children had gone to sleep. Harry was supposed to help her with some of her normal schoolwork. She had started shortly after the new year and had already caught up to other children her age. Harry? She tried again when he just looked off into the distance, apparently not hearing her. Is it time? Harry asked quickly, coming out of his thoughts. Time for what? Hermione asked. You've been staring into the fire and you weren't answering my question, she said. Sorry, Hermione, Harry said. I'm a bit distracted. I've got something coming up and it's been on my mind a bit. Can I help? she asked. She really hoped he'd allow her to be there for him. He was always helping her and their friends, after all. I'd love that, Hermione, but this is one of those trade secret things again. Harry apologized. If I could, I'd ask you in a heartbeat. You're one of the smartest people I know. Thank you. Hermione blushed. I'd still like to help, she said. When will this event happen? Tomorrow night, Harry said. Most likely. You're not sure? Hermione asked. It has to do with when someone else does something. Their time is limited, though, and I suspect they'll be making a move soon. Harry said. Should I be worried? She asked, as she closed her books and started placing them in her satchel.
No.
Harry said. I've already taken steps and now I'm just waiting for the results. Okay. Hermione allowed. She was curious as all hell, but she knew she'd come to the end of the conversation. How's your practice going? Harry asked suddenly. Hermione's eyes shone when she realized he was on a subject that they were both passionate about. I've made quite a bit of progress, actually, she said, as she closed her eyes for a moment and lifted her hand. A couple of seconds later, her palm lit up with a soft light. See? She asked excitedly. It's not levitation, but I can practice this anywhere and help learn control. That's brilliant, Hermione, Harry said. It's not lifting up a bunch of weight, nor can I cast anything but a Lumos yet, but it's progress. Hermione allowed with a smile at the praise. Pretty soon you'll be able to do things like this, Harry said as he casually pushed down underneath himself and lifted himself into the scene. Softened for platform guidelines. You can fly? She asked incredulously. Was he really trying to become a superhero? It's a form of banishing spell, Harry said. I'm basically casting the banishing spell at the floor, constantly, from my whole body. So, you don't need to use your hands? Hermione asked. Why would I? Harry asked. Wait, have you been practicing this whole time to use specifically your hands? He asked. Hermione blushed again, but for a different reason this time. Harry had never demonstrated it with only his hands. He only ever indicated to something he was doing. I assumed. She finally admitted. Well, stop doing that, Harry said as he lifted her up to float nearby. Wandless magic is only limited by your personal amount of power. I'm lucky, in that I've been training my magic for a while, and as a result it's grown strong. I can banish the floor and lift you up at the same time with just a bit of concentration. You'll still need to learn the spells with a wand until you get used to how the magic feels when you cast it, but once you've got that down, things become so much simpler with just a bit of focus. Even that becomes easier. He finished as he sent a tickling charm all over her body and she started giggling. Harry, she laughed. Stop it. Harry relented and allowed them back down to the couch. Thanks for the distraction, Hermione, Harry said. Then, you're a good friend. You're welcome, Harry, Hermione said with a bit of a blush again. You're always helping us. I think any of our friends would try to help if they could, even Pansy and Daphne, though they may do it because I'm providing them with protection through their association with me. Harry said. I don't think that's true anymore. Hermione disagreed. In the beginning, it felt like they were forcing themselves to smile and take part in discussions to try and fit in, but these days they are voluntarily starting topics and asking questions not related to the work. I hadn't noticed, Harry said honestly. That's because you've been stuck on your own studies for a while and we've needed to try harder to get your attention for the last while. Hermione said. At least I can tell them that whatever it is that's distracting you should end soon. Would it be safe to assume that you won't be joining us for study group tomorrow? I think that's a safe bet, Harry confirmed. I doubt I'd be able to focus anyway. Hermione noticed that his mind was turning back to the problems and tried to distract him one last time. How is your project going? She asked. I'm actually quite hopeful, Harry said. The brooms worked as I planned and the warding worked like I had hoped. Current speed is still limited to the amount of power provided. But that project is in Remus's hands. Power would likely need some form of pooling. I've resolved air and tinting issues. Next step is still gravity control or something that negates G-forces. Like inertial dampening? Hermione asked. What's that? Harry asked. Hermione was tired of blushing, but did so anyway. It's a term from science fiction. It means to make it so you don't feel it when you lose or gain speed quickly, negating inertial gravitational force. She explained. She was a bit of a Star Trek geek and had heard and asked about the term from her dad, who was just as big a fan. That sounds like what I'm looking for, Harry said. Have Muggles made anything like that? He asked. Not in real life. Hermione said apologetically. If you want, I can ask Dad about it when I write to them tonight or ask about it this weekend. Maybe we can get him to rent a video that mentions it and we can watch that for movie night? That sounds perfect, Harry said in thanks. Even if it didn't teach him anything, he'd started to love the science fiction movies they had watched. Okay, Hermione said as she started gathering her things. I think it's time for bed, she said. We're writing that test tomorrow in Charms. I'll see you tomorrow then. Harry greeted, not getting up. I'll stay up a bit. I need to think about the current issue a bit longer. Don't stay up too late, Hermione said as she walked to the girls' stairs. Harry noticed a book on the table that she had missed and quickly picked it up and levitated after her up the stairs. You forgot this, Harry said from right behind her, making her jump. You're not supposed to be able to get up the stairs, she exclaimed. I'm not on the stairs, Hermione, he said with a smirk as he handed her the book and levitated back down the stairs. The next day, Harry decided to focus on classes, while class was in session. As a result, he pulled in a few points for Gryffindor, especially in potions where people were still asking for help, and Snape took some sort of perverse pleasure in awarding Harry points for every bit of useful help he provided. The other Gryffindors were shocked and slightly depressed, knowing Harry would lose the points again as had become his normal modus operandi. Snape had listened to his point about the point system and had agreed with his perspective. Losing house points meant nothing, at the end of the day, but gaining them was something Harry personally disliked and tended to lose on purpose. By his estimation, he could use this to his advantage. He awarded Harry small tokens of points, never amounting to a large amount, to keep the boy from having an excuse to do something large in retaliation, but enough to disappoint his classmates when he lost them and made his contribution meaningless. Harry realized this and played along, since it proved his point at the end of the day. He usually skipped 1 or 2 classes a day, losing points and earning detentions that he never attended anyway. After all, what would they do? Deduct more points? Give him detention? It's not like Dumbledore would allow him to be expelled. Some of the teachers had realized this and assigned him detention with McGonagall. He actually showed up for those, but she allowed him to focus on his studies in those sessions after he explained why he had skipped class or decided not to go. She never really got mad at him for those, since she understood that he already knew everything he could learn in the classes. Anyway, he had to explain his whereabouts to her though, so he usually ended up skipping class in the common room, where she could and usually did check for students at least once every hour. By the end of this particular day, however, he had shown up to every class and earned 127 points. He wasn't in the mood to cause havoc though, so he went to his proxies and asked them to see how precisely they could lose those specific amount of points. They smiled and accepted the challenge. They'd start on that quest the next day. Harry quickly left the Great Hall and went to the infirmary, when he heard that Dumbledore had been called away. McGonagall wasn't far behind and Pomfrey was already monitoring the map when they joined her. Nothing so far, she said as she saw Harry. Professor Quirrell seems to be standing guard nearby. Even, already? Harry asked. He's probably still considering what song to play for Fluffy. What song? McGonagall asked as she walked in behind him and closed the door to Poppy's office. He's the thief, Harry said with a malicious smile. Professor Quirrell? Pomfrey asked while McGonagall asked Quirinus. But he's a stuttering idiot. He doesn't even really stutter, Harry said with a smirk. Voldemort is inside that turban of his, attached to his head like a parasite. But Madame Pomfrey started. He played me too the first time around, Harry interrupted. For all his many failings, he's quite the actor. Better even than Gilderoy Lockhart. Gilderoy Lockhart is a hero, though, McGonagall insisted. I'm sorry, Minnie, but we had to keep that from you for a while, Madame Pomfrey said. Lockhart is a fraud with a talent for stealing people's stories and memories. He's part of Harry's mission. What? McGonagall asked incredulously. She had hoped that, when he started next year, he could be useful to Harry. Why didn't you tell me? She then asked with a downcast expression. We need things to happen for a while like they had before. Harry said. Sorry, Auntie Min. McGonagall sighed. No, I know you considered everything well. I just wish I had known. I read all of his books and now I want to burn them. If it makes you feel any better, the stories are mostly based in truth. The hero was just different. Harry said. Do you know who they are? McGonagall asked. Not yet. Harry said. Before we have him arrested, I intend to have him accidentally consume a near-lethal dose of Veritaserum. What would that do? Pomfrey asked. I don't know. Harry answered honestly. Make him honest for the rest of his life? Affect his mind until he becomes completely insane? I don't know, but I intend to find out. I have a suspicion that he developed his obliviation skills while he was still in school. You don't mean? Pomfrey asked, leaving the obvious conclusion up in the air. Exactly. Harry said darkly. You see why I don't have any sympathy for someone like him. To think I thought so highly of him. McGonagall said angrily. Please note that I don't have any proof at this time. Harry said. Just a suspicion and something he said to me once. What did he say? McGonagall asked. He mentioned that he was always gifted with memory charms. Harry said. For him to consider himself always gifted, he'd have used them for quite a number of years. We'll have to find out before you give him the near-lethal dose. McGonagall said. Depending on his answers, that dose might actually prove fatal. Wow. Harry said, with a look of begrudging respect. Never thought I'd see the day. If what you suspect is true, he might be a monster on a whole different level. McGonagall stated irrevocably. The heads of house had found only one more burgeoning rapist in Ravenclaw. It had been a female student, too. The fact that she was using a combination of potions and spells to have her way with whomever she fancied had driven the point home that the standards at Hogwarts were not as high as they had hoped. If the girl had been allowed to graduate, she could likely have taken her pick of a suitor and lived the rest of her life on the wealth of the family she swindled out of an heir, which was apparently her plan. We need to up the security in Hogwarts. Things cannot continue as they have. Madame Pomfrey stated. Agreed. McGonagall said. Firmly. He's making his move. Harry said, looking at the map. Quirrell had moved to the door and was waiting outside it, probably to wait for Fluffy to fall asleep. They watched and waited until he entered and moved to and through the trapdoor. It took a couple of minutes, but he was soon through the devil's snare. Harry pulled out his own map and placed it next to the other, activating it. For now they looked identical. When the orb with Quirrell's name above it moved through the door to the key room, there was a pinging sound and Harry whispered a command and suddenly the illusionary image disappeared and was replaced with a moving, see-through image of Quirrell as he looked up at the keys that were flying about. Why can your map do that? McGonagall asked dangerously. She was thinking of privacy and specifically the girls' bathrooms, which were also on the map. This function needs to be primed specifically and only lasts an hour once activated. Harry said, not breaking his eyes from the image. I can also only have one of these active at a time. I'd tell you how, but that would reveal how the map works, and as you know, that's family magic. That answer will not suffice. McGonagall said, if this is some form of scrying magic that allows you to watch people in private moments, it raises all sorts of other questions. Please, Harry stated, knowing what she was thinking. If I wanted to look at the girls of this school unclothed, I'd figure out another way. I have several ways to do that already if I wanted to. He broke his eyes from the image for a moment to look at McGonagall. I'm sure you could figure out multiple ways to do so as well. The questions are, do I want to and do you trust me? McGonagall was taken aback by the statement and question. She couldn't refute it. Magic was a tool that enabled one to achieve their wildest dreams and new spells and techniques were being designed all the time. She sighed and nodded. I see your point. Sorry for doubting your intentions. I don't blame you, Harry said, looking back at the image, as Quirrell finally spotted the key and fired a spell that disabled one of its wings. After all we've discovered this year, I'm not surprised that you are suspicious of anything that may be abused. I'd be paranoid too, if I wasn't busy planning the disposal of an actual Dark Lord. Fair enough, McGonagall said with a nod, not that he saw it. You take care of the bigger threats while we take care of the smaller ones. I suggest you put a taboo on words that could lead you to finding intimate deviance, Harry said. He had given it some thought after all. Just in the castle, at least. He added, that's not a bad idea. Madame Pomfrey said, we'd need to hire dedicated staff to watch for such things, but I can see the board supplying the budget, when it's mentioned that pureblood heirs would be protected by this measure. Indeed, McGonagall said again. Perhaps the Marauders could help them set something up with this map, in conjunction with a taboo? This is where the fun starts, Harry said with a smile, as Quirrell moved into the chess room. They watched as he tried to manipulate the pieces to destroy themselves, but the magic of the board failed, when the piece wasn't destroyed and suddenly the pieces all started attacking Quirrell. What the? Harry asked. What did you do to my chessboard? McGonagall demanded. Made the pieces unbreakable with a few runes. Harry supplied. McGonagall sighed and shook her head. You tampered with them, she finally said. They are spelled to react badly to tampering. They are attacking the one that they think tried to beat the challenge through trickery. Better than last time, Harry said as he watched Quirrell duck and dodge and finally retreat into the key room again, where he was now taking a moment to breathe. Last time, he used the pieces to destroy each other and cleared a path for himself. But that's not how chess works, McGonagall stated angrily. Why did you make a challenge that could be won at all? Harry countered as he watched Quirrell take one of the brooms from the key room to bypass the attacking chess pieces, much like he had done. Because the man was supposed to find it just challenging enough to suspect the goal was in sight. McGonagall blurted. I knew it, Harry exclaimed happily. I knew this whole thing was a trap. That hardly matters, McGonagall said. He's found a way past the challenge, she said in relief. That one, maybe. Harry smirked. They watched as the professor moved to the door, behind which his own protections lay. The troll. He did notice the mist that sprayed over the entrance to the troll's room, and tested it with a spell, before magically blowing the mist away. What was that? Madame Pomfrey asked. Troll pheromones, Harry said with a smile. Female troll pheromones, to be precise. Does that mean what I think it means? McGonagall asked. Probably. Harry smirked. He blew it away, though. Madame Pomfrey said. Doesn't matter, Harry said. If even a trace of it remains on or around Quirrell, the troll will suddenly find him completely irresistible. If you didn't know this, troll mating rituals can be rather violent. That's not funny, McGonagall stated, seeing Harry's vindictive smile. Of course it is, Harry countered. Quirrell wants to help Voldemort shaft the world. Now he's about to see a lusty troll trying to do the same to himself. Quirrell was not prepared for the assault, as the troll had already picked up on the scent, as Harry had intended. They watched in fascinated horror as the man finally disabled the troll after he had already been badly beaten by the creature. He had almost been taken as a mate at some point, as well, and Harry vowed to keep the memory for his next Patronus. Scenes softened for platform guidelines. What was that? Madame Pomfrey asked. Harry smirked. My trap, he said. 3 times normal gravity induced by runes. Normal magic won't be able to dispel the effect and, since I basically invented it, there's little to no chance of him knowing how to disable it. He was still watching the image though, as the man tried and failed to lift an arm, to reach for his wand that was laying just out of reach. His wand has actually already destroyed, but there's a bit of magic to make it look like it's right there. He'll expend the last of his strength, before the effort he's expending knocks him out. What? McGonagall asked. Breathing takes more effort as well, since his body is pressing down on itself, including his lungs. Harry clarified. The difficulty to breathe will kill him in about 10 minutes. His heart might give out before then, though, so we'll have to go and collect the idiot. McGonagall and Pomfrey were looking at him like he was a different person. This was very in character for him, but also completely ruthless. He'd completely disabled the man and didn't seem to care that he might die, if left alone for too long. Harry Pomfrey started. I needed to be sure the stone was safe. Harry said. I don't intend to let go of Voldemort either, now that I know where he is. Quirrell is already dying anyway. He's rotting from the inside out, due to the possession and the continued use of unicorn blood. Can't we still try to save him? Pomfrey asked. You can try if you want, but he chose the current situation willingly, Harry said. Then he got up from his seat and floated himself up. Are you coming with me? He asked. Of course, McGonagall said, and almost screamed as Harry's magic lifted her up to float beside him. Take me with you, Pomfrey said. She had a responsibility and oath, to try to save all who suffer, to uphold. She was soon lifted up as well, and Harry used his magic to propel them through the hallways, carrying the other two as he went. The women were not shocked when Harry cast disillusionment charms on all of them as they went. It took them only a couple of minutes to reach the last room, since nothing could stand in Harry's way. He'd taken out his broom to go through the flames though, keeping his guests close to him. Stay here, he told them as he placed them down gently. I have to handle the parasite first. He walked closer to just outside the gravity field, and proceeded to pelt the man with 5 simultaneous stunning spells twice. He then sent a diagnostic spell to confirm the man was out. Before he undid the runes, he placed a bit of pressure on the man's throat and kept it there for 5 seconds. He wouldn't care if the man was in a coma or legally brain-dead later, since what was left of his life would be spent in suffering agony as he died slowly. Harry then approached him and took out what looked like a glass container of some sort. It looked almost like a lantern and had a window that he now opened, right above the fallen man's head. The amulet Horcrux was built into the top of the container, completely isolated, and the magic involved with the phylactery would draw the spirit of the Dark Lord into its new prison. There was an unholy wail, and a dark shadow was sucked from the man's head, through the turban. Harry noticed blood starting to seep from the turban as well, but waited for the screaming to end and then closed the window, which sealed itself magically, once its purpose was fulfilled. Okay, Harry called back. You can come now. Pomfrey seemed to appear next to him as she hurried to cast diagnostic spells. The man was still alive, but only barely, and he was hemorrhaging blood from his head. She set to work, removing the turban slowly as she incanted a spell to seal the wound as she went, not wanting to rip it off and lose what little the turban was doing to staunch the flow. Harry, in the meanwhile, took out the container from his backpack and enlarged it, before placing the phylactery inside, before closing it and locking the magical mechanism. They intended to only open it once more, when they were ready to deliver all of the other Horcruxes to their new permanent home. What have you done to me? A voice asked from beside him. Harry jumped as Minerva screamed. Next to him stood a translucent image of a man with dark hair and features that looked familiar. Tom Riddle? Is that you? Harry asked as he realized something had gone wrong. What have you done to me? The spirit demanded as it tried to grab Harry, and his hands passed through him. Still, it seemed to hurt him as he howled in pain and jumped back and away. Is that who I think it is? A new voice said from off to the side. When Dumbledore's trap was sprung, he quickly returned to Hogwarts, which had been the idea. Imagine his shock when the traps had been modified and he had needed to bypass them with apparition. He was the only one that could do so in the castle after all. He was shocked to find 2 staff members there with young Harry. Then he saw the spirit of the Dark Lord cradling his hands in seeming pain. Freaking, Harry swore under his breath. Trust the old goat to show up now. He looked up and at Dumbledore. No, this is not the spirit of Tom Riddle, trapped in a phylactery and somehow projecting his spirit out of its container. Harry lied then, shrinking the container and placing it back in his backpack. You've trapped me? Voldemort demanded, his face showing fear for the first time, the pain and confusion having left. Phylactery, you say? Dumbledore asked. Is it the Mauritanian soul trap, by any chance? He was still not sure what was going on, but it seemed young Harry had brought a very rare and useful type of magical object with him to school. Never mind not knowing why, he was just glad for the boy's forethought. Harry shrugged. Didn't ask. Don't care, he said. It was what Dumbledore suspected, but he wasn't likely to admit it. Aunties, are we about ready to leave? He asked. I need a bit more time to stabilize him, Madame Pomfrey said, still working on the man. It was taking a lot of power. She'd have to start Harry on healer training soon if this was going to be a regular occurrence, which she hoped wasn't the case. I'm afraid I can't let you leave with that, Dumbledore said, indicating the backpack. Why? Harry asked. Caught him. I get to ensure he is kept safe. My guardians have already set up a safe location and are waiting in Hogsmeade. They are not qualified, Dumbledore tried, only to be interrupted. Are you? Harry asked. We already have a safe place to keep him. The castle is also obviously not a safe place. Dumbledore didn't like hearing this. The castle is very secure as long as I am here. Tell that to entire generations of unknowing rape victims. Harry said irrevocably. Then he turned back to McGonagall, who was shocked at Harry's statement, even if she knew it was likely true. Auntie Min, could you please help Auntie Poppy with Quirrell? I have this important errand to run and suddenly I think speed is a necessity. He said as he pointed at the spirit who had already tried to leave, but seemed to be tethered to the phylactery. Harry was studiously ignoring Tom, who was now yelling at him and demanding to be released. I'd prefer to accompany you, McGonagall said, before turning to Poppy. If you can handle this with the headmaster, I'll accompany him. Albus interrupted. If you could please assist Poppy? McGonagall looked at the old man. We can't go through the fire without Harry's magic, so I'm afraid you'll have to help Poppy, she said in a calm tone. I'm afraid that I must insist we both accompany him then. Dumbledore said, then, allowing no argument. I refuse to leave the boy alone with that monster for any period of time. Harry sighed, realizing the headmaster wouldn't change his mind. Fine, but you are operating us to the infirmary, and you are not going to go where they take him. The less people who know, the better. Dumbledore did not answer, and Harry suspected that he was going to become a nuisance but would leave that up to Sirius and Remus. They'd learned some specialized skills with wandless magic since they started living together. Remus could even do what he did and knock people out. Sirius wasn't as precise and needed to throttle a person's entire neck. Shut up, Tom! Harry yelled then, looking at the ethereal being, who had started increasing his volume at the people who were ignoring him. If you don't shut up, right now, I'm reconsidering keeping you alive. I'm the Dark Lord, boy. I have powers you cannot understand. Cannot be killed. I could teach you though. Voldemort offered, trying a different tactic. Together we could bring back your parents. We could fix everything. Do the words Horcrux, Basilisk Venom and Fiendfire mean anything to you? Harry asked. How did you? Voldemort started. Dumbledore also lost some color and looked interested in his answer. Oh, don't worry, Tom, Harry said. We don't intend to kill you. We're going to grant you your wish. Immortality and an eternity to spend pondering the wonders of the universe. When Voldemort looked shocked, but relieved, Harry added, which you'll have a perfect view of from the dark side of the moon. What? Voldemort asked in confusion. McGonagall said in realization, as she considered his plans for the holiday. She knew Dumbledore would be asking more questions later, but she needed to know. Is that why you were planning on going to the moon? I had this idea after, but I can't think of a better plan for him. Harry said. That or protecting the box and sending it into the sun. I don't know if the magic will fail or if his Horcruxes will melt, but I've never been one to endorse torture. Remind me never to anger you, Harry. Poppy piped up. What you did here today and with what you have planned, I don't want to know the consequences of truly angering you. The sun? Voldemort asked in horrified realization. You cannot be that powerful? It's impossible. If you don't shut up right now, I'm reconsidering the plan. Harry said dangerously. Tom blanched and took a step back before his spirit vanished from sight, probably still there, but preferring not to anger the person who held his soul hostage. He'd need to rethink his strategy. Perhaps the boy could be reasoned with when he was calmer, or whoever his guardians were could be tricked. The Blacks were supporters of the cause, but he knew how close Sirius Black had been to James Potter. Chances were slim there, but he had mentioned guardians, so perhaps whoever else was protecting the boy could be swayed. Is he gone? McGonagall asked. I doubt it, Harry said. Horcruxes? Dumbledore asked. He really hoped Harry didn't know about the one in him. Plural? He asked. 5 that he knows about. Harry confirmed. Voldemort was shocked. He didn't like what he was hearing, but he paid close attention. This is troubling. Dumbledore said. He also realized Harry's statement allowed for the possibility that he knew of his own, but he couldn't discuss it here in Tom's presence. I'll need to find the rest. We already have most of them. Harry scoffed. What? Voldemort exclaimed, becoming visible again. Harry pointed at him suddenly. One more word, and the sun is the first plan. He threatened. Voldemort wisely held his tongue and made himself vanish from sight again. This was a disaster. If the boy really knew so much, there would be no escaping his imprisonment, even if one of his followers performed a ritual to bring him back. Harry, my boy, Dumbledore started again. He really needed to get those items away from wherever they were so that he could properly protect and then destroy them.
No.
Harry interrupted. You didn't share anything with us when we could have used your help. You don't get to decide what happens, now that we've made plans to deal with the problem. But Harry, you never asked for help. Dumbledore objected. He was not ready for McGonagall to turn on him with an angry look. When his relatives beat him, starved him, and broke his bones for failing to be a proper house elf. Were you there when he cried out for help? Dumbledore lost some more color. He knew the accusation was not exaggerated. He'd gone to speak to the Dursleys himself, while he considered options for the boy. He'd thought perhaps he could have the other boy join him and erect another blood ward. But the boy had been raised to despise Harry, much as his parents had. Exactly. McGonagall said then. They wouldn't come looking for help from you because you already failed, and I, for one, think it's time you let someone else handle the situation. She knew that they had planned everything to a degree, and while she'd prefer to be more involved, at least she knew they had a plan. Dumbledore never shared anything, preferring to direct people without them knowing why. Better knowing half the plan than wondering if there was one at all. I'm ready to move him, Pomfrey said, interrupting the escalating voices. Really, Albus, you should not be surprised. She added anyway, though. Dumbledore did end up operating them all to the infirmary. It saved a bit of time, for which Harry was grateful. When he felt something, he smirked. It seemed his guardians had come to him, rather than the other way around. He suspected Remus knew the moment the trap closed, and they decided to not wait around. Sirius walked into the infirmary as Poppy was still settling the patient in. He's still alive? He asked. What can I say? Auntie Poppy is really good at what she does. Harry bragged. That she is, Harry. Sirius said with a smile. I remember her taking good care of me, back in the day. And you were flirting with me the entire time, Madame Pomfrey interjected, as she started to where they were standing. How could I not? Sirius said with a smirk. You had access to all the good potions, and I kept on getting hurt. Perhaps if you were more careful and stopped running around the Forbidden Forest at night, you'd have more success at staying in one piece? Madame Pomfrey asked with an upturned brow. We were trying apparition. Sirius defended himself, remembering the time he had splinched himself. Remus had also entered, but under disillusionment. He snuck up to Harry and opened his backpack, after tapping him on the shoulder twice to indicate it was him. He quickly transferred the phylactery and its container to his own extended pocket and then exited again, only to walk in a second later, fully visible. No doubt they realized Dumbledore would be making a nuisance of himself. Why are you two here? Dumbledore asked in suspicion. He had been casting his own diagnostic spells at Quirrell, to see if there was anything of the monster remaining, or perhaps discover another form of containment. Harry didn't know. That's marauder business, Headmaster, Remus said. Marauder business? Minerva asked, having a suspicion. Marauders Incorporated, Remus said proudly. The company we started. How are things going there? Harry asked out of interest. Oh, the wolves are very happy. We had a couple of attempts to infiltrate, but fortunately we could pick up on the scent of the people they associated with. Remus said. The Aurors have been singing our praises, since one of the people they recently received, somehow having ingested Veritaserum, confessed to knowing the location of Fenrir Greyback. They picked him up the other day. Sirius added with a happy smile. His body anyway. He didn't go down without a fight. As he said it, he massaged his still sore ribs, threw me against a tree and was about to go for the kill, before Moony beat him to the punch. Still hurts, he finished. Poppy just shook her head with an air of exasperation and started scanning him, before walking off and returning with a tub of lotion and a roll of bandaging, directing him to remove his shirt, so that she could handle the injury properly. "You killed him?" Dumbledore asked, looking at Remus incredulously. "He was wanted dead or alive, and I had a score to settle," Remus said darkly. It wasn't a good look on the man who was usually the gentle type. "Good riddance," Poppy said as she wrapped Sirius's ribs tightly, and he winced. "I've seen too many of the people he's infected in my time." When she was done wrapping, she nodded at Sirius, who put back on his shirt. She then turned to Remus. "Have you been able to contact everyone on the list I sent you?" she asked. "We were, and they were more than happy to point us to the wolves, who have all elected to become couriers for us." Remus nodded in agreement. "The delivery business has been up for a couple of months now. You really should come visit more often, you know. There are a couple of people who want to thank you for getting us in contact with them. It's difficult during the school year," Madame Pomfrey said, "especially now with the recent revelations." "I understand." Remus nodded along. "There is a lot being said here which I don't understand," Dumbledore said. He had been listening intently and would be asking questions later, but for now he had other issues to concentrate on. "But I would like to know what you intend on doing with the Dark Lord's soul." He had heard Harry's statement about the moon, but thought it was a fanciful dream and empty threat. Harry pointedly ignored the man and took his backpack off, holding it out to Sirius to continue their charade. "Here you go," he said. As they had suspected, the bag was suddenly ripped from his grip and flew into Dumbledore's waiting hand. Harry took the opportunity to disarm the headmaster with a wandless disarming spell, catching the wand as it flew through the air to him. Dumbledore was shocked, but clutched the bag tightly with both hands, not intending to let anyone summon it away from him. "I'll have to insist that you return that to me," he said dangerously. The Elder Wand was not a toy after all. Harry shrugged and placed it on a nearby table. He knew the wand would only respond properly to him now, but he didn't like wands anyway. "Let Dumbledore have it." "I could say the same," Sirius interjected. He looked angry, but Harry knew he was in on the subterfuge they had performed. "Give my godson his backpack back," he insisted. "I'll do so, just as soon as I have extracted the item," Dumbledore assured him. He was worried about the wand. He knew how its loyalties worked. He couldn't focus on that just then, though. "Are you a thief now as well?" McGonagall, not in on the switch, demanded in real anger. "Taking something that doesn't belong to you and have no right to? Minerva, you must see that I need to protect this until a viable way to dispose of it can be found," Dumbledore pleaded. "He's really trying to help." Harry defended the old man, to everyone's shock. "He just doesn't know that the backpack has protections against theft, since we didn't intend to ever lose it." He turned to Dumbledore. "You must understand that we must protect it, since we have a viable way to dispose of it." He threw the headmaster's words back in his teeth, making Sirius smile in pride and Minerva sigh in understanding. "You had me worried." Sirius complimented the obvious prank. "Good on you, Harry. This is no joking matter," Dumbledore exclaimed after he had opened the bag and confirmed the item was nowhere to be seen. "I will not allow the Dark Lord to escape, now that we have him properly contained."
No.
Sirius said. "We have him contained," he corrected, indicating between himself, Remus, and Harry. "You are trying to take what we have done and most likely intend to free the monster so that the prophecy can be fulfilled." "How do you know about that?" Dumbledore demanded. "We've known about it for years," Remus scoffed. "Harry isn't a Horcrux anymore. We took care of that long ago. He doesn't need to die anymore. The prophecy is already inactive. Go check for yourself." "This cannot be true," Dumbledore said sadly. "Only the Dark Lord can remove the connection from Harry." "Whatever you want to believe, Headmaster," Harry said flippantly. "Fortunately, you can go to the Hall of Prophecy and see for yourself. In the meanwhile, we'll hold on to Tom." "How do you know these things?" Dumbledore asked. "Trade secret," Minerva shocked herself in saying, along with everyone, besides Dumbledore and Quirrell. "Why did I say that?" she asked. Pavlovian response. Harry said, "When you hear something enough, your mind makes the connection automatically." It's a form of neural-linguistic programming. You've been brainwashing the school? Madame Pomfrey asked. She had studied psychology, after all. I prefer the word training, Harry corrected. While they tend to go down the same route, NLP is more about creating positive responses, due to conditioning. Brainwashing might work the same, but is usually enforced with a whole other form of conditioning. I see your point, Madame Pomfrey allowed. When did you start studying psychology? She asked. When you left one of the books at the house. Harry chuckled. It's amazing what a simple couple of words at the right time can do to create just a little bit of chaos. I've already got the twins so well trained that it took me one sentence to start a food fight and they've not bullied anyone in months. They still prank, but they are finding more enjoyment from it now because they are flourishing inside a set of rules, rather than making them up as they go. That sounds like the theory where Madame Pomfrey started really getting into the subject. Can we discuss the philosophy of raising children at some other time? Dumbledore asked. He too knew a thing or two about different forms of manipulation and control, after all. There was something to be said for techniques that made people happy at following rules you set. He was more worried about Harry knowing such techniques and already implementing them on students older than himself. He would need to spend some time with the boy to ensure he wasn't going down the same path as Tom. He carefully avoided the thought that he too knew and used the techniques. Fair enough, Harry said, summoning the bag back from Dumbledore without even a gesture. Dumbledore allowed the bag to leave his hands, considering he couldn't access the item he had wanted to, but asked anyway, "How are you doing that?" Harry and his guardians just smiled as the other two adults refused to say what they now knew was a programmed response. Harry then put the backpack on his shoulder. "Aren't you going to give the phylactery to your guardians?" he asked. He had hoped he could summon the item again. He didn't have a wand at this moment, but his wandless magic should suffice for that. When you took the bag without permission, the item in the special pocket was instantly transported to a safe location. Harry smirked. "So thanks, I guess. You saved us some time," he added, as Remus started walking out of the room with a smile on his face and a wave. He wanted to get the phylactery out before Voldemort could show up to prove them liars, not that he thought the man was stupid enough to prefer Dumbledore over them. He'd already stated that he wanted to destroy the Dark Lord. Remus had known of the fact that the trap allowed the victim to appear as a spirit. It would be useful to question the man. He did not know that he had already appeared. "We'll need to go place it in the more secure location," Sirius informed Harry, glancing at Dumbledore. "We don't want undesirables to try and free the Dark Lord," he said as he quickly hugged Harry and then hurried off after Remus. Dumbledore was about to rush after them, when the infirmary doors closed and sealed themselves. "Madame Pomfrey," Dumbledore exclaimed, "I need to go after them." "You will do no such thing," Madame Pomfrey said. "They are obviously more interested in protecting Harry than you are. I'll not risk him so that you can go off and prove that you've finally gone around the bend." "You don't understand," Dumbledore tried. "Don't I?" Madame Pomfrey asked. "So that wasn't a flash of guilt crossing your face when they said you'd be releasing the Dark Lord to kill Harry?" "I will do what must be done to stop Tom Riddle," Dumbledore insisted, not meeting her gaze. He didn't like it, but if there was no other choice, he'd have to do it. "How about I offer you a deal?" Harry offered as he considered the old man. He really had tried to help him in a previous life, even he was a bit of a paranoid control freak. Dumbledore saw this as the olive branch it was meant as and stopped looking for a way out of the infirmary. Even though he knew Poppy was in complete control of the wards in her domain and could easily keep him there. "What did you have in mind?" he asked. He was still not looking the boy in the eyes. "If you can prove to us that the prophecy is still active, we'll give you the phylactery and I'll commit suicide in a public location, proclaiming to the world that you were and always are right," Harry said. "If, however, the prophecy is no longer active, you must promise to leave me and my family out of your schemes from now on. I don't like being used." "You cannot promise me that," Dumbledore said, even as he made eye contact and tried to enter the boy's mind. He failed, of course, like he had failed all year, but he could actually feel that Harry was being honest, as Harry allowed him just far enough in to confirm it before ejecting the man again. "Surely your guardians would not agree to this." "I would not agree to this. I don't want you to die, Harry. But the Horcrux must be destroyed. I'm not a Horcrux anymore, Professor, Harry said with a sigh. This was becoming too bothersome and he was tired. He hadn't slept well the previous evening. How can you be sure? Dumbledore pressed. When I was small, I could speak to snakes. After the Horcrux was destroyed, I couldn't anymore, and the constant headaches I had had for most of my life suddenly disappeared. Harry said. This time he was lying, but only kind of. He didn't allow the old man in again to confirm it, but shook his head like he was giving up with Dumbledore. I'd like very much to believe that, Harry. Dumbledore said. Then go and confirm the prophecy. McGonagall said. She had picked up on the tired look on Harry's face. Harry is tired and I'm going to have to insist that he goes to bed. It is after his curfew already anyway. Dumbledore knew he couldn't deny the woman. It was her right as his head of house, and suddenly he had plans for the evening. He'd be going to the Hall of Prophecy. Harry was escorted by McGonagall to the Gryffindor Tower and was shocked to find his entire study group waiting in the common room. For him. What are you all doing up at this hour? McGonagall asked. We knew Harry was doing something, Professor. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff, said as she got up to approach the professor. We were worried and decided to wait for him to make sure he was okay. Daphne Greengrass, Slytherin, said as she joined the others. Harry is our friend, Professor. Padma Patil Ravenclaw said as she nodded along with Daphne and the rest. Well, while I appreciate that you are all good friends and care for Mr. Black, I can't condone you all being here, outside of curfew. McGonagall said sternly. I'll have to inform your heads of house, who are likely already looking for you. She finished, thinking she probably had many messages in her book. We asked a prefect to inform the other prefects about where we are and inform the heads. We also accept that there will be punishments, but we were not going to leave until we knew he was safe. Susan Bones said. McGonagall was considering her words carefully, before finally nodding. That was a good idea, Miss Bones, she said. It was Pansy's idea, Professor. Susan said instantly, not wanting to take credit for her friend's idea. We all had a say. Pansy said easily, never losing the determined look on her face. Well, you are all a credit to your houses and I, for one, am happy to see so many houses come together for a common goal. McGonagall said, even if it is because Harry is endearing himself to all of you on purpose. She finished in her head. Thank you, Professor. Hermione Granger spoke up for the first time. I offered to stay up, but the others insisted on joining me. I'll send a couple of prefects to come fetch the rest of you to escort you back to your common rooms. McGonagall said as she turned to leave. They can sleep in our rooms. Faye Dunbar, Gryffindor and the quietest of the lot, said, in just above a whisper. We have already discussed sleeping arrangements. We didn't think it would be safe to have our friends in the halls at night. Is that so? McGonagall asked with a calculating look. No doubt the girls just wanted a sleepover. She still remembered the joy she felt in her own childhood at such simple displays of friendship. Very well, she decided. I'll inform your heads of house so that you don't get into trouble, but I want you girls to sleep. No talking into the wee hours of the morning, understood? She asked sternly. Yes, Professor McGonagall. The girls chorused. McGonagall noticed a lone figure off to the side. And you, Mr. Longbottom? I was just keeping the ladies company, as is a gentleman's duty. Neville said earnestly. McGonagall was quite proud of the boy. He had come a long way in 1 year, and he seemed to be making some real progress in overcoming the shy boy he had been when he arrived at the school. Indeed, 20 points to all of you, for your loyalty, thoughtfulness, and support of your friend. Daphne couldn't hide her smirk. Yes, Miss Greengrass? I just realized that you have 5 representatives here, while the other houses all have 2 or less. That was quite Slytherin of you, Professor, she said. Coming from you, I suspect that was meant as a compliment. McGonagall said, and you are quite right. I can't let Professor Snape have the house cup again, but with the points as they are, I think Slytherin is winning again by the end of the year. She lamented, unless you give Ravenclaw 35 more points, Professor. Hermione said instantly, then they will have a 5-point lead. It would be nice not to come second for once. Padma groused. She'd heard the others in their house lamenting that it seemed they would be in second place again. I'm certain you ladies can devise a way to help her out with that. Then, Professor McGonagall said with a wink and a smile, before she turned to the common room door. And Mr. Black, no losing points for no reason. Okay? We're already in last place in the standings. I'll strive to only lose points I have earned, Professor. Harry called after her. Or have the twins do it for you. McGonagall scowled at him. What can I say? I've been busy. Harry smirked at her. She left with her eyes narrowed and closed the door with a last call of, off to bed with you now. When she was gone, all of them turned to Harry and looked at him expectantly. What? Harry asked. What were you up to all night? Hermione asked exasperatedly. Pansy thinks you were on the 3rd floor. Daphne said. I like to think you were busy with something more important than just breaking school rules. Both actually, Harry said. Though I suppose technically I was with staff members, so I didn't actually end up breaking the rules. Not really anyway. Answer the question, Harry. Hermione insisted. The bossy was coming out, but she didn't care at the moment. Her curiosity was driving her crazy. I captured Voldemort's immortal soul and threatened to send him to eternal torture on the surface of the sun. Harry said, smirking at them, knowing that the truth was sometimes the best way to lie. He was at the school. Hermione asked in horror. Of course. Dumbledore left for some important meeting right after dinner, and he's obviously protecting something in the forbidden corridor. Apparently Harry had underestimated how much faith his friends had in him. So his smile faded and he sighed. He was under Quirrell's turban, possessing him. He held up a hand then to stall their questions. This is all a secret, okay? He asked. He received many different forms of affirmation, but the incredulous looks that he even had to ask were universal. Neville had finally approached. So you defeated the Dark Lord again? He asked. Don't call him that. His name is Tom Riddle and he was a half-blood. The only hereditary titles he really had a claim on was a branch of the Slytherin line through his mother's family and a minor lordship from his Muggle father. Harry scoffed. But yes, I captured his spirit and we're still planning on the best way to dispose of him, but my current thinking is to put his container on the far side of Moon, so that he can't even come close to Earth or his followers again. How far away is the Moon? Padma asked, the statement having tickled her intellectual side. A little more than 30 times as far as the planet is wide. Hermione stated instantly. 384,400 kilometers. Harry said more precisely. He had been doing his research after all. Another 3475 kilometers to the far side of the Moon. Hermione said instantly, the intellectual in her not wanting to lose this contest of knowledge. How do you intend on getting him to the Moon? Daphne asked. That's what I've been working on all year. Harry said proudly. This holiday I'm making a spaceship. I'm going to be the first wizard in space. What? Was the communal response from everyone that didn't know. Harry refused to give them answers. After that, and they relented, having picked up on how tired he was. The girls all left to the Gryffindor girls' dormitory and Harry and Neville walked up to their own. Harry? Neville asked as they ascended the stairs. Yes, Neville? Harry asked. Can I come with you when you go to the Moon? Neville asked. The idea scared him, but something told him this was the chance of a lifetime. I don't know, Neville. Harry said honestly. I intend to be the first wizard in space, so that will be a solo trip this holiday. The Moon will only come after we've had an opportunity to finish another project we have ongoing. More important that the Tom Riddle? Neville corrected himself. Equally important, actually. Harry said. There's something else as important? Neville asked. 2 other things, actually. Harry said, thinking of the cup and the diary. They already had a plan for the cup. The diary, though, would need to wait. Harry didn't want to risk their other plans somehow affecting Malfoy Sr.'s plans. But you don't need to worry about that. It's being handled. Neville's face showed some relief. Thanks, Harry, he said. For what? Harry asked as they reached the door and stood there to finish the conversation. For being a hero, Neville said. You are making a difference at school and stopped the Tom Riddle again. Everyone knows you had a hand in stopping what those boys in Slytherin were doing as well. And a girl in Ravenclaw. Harry added. But to be honest, I just helped with the first few. I set up the heads of house with a way to monitor their domains, and they've taken care of the rest. As for Voldemort, he was always my problem, so don't worry about it. He's mostly harmless now, besides the fact that he can talk to people from his current prison. Neville nodded as Harry opened the door, and the two of them snuck in to go to bed. The next day, Harry was called to the headmaster's office. It was expected, but Harry called in the cavalry, and Sirius and Remus was there within minutes to accompany him. When they entered, Dumbledore seemed unsurprised at all of their presence. "Good morning, my friends, Mr. Black," he said. "Please have a seat. We have much to discuss this morning." They sat down, and Sirius reached into a pocket to retrieve a packet of sweets, offering some to Harry and Remus. Harry took one and popped it in his mouth, while Remus declined and Sirius placed the packet back in his pocket, not offering any to the old jerk that had left him to rot. It was done purposely, to both insult the headmaster and to avoid the lemon drops, which they suspected were laced with some sort of calming draught or truth potion. "What do you want?" Sirius asked. "I'm a busy man." "Well, I would think that is obvious," Dumbledore said. "I went to the Hall of Prophecy and confirmed that it was no longer active. Now I need to know, how?" "Trade secret," all three chorused. "I'm afraid that will not suffice," Dumbledore said. "Family magic," they chorused again. Dumbledore closed his eyes and sighed. "What will it take for you three to trust me after my mistakes of the past? I never intended harm, I swear to it. I just played the hand I was dealt." "Your playing is the problem," Remus said. "You were playing with human lives. Years lost to your scheming and keeping secrets. The only way we tell you anything is if you reveal all your cards to us," Sirius said. "We know enough to know if you're lying to us." "What do that say? Tit for tat?" Dumbledore looked at the men before him. He tried to enter their minds before and realized they weren't letting him in. They likely knew he was trying to. The thought was worrying, but he could explain that away if necessary. What bothered him was that Harry seemed perfectly calm about all this. Had they been teaching Harry to hate him all along, after everything he did to them? "What do you want to know?" Dumbledore asked. Sirius reached into a pocket and produced a vial with a crystal-clear liquid inside. "No offense, but you've lied before," he said. "If that is Veritaserum, I'm afraid I must refuse," Dumbledore said. Harry was ignoring the man, looking around the room instead and casting about to find out what all the gizmos and doodads did. He was unfortunately disappointed to realize they were all protected, much like their family magic was. He noticed the Elder Wand lying on the headmaster's table. More than likely the old man wanted to hand it to Harry, so he could disarm him and win its loyalty back. Harry had no intention of touching it. "Fine," Remus said, getting up. "Come on, Harry. I'm afraid the headmaster has decided to expel you." "Okay," Harry said, shrugging and getting up. "You would threaten to leave Hogwarts, because I don't want to be manipulated into revealing secrets that I have no right to reveal?" Dumbledore asked. "I have protected many generations of students at this school. I cannot allow you free access to that information. I've made unbreakable vows to protect some of that information." "I can understand that," Remus said. "Unfortunately, that leaves us with two closed doors and no bridges to cross. We can't trust you to tell the truth, since in our experience your word is not trustworthy. We also cannot compel you to tell us the truth by vow or potion. It's easy to make an unbreakable vow to never talk about something," Sirius said. "For example, I propose that the three of us make an unbreakable vow to never reveal the location of Tom Riddle, or anything that we have gathered," he suggested to Remus and Harry. They seemed to be considering it. "You would doom the world, just to spite me?" Dumbledore asked. "No, we'd protect the world from the Dark Lord currently in the room with us, by ensuring you never get your hands on the other," Remus said. "That's not fair, Uncle Remus," Harry said. "He probably doesn't even know he's acting like one." "I am no Dark Lord," Dumbledore exploded and slapped his hands on the table. "No offense, Professor, but if you were, would you not need to say that to keep it secret?" Harry said with a smirk. "The fact that we already think you're a liar would only support that theory. I will swear an unbreakable vow to it right now," Dumbledore challenged. "No need," Harry said. I don't believe you're a Dark Lord. What I do believe is that you would use any information we give you against us at some point, for your own perceived greater good, much like your old friend Gellert would have. It is what you do after all. Dumbledore looked between them with narrowed eyes. He knew what they were leading him to, and he didn't like the feeling. He realized it was hypocritical to not like being manipulated, but he had been in the position of power so long, he couldn't give up control so easily. Don't speak of things you know nothing about. He warned instead. Don't like talking about the X? Sirius asked. I know the feeling. Things are never as simple as they appear when you read about them. Dumbledore said. Fair enough. Harry said. But tell me anyway, how is he doing these days? I hear Nurmengard is a desolate place. When was the last time you visited him? I haven't seen him since I defeated him. Dumbledore admitted. The Elder Wand was his first, correct? But sometime after my great-great-great-grandfather's eldest brother? Harry asked conversationally. How do you? Never mind, I already know. Trade secret, right? Dumbledore asked with some disappointment, realizing they were driving him to do exactly what they wanted. He didn't like being led around by the nose though, so decided to head them off. You're trying to get me to make an unbreakable vow to protect your information and not use it against you. It wasn't a question. See? Sirius said with a smile, holding his hand out for Remus to deposit some coins into. He can't stand not being in control. He'd rather take control and cut the game short. This is no game. Dumbledore exclaimed again. Was he that predictable, isn't it? Remus asked, as he placed the coins in Sirius's hands. Because you have yet to admit that you played with our lives and we already know that it's true. I'm sorry that it was necessary. Dumbledore started. Freaking. You. Harry said, surprising the professor. Do you think there's ever such a thing as acceptable losses? Do you think that we've forgotten about Pettigrew? Harry took a step forward and pointed a hand at Dumbledore. Do you think we don't know you allowed Voldemort to kill my parents? Harry, I didn't have a choice. Dumbledore said with downcast eyes. I believe that you believe that. Harry said, after taking a moment to rein his emotions in. I honestly think you believe in the power of prophecy. So much so, in fact, that you made the prophecy happen. Did you ever think that the person mentioned in the prophecy could have been born on the 7th month of a different calendar, or 7 months after the prophecy was given, or perhaps a couple of years in the future? What about marking anyone who he has ever attacked? Surely you've seen the scars of lives lived without parents or loved ones. Prophecies could be taken to mean anything. By the very nature of them, someone could see all your manipulation from the shadows and decide it was their mission in life to kill you, based on the wording. I would fall into that category too, if I truly believed you evil. I'm still not sure he's not. Sirius said. Leaving me to rot in prison wasn't the act of a good man. Nor was denying me the opportunity to be part of Harry's life. Remus said. I could have at least visited and ensured he was treated better, but you refused to tell me where he was. I thought I was doing the only thing I could. I didn't want to leave Harry there either. I would have wanted anyone else to raise him. Minerva would have accepted it instantly, had I allowed the thought to occur to her. I would have done it myself if I could. Dumbledore burst with an agonized expression on his old face. But the Blood Wards would always protect him better than I could. I hoped that they would take the payments and accept that he was a recently orphaned baby, who would treat a child so harshly and unfairly. They had a boy that was the same age for Merlin's sake. Dumbledore then sagged. I didn't know about the evil that lurked in their hearts. By the time I realized, I was unable to approach or remove the boy, because they saw me like you do. I was the monster that delivered him to his captors. The very nature of the wards stopped me from sending anyone else to go retrieve him either. Only when Remus broke the wards did their influence slowly leave me. By the time I realized that they had been making me neglect the boy, the damage was done, and you considered me an enemy. I encouraged Minerva to spend time with you when she was invited. I was finally able to provide for you a bit of what you should always have had, my boy. A loving family. I know I have no right to ask forgiveness. Dumbledore wound down. I have betrayed you too many times. All I ask is that you believe me that I truly was trying to keep you safe. until the day that I had to die for the greater good," Harry said, now looking down as he sat down on a chair. Dumbledore had never admitted this before. He wanted to believe the old goat was lying now, but something told him the man was finally admitting to his faults. There was always the chance that the Dark Lord would use a spell that might just sever the piece of his soul inside you and allow him to finally be defeated. Dumbledore said, "It was the mad hope of an old man that had made too many mistakes in his life, but it was one I held on to, if only to save me from the insanity everyone already thought I suffer from. Knowing your mistakes doesn't forgive your actions," Sirius said. "The same wards that kept me from Harry refused me the actions I could take to free you, Sirius. I knew you would go search for and find Harry. You would take him away and be the father he was denied. Knowing my actions would lead to Harry's escape from them made you as impossible to help as he was." Dumbledore said, "I hate that you have such a convenient excuse," Remus said. Unfortunately, he knew enough about blood magic to know what Dumbledore said could very well be the case. Dumbledore said nothing. "You win, you old goat," Harry said. "For the price of an unbreakable vow, not to interfere with us or our plans, we'll tell you some of them." Dumbledore had grilled him about the future and what had happened. He was not surprised that Harry had allowed himself to be killed, but he was saddened when he found out what he had lost along the way, finally realizing that Harry really wasn't a child. Of course he was acting differently. Had it been him, he'd have done everything in his power to avoid what had happened as well. He was not happy when Harry had taken the Elder Wand and stashed it away, saying he intended to put it where nobody could ever find it again. He understood why Harry wanted to remove it from the world. It had already done enough damage. He'd never had the strength of character to do what the boy was planning. But after a little while, he felt relief, and by the time they left, he had even tracked down his old wand. Harry missed that day's classes, and when the girls saw him trooping into the library for their study group, they were worried all over again. He assured them it was nothing serious and that he was just tired of being questioned by the headmaster. They allowed him to leave early to go rest. Hopefully he'd feel better the next day. The next morning, Harry had taken the time to sort his mind, and he was in a playful mood again, seeing as another loose end had been resolved. He'd be able to put some of his past behind him. Finally, the next week passed quickly for most of the students with the year-end tests taking place. The 5th and 7th years were panicking as always. If they had only known that purebloods get priority placement and most of the Muggle-born students and half-bloods would be doomed to middle-class citizens no matter how hard they worked, they might have stressed less. It was just how the system worked, for now. Harry was already working on testing the spells and runes he needed to, and was often asked where he disappeared off to. He wouldn't soon explain that he was often off in the room of requirement, since he still wanted to keep that secret. It was just too darn useful to share, and without anyone on his level of understanding, they'd just be sitting around anyway. He knew it was selfish, but reasoned that they hadn't discovered the room by that point in the previous timeline. So far, he'd used the storage room to start producing devices he'd need. A speedometer was both an easy concept and a difficult application. He was finally able to figure it out, though, by having it measure the distance from his current location. Said location would reset every time he made a course correction or accelerated. The magic then showed you the distance measured every second and give you a meter and kilometer per second indication on a display. Next to it, it showed you the per hour rating as well so that he could more easily quantify it. An overall distance was also shown and would work like an odometer. That one could be reset for individual trips, though. He was still working on a control interface and working on his finer control. Every time he realized he needed more control, he'd add another function and train until he could wandlessly activate it. The idea that this could be as simple as riding a broom was laughable, but until he could figure out how to negate gravitational forces completely, he had to simultaneously increase gravity in the opposite direction as the acceleration, especially when accelerating at massive speeds. He'd need to fine-tune that before he decided to test the resultant vehicle out, but he was having fun with the theory so long. The end of the year feast was soon upon them, and the final meeting of the study group was held in an empty classroom the afternoon of the day before they were to leave, which Harry had arranged with McGonagall. She had even allowed him to go get some snacks and drinks from the Muggle world. That trip only took half an hour, since Harry had operated to Grimmauld Place and gone to the local grocer. When everyone was there, Harry presented them all with a new device. "What is this?" Padma asked, looking at the flat piece of white plastic, once Harry had handed them out. "Welcome to the future, my friends," Harry said with a smirk. "These are like your diaries, except it has a couple of different features." He took a whiteboard marker, which was stuck to the side with some Velcro, and popped the top. He wrote the word hello, and it appeared on their boards with a small pinging sound. They all looked between him and the board with frowns. Then he moved his hand over the board, not touching it, and the board was erased. "Awesome," Hermione said. "It's like a pager." "Exactly," Harry said. He had seen the concept on movies a few times. "With this, we can send each other short messages and stay up to date with each other." "What's a pager?" Susan asked. "Muggle doctors and other people with jobs that require immediate contact carry small devices that can receive messages to tell them about emergencies and stuff," Hermione explained. "They can then be contacted and get to the emergency, even if they were at home or unable to make a call." She finished. There were some frowns at the word call. So she added, "Like a flu call? So we can use these to tell each other things?" Parvati asked. She wasn't getting it. "Let me demonstrate," Harry said as he left the room. "You stay here." A couple of minutes later, they saw writing appear. "Look outside the window." They looked and saw Harry, sitting on a disc of some sort, just floating there and holding his whiteboard. Another message appeared. "No matter where you are, you can quickly find something out." The message disappeared and new handwriting appeared. "What are you sitting on?" Hermione's neat handwriting said, and the others looked up to see her with her marker in hand. She realized asking a question would get the idea across. "It's part of my project," Harry's handwriting stated underneath hers. He was technically keeping himself aloft by his own power, but didn't want that out yet. "We get it," Daphne's handwriting stated. "Come back," she added. The writing disappeared again and Harry's message responded, "See you just now." When Harry returned, there was a cheer and Hermione hugged him impulsively. "This is amazing," she enthused. "It's like the diaries, only without space limitations, since we can use it over and over again," Pansy said. Harry had given one to each of the study group in the end, since mentioning messages that people got from their parents were difficult when they could communicate all throughout the day and not just in the evenings by sending owls and receiving post back in the mornings. "If only we could choose who to speak with, rather than the entire group," Hermione said, thinking of how useful that would be, considering that she liked to talk to Harry about her mundane schoolwork. "Funny you should mention that," Harry said. He took the board in hand and held it in front of his face and said, "Hermione Granger." The board flashed and Harry wrote "Hi there" on his. Only Hermione's board pinged this time, but her board was still blank. "Tap it with your wand. It will switch over to whatever message you haven't seen yet." Hermione did as instructed and the writing suddenly appeared. "Study group," Harry then said to his board and it flashed again. "Good," he wrote and everyone's pinged again. "This is a marvelous piece of magic," Susan stated. "If only the Auror office had something like this. Imagine the response times if people could send messages for immediate assistance. Or if operatives had a way of communicating that couldn't be traced." "Yeah, Muggles have all sorts of nifty toys," Harry said with a smile. "I basically just copied something they already have. But this is so cool," Neville interjected for the first time. The girls all nodded with excited looks on their faces. Neville was feeling quite connected to this group and was thinking it would be very cool indeed to be able to stay in contact with their friends from school over the long holiday. "These markers are just normal whiteboard markers from a Muggle store," Harry warned. "Don't use ink and quill on these and don't replace them with anything other than whiteboard markers. Okay? You won't be able to erase the messages otherwise. Could we maybe use different color markers?" Hermione asked as she had an idea. "I don't see why not," Harry said with a shrug. All of their markers were black like his right now. "Good idea, Hermione," Padma said. "If we all had different colors, it would be easier to see who is writing what." Neville suddenly looked crestfallen. "My Gran will never let me go to a Muggle shop," he lamented. "Will she let you visit friends?" Harry asked. I don't know, actually, Neville said. I've never had friends. That was never going to last. Parvati stated. You're way too nice not to make friends. She insisted. The other girls and Harry all nodded. I'm sure she'd be overjoyed to find out you have friends. Padma added. You'll have to just come visit. Harry said. We'll go to a shopping center and watch a couple of movies and maybe play a couple of games at an arcade. I'm sure you'll love it. And what about the rest of us? Pansy asked in a huff. I didn't think a pure-blood Slytherin, such as yourself, would be interested in the entertainments of the Muggle world. Harry said with a wink. Of course, if you want to go slumming with us lowly Muggle lovers, I would never object to your lovely company, Pansy. He finished with a mock bow and a smirk. I am not just a pure-blood, you know, Pansy said. I'm also intelligent enough to look at things and see that there are some changes coming. Yes, Daphne added. What's this I hear about a company called Marauders Incorporated, hiring all the werewolves in every country and buying parts of Muggle companies? Yeah. Harry said, scratching at the back of his head. Muggles have some awesome ways of making money. We're just investing in the future. I heard Lord Malfoy was annoyed when Marauders Incorporated made more money in a month than they did in the last 4 years. Pansy persisted. It's got all sorts of people all stressed out that the werewolves are part of that. Friaking, Harry said easily. The wolves are our employees and friends. We made them an offer they couldn't refuse, and now we have a very successful import-export business. Then Harry smiled. The fact that they all ride Harley-Davidsons and started a bike gang that's become notorious for how widespread and ruthless they are is just a bonus. Harley?
Bike gang.
One of the girls asked. It's a famous brand of motorcycle. Hermione explained. Biker gangs are usually a rough crowd and people tend to avoid them if they can. She looked at Harry worriedly. You're not encouraging them to be violent, are you? Werewolves have enhanced senses and strength. Harry said. That's where the reputation comes from. Biker gangs don't like people invading their turf, so when our people come through, there's sometimes problems with theft, vandalism, or violence. Our people don't like that sort of thing, and protect their merchandise jealously. The fact that their deliveries are all shrunken and magically protected doesn't change a thing. They are all very proud of their jobs and take good care of their equipment. But what if they change? Hermione asked, worried that they are sending infected werewolves out into the world. Scenes softened for platform guidelines.